How's this will get spilled, man? It must have a hole in it. It must have a hole. I don't fucking know. Oh. What's going on? Hey, man. How you doing? My veins today, mate. Watch this. As soon as I release, watch how quick the blood goes back into the vein. Instant. And this one, look. Watch. Look, it's completely hollow, look, until I let go, watch. But I'm alright. Waiting for my mate to come around, but he's taking the fucking piss. I asked him at 3 o'clock. You sort some smoke? Yeah, I can sort some. I've only got dog dough. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's not a problem. Same as my bicep muscles. See that? Watch. Yeah, of course I do. This is the one I use every day. And then I've got more weights over there. And then I've got more weights there. But you can see my body anyway, look. Obviously, if you don't have dumbbells, you just end up being a skinny runt. Look at this hoodie. Off-White Jordan collab. Look at the back. You tell me that ain't sick. And that's sewn on as well, so that'll never come off. Because it's actually thickly sewn on. Look how thickly they're sewn on. That's sick. And it says Off-White Jordan. Sick logo. It's probably the best Off-White logo they've done with that collab in the middle. It actually looks like a sick logo like that instead of just doing the crosses. But yeah, this hoodie wasn't cheap, man. This hoodie goes for £600 on eBay. 600 fucking quid, mate. Jesus. Just for an Off-White Jordan collab. Saying that, it's not the most I've paid for a hoodie, but it's not close, not far away. I think I paid 250 quid for it, brand new, on eBay, and then I looked on eBay probably a couple of weeks later and they were selling them for 600. And I was like, wow, I decided to sell that on. I could easily probably sell it. I've got the tag still for it, so I could just put the tag on it, put it through the wash, and take it to a dry cleaner, and it'd be like brand new again. Put the tag on it, and it'll be like brand new. Even though it's second hand, I put the tag back on it, take it to the dry cleaners, and they make it look like it's brand new again. Get it pressed properly, and then put it back on eBay. It's brand new. You should see, mate. Every time I buy something, I collect the tags. Like for example, look at all these tags. And you'll be like, oh my God, that's a lot of stuff. Look at this. Every time I buy something designer, whether it's shoes or whatever, look, eBay, certifications, I've got them all. Look. There's another one there, there's another one there. There's one there, one there, one there, one there. These are all my eBay tags, but look at all these tags. Billionaire Boys Club, Adidas, fucking... Kingswood Dream, Bape, Dior, Louis Vuitton. Yeah, there's so many. Kingswood Dream, NBA, Amiri. Look how many Amiris I've got. But yeah, every time I buy a piece of clothing, look at all that. It's all my labels. So like I said, all my designer clothes, if I ever decide to sell them on, like I said, look at all these labels. Bare labels there. Look how much that was. 95 fucking quid, mate. It's a lot of money. Like, look at that jacket. You tell me that ain't hard. That's a sick jacket, mate. It's one of my favourite jackets. As you can see, look how nice that is. That's worth a fair penny as well. Look at the colour on the inside. It's beautiful. It's a proper rich green, look. And the stitching on it is next to none, man. Like, if you look at the stitching. Look how straight that stitching is. It's like perfect. But yeah, it's a windbreaker. It's quite leery. Like you can either pull it off or you can't. But yeah, it's a sick jacket. I'll show you the front. Okay. Just see, look at the colour of it. And like the attention to detail, even on the inside of here, look, you'd never see that. Look at the stitching again. Look how straight that is. It's on point, but you'd never see that. Look, it's hidden, completely hidden. But I love the attention to detail. Do you know what I mean? That's sick. But yeah, I've hardly worn this, just because it's a nice jacket. I've only worn it a few times. But as you can see, it's a windbreaker, so it's like a summer jacket, really. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I don't know what a paper fall down there. I have no clue how that fell down there. That was weird as fuck. Might as well take this off. I've got it fucking packed full of shit in there. Mate, this has been so handy, this little bag. And this one here as well. When it won't fit in my pocket and I don't want to carry a whole rucksack with me. Just fling that over my arm. Mate, my mate is taking the piss. I asked him earlier, I said, can you sort me out some grade? Can you sort me out a Z? He's like, yeah, but I've only got a dog. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I was like, actually, I'll get half off you. And this was at 3 PM this afternoon, he messaged me back. I've messaged him loads since and he ain't messaged me back. What a dickhead. I hate people that do that. It's like, I've got cash waiting for you. Do you not want it? You clearly don't want my money that bad. You're clearly not a fucking good dealer if you're fucking losing out on customers. Hi. Picked up this earlier as well. What flavour do you think this is? You can see it on the front. What's that? It looks like an ass, doesn't it? It literally looks like a bottom if you put it sideways. You tell me that don't look like a peachy ass. But it's nice. Obviously, it's got a foreign label on it. Product of Japan. I love that. Product of Americatessen. But look, that's why it tastes so nice, because it's got glucose fructose syrup in instead. And look, the Japanese have got it down to a T. In the UK, they still sell cans that you can't fucking seal back up. You have to buy a thing to put on top of it to seal back up. Mate, the Japanese are on it. Yes, okay, it's not a 340ml can like the normal ones. And in the States, I think it's 390 mils. Whereas that was 300, and we normally have 320 or 340. So you're only losing out on an extra 40ml, but they could make the bottle a little bit bigger to acquaint for that extra liquid. But look, it's an actual can. So the fact they can do that in Japan, why don't they do that in the UK with normal cans? Because then you could seal a can, do you know what I mean? And it's a lot more convenient putting that in your bag than a whole 500ml bottle. But like I said, the Japanese have got it down to a T. And it's a nice colour as well. It's a nice shade. Like that silver there going on. It's different, isn't it? Where normally you just see a can and it's a bottle and it's just see-through. But it's really tasty as well. The fact that it's really, it says carbonated, right? Yeah, carbonated soda. But it's very light in comparison. It's Japanese, mate. Nah, if it's American, it'll have loads of crap in. You can see what it's got in. Glucose fructose syrup, carbonic acid, flavourings, acidity regulator, citric acid, preservative, which is in the same drinks as the UK. Flavourings, you've got one E number there, and that's it. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that is 4, 5. You've got 6 ingredients. Compared to the other stuff, it's got like 11. Carbonic acid, that's what the flavouring is. And then the acidity regulator, which is citric acid. And then the preservative, I don't know what the preservative, E1211. I'd have to look that up. But it's the only thing I don't know what it is, the E1211. Obviously, certain E numbers can affect children's hyperactivity, hence why a lot of E numbers are banned in stuff in the UK now. It's occasionally. You'll see E numbers in certain stuff, but it's the cheaper stuff. Oh, I completely missed that. I was about to flick it upside down like that. Catch it. Slippery bottle. It's slippery as fuck. I had a McDonald's earlier, and I bought a cheeseburger and gave Teddy the whole cheeseburger. Oh, it's sodium benzoate. Yeah, that's just like, again, a flavouring preservative. It's a shame it's not a bigger bottle. But like I said, it's not fizzy. It says it's carbonated, but it's very light. Have you ever had Rio? The English drink that you get over here in a can, Rio. They sell it in a lot of takeaways. That is Peng, because it's not fully fizzy. It's carbonated, but it's lightly carbonated. And it's the same as this. This is very lightly carbonated, but it's a lot more refreshing. Whereas if you drink like fizzy Coke, you get to like the 4th sip and you have to stop because it goes up your nose. You can learn to cook. I know how to cook. Obviously, I'm on the move. I had an appointment. I didn't have long. So I just got something that's quick and easy. Do you know what I mean? So I was out and about. So I can't exactly cook if I'm on my way to my appointment and I ain't got long. Do you know what I mean? I'm not exactly at home, am I? If I was at home, it'd be different. But I wasn't at home. And I was like, I don't have a McDonald's in this town. And I can't get McDonald's delivered to my house in this town. So it's rare that I have McDonald's anyway. In my old town, where I used to live, I had access to KFC, McDonald's, Subway. I have Subway here, but we don't have KFC or McDonald's or Burger King or anything like that. Whereas my other place, we had that. And mate, the amount I spent in a year on fucking Uber Eats and Deliveroo was about 450 quid. I was like, oh my God. And I guess the reason it was so high is because of the convenience. What are you going on about? I understand, but you think today about your food tomorrow? No, I don't. No, because like I said, I rarely have takeaways. Like, over the last 3 months, I've had Domino's twice, which is not bad, really. I know at one point I get it every month, but then I just got sick of it. But then they had a few new things on the menus. I was like, oh fuck it, I'll try it. But then I never eat the whole pizza. I'll always eat half of it and then eat the other half the next day. I guess because it's like the whole pizza with all the toppings I have on is about 3,500 calories. So no wonder I can't get through the whole thing. It fills me up when I get to about halfway through it. Just scrambled a kebab, nice. Well, I don't have a farmer accent. I live in Wiltshire, so I probably picked up the accent over the years. But I'm half American, quarter Welsh and quarter English. So I'm like, yeah, man, what you saying? I went to McDonald's earlier, and I got Teddy a burger. See, I can switch it up just like that. I got Teddy a burger. I gave him a cheeseburger. I got myself a McChicken, mayo chicken, and a Big Mac. And guess what? The Big Mac cost me £1.10 because I asked for bacon in it. But it only cost me £1.10 because of the bacon in it, else it would have been free. And that's because I had like 6,500 points to use up. So I just used them up. So my McDonald's came to like, I got a Big Mac, a mayo chicken, Big Mac, I got bacon in it, and then I got a matcha cold drink, and then I got a large Coke, and I also got a cheeseburger with Teddy, and it was under a tenner for all of that, which is not too bad at all. What do you mean, do I have a Teddy? I have an actual Teddy, yeah. I got a big one in the spare room, like an actual huge Teddy, and I'm talking it's about this big, with it holding a big heart up. But I've got an actual Teddy in the corner as well, like a dog. Oh yeah, I know that. Teddy, come here. Come here. People want to see you. Come here, mister. Come here. Come on. Come on. Up. Oh, you slipped. Come on, try again. You go this way, this way, this way. Good boy. Don't bark at me. Growl at me, mister. I'm trying to get you comfortable. This is Teddy. Hang on. Stay there. No, I'm going to feed him in a minute. I'm waiting for my mate to turn up. He messaged me at 3 o'clock. I'm like, can you sort me any weed out? He's like, yeah, I've only got dog. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I was like, can I sort out half ounce? And he didn't message me back after that. I did take Teddy to McDonald's. When I went today, I went to Salisbury today because I had a meeting with my consultant about my spine, and they did a full spine X-ray today from top to bottom. So they X-rayed all 33 vertebrae, and literally, I've got a problem from S1, which is at the bottom of your spine, to L1 to L5. So I've got a problem with 5 different vertebrae at the bottom of my spine. But you look at a spine and it's like line, vertebrae, line, vertebrae, line, vertebrae, line, vertebrae. You get towards the bottom of my spine, it's just messed up. I'll see if I can show you a picture of it. Hang on. Oh, you can sort of see it, but I wish I could zoom in, but I can't. Basically, you can see the middle of the top of my spine is fine, where it's black, white, black, white, black, white, and then you can see the middle of my spine here. I had surgery there in the middle, so you go about 3/4 of the way down to the middle, and then if you look at the bottom, from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bottom, they're all messed up. But you can see the white there. That white, you see where the spinal cord is black all the way through. At the top, it's black, right? And you can see at the bottom, there's a shade of grey, right? Can you see in the middle? All that white. That's damage. And that won't ever repair itself. So the white that you can see on my spine, all that white is permanent damage. All the black and grey, that's normal. So you can see at the top, by my neck and that, and my shoulders, it's fine. And you can see in the middle where I had surgery, it's literally all white. And then you can see where it's white, 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 and then it goes grey, 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 and then white, and then it's all fucked up at the bottom, as you can see. But that's the side of me as well. Can you see how I naturally stand? Can you see that gait, that fucking curve in my spine? And that's my belly, look. I wish I'd tensed, because you would have seen my belly a lot more flat instead of me looking fat there. You see the bottom of my top of my ass cheeks as well. But yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? That's my actual spine from top to bottom. And that image they stitched it together, so they took a bit. You can see where it's a little bit wonky. Yeah, they can hardly do fuck all for me. I'm having a facet joint injection. That's what they're doing next. And then that's my pelvis at the bottom, and my bladder. This is my bladder here. I've got a massive bladder. No wonder I can hold a piss for so long. But yeah, it's really cool. It's cool. You can sort of see my heart there as well if you look carefully. I'll show you my knee as well. I had a knee X-ray, and it's fucked up as well. My knee. Oh, look at this! Look at this ice cream I had earlier. It was well nice. Oh, I won't load up the whole image, but look, it was well nice. Nom 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 nom. Don't be so rude, man. Hope everyone's doing alright. Hope everyone's well. Look, my mate took the piss. Didn't even fucking turn up. Not happy. Now I've got to go a fucking whole night without it. Another whole night without it. Which means I'm fucking gonna hardly be able to sleep tonight. Which fucking sucks. Yeah, it's fine. Look, I messaged him at 3 in the afternoon. Do you know what I mean? What a piss take. So I'm just cleaning out my grinder, which I haven't done in fucking years. Like my original grinder. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm tempted to just start growing it myself. Because then I ain't got to rely on anybody. And I can just pick it off my plant whenever I need it. Obviously grow enough so that I don't run out. And I can just keep trimming it every 12 weeks, make a mother plant, and then obviously trim the mother plant, and then obviously clone that, and then you can just have an endless batch then once you clone the mother plant. I got like maybe 2 bongs, 3 bongs, if that. Yeah, I might just start growing it myself, because the amount I go through, it would save me money on buying it prescription, and it would save me money buying it on the streets. So in the long run, if I do it right, I can make myself an endless supply. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, it will stink to a degree. But my flat stinks anyway when someone drops a ½ ounce around or an ounce around. But obviously, it's going to stink constantly. That's the only issue I've got. That yes, with a grow tent, I can put the lid on it and that, zip it up and that, but it'll still smell to a degree. It won't be completely smell proof. But of course, when you've got a grow, a couple of ounces in your house, and a grow is different. Because when you've got a full-on fucking grow in your house, the whole fucking place stinks, mate. And it's so acrid and so strong in comparison. Because my mate used to have a tent, and it stuck. worked for a second then. Oh, it's not working now. How's that not working either? Let's have a battery. There it is. There you go. It wasn't as bright as it could go. That's way better. Maybe I'll pause it like that. Belt's just come done. Bought a lighter, right? And bought a lighter this morning, and I can't even find it. Literally, it's not in my bag. I bought a lighter this morning, used it once. I think I put it in my pocket, or it might have fallen on the floor, I don't know. I'll just loosen it up. See the cut there, right there and there. It's only getting better. My six pack's being more prominent as well. My body fat's down to like 10%. Don't have to rub it in, bro. Thanks for that. Literally, I've got an addictive personality, so you saying that just makes it worse. So cheers for that. I'm trying not to think about it. And you just bring it up when I'm trying not to think about it. Yes, I have a few bombs, but they're not going to last long. So yeah, could you not? 17 joints, that's a bit excessive. Hi. There should be one for the other. I like the Visa on the back. They've finally done the bird, the hologram, where it's just a bird. Before it wasn't a bird, was it? Before it was like a whole square. Now they've done it where they can just do the fucking thingy on the bottom, which is sick. Yeah, where they can do that on the bottom. That's sick. That there. The little Visa debit eagle. But yeah, could you not rub it in, please, Mr. New York DJ? Mate, my dog got so much attention today. Unreal. He always gets loads of attention though. I was in the hospital and lots of people in the hospital love dogs. And yeah, as soon as I took him in the hospital, I was swarmed by about 10 people in the space of about 3 hours, 4 hours. I had 10 people come up to me one by one. Everyone could like and subscribe, that'd be much appreciated. I've got 1,010 subscribers at the moment. I'm 1.1k. 1.01k. Frozen as a motherfucker. Love it. Look at this. Frozen. Oh, it's not frozen. Hi. Sorry, that could work. Yeah, it'll work. They see me floating, they hating, but trying to catch me right and dirty. Try to catch me right and dirty. Try to catch me right and dirty. Where the fuck's that leg going? There it is. Let's change it. There's one battery in there. Teddy, stop. Teddy, stop. Hank. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Look. The band don't stop, I still control it. Fans keep begging me to do this music, but I'm still trapping. I told them I'm loaded. You never told go hold him. I got my freaky watch man folding. I'm in the T on my beat, county lines controlling. If I get nicked, then it's me that holding. How many visits have I got waiting? Sarah, Wishbone, Kenny, and Jason. The risk that I take it for me anymore. So I gotta keep on taking. How many man have I taken out? So many beats I play with the speak I'm facing. All of these shots in town, they hate me. And my window lick on a baiting. Would you be surprised if I sat down told you my life? Would you be surprised if I ever told you what I did with this knife? It felt so wrong, but I knew it was right. Knew it was right, I was so surprised. I see that bad boy smoking pipes. I hate it when the night girls open my flat with a torch. Like, can you not hear that I'm flying? There's times that I could be the nicest guy, but stepping to me, that's suicide. I was young in the streets, concealing mine. They know what I'm on, it's eye for eye. Suppressor attaching at the end of a line. You ain't even gonna hear that bullet fly. Different breed, different kind, different kettle of fish, that's I gave her back with a machine, and I told her don't look inside. Don't ever let your Margie find this shit. If she does, I'm fucked, I'm back inside. Trapped up and I'm trapped in, but I'm trying to leave this life of crime. Sorry, mum, all the times that I made you cry. Sorry, mum, made you cry. Sorry, mum, all the times I took your knives. Sorry, mum, took your knives. My mum even caught my back to drill him. 22 inch hanging off on my side. How many times did I say on my blicky? I'm sorry to my mum, it was every night. I got my left hand on the steering wheel, but I'm trying to slap man on my right. Close friends turning to racks and mics. My mum used to look at me and ask man why. All I ever knew was drug supply. All of my niggas keep switching sides. All of this pain I hold inside. I feel to go catch me a homicide. I feel to go catch me a body. The same way I tried doing on the Scotty. I'm thinking back, should've left the shotty. Should've let that off. Used to step out daily, trying to do a dumpy. When I see South, go back to the old him and show them man who's a puppy. The music, I'm loaded. You and Logan Golden. Look me out the volume. Man, my beat, county lines and crawling. If I can nick this, me not holding. How's it going to come out? Get them. Come on. Shoulders here. Doof, doof, doof. Right. Built differently. Right, look. Even my chest.
All cause I'm famous, the corner piece of the pie. She keep following me now. I'm in a courtroom trying to fight for my life. I ain't got nobody holding me down. I've been alone for so long. When I...
1 minute. 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 1 minute
front of my eyes. Never left my life, a nigga snake me in racks, I was sitting inside. Someone's gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die. Came home and I took over, slide me tonight. If my niggas not on me and slide me tonight. I don't know who said street niggas don't cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Don't compare me to them, we're not alike. No one's picking on my calls, it's got me talking to the star. Grew up in Hatfield, straight from Grenada. Real money maker, bundle with me caked up. I just got a new murder. I was 19 trying to catch a murder. Drug dealer and a lurker. Remember I was in a tea house and learner. Thinks he's a bad man. I can take it further. She wants a bad man. She don't wanna work her. Said she have a man, me have a girl too. But he don't really nurture her. Said she have a man, me have a girl too. You better know from no server. We're on a back road. She ain't coming back home. Need to make it back home. Think he in his back home. All this trapping I do, I think I'm losing my mind. Ooh, I think I'm losing my mind. Used to sneak on my mum's with a gun for the vine. A kitty taught me how to whip and that shit saved my life. Fucked up the whip, I put it in the freezer to dry. Seen a kitty OD right in front of my eyes. Since then it's never left my mind. My nigga slayed me for raps. I was sitting inside in my soul, talking to myself. Someone's gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die. Came home and I thought what was sliding tonight. If my niggas not on it, then I'll slide me in line. I don't know who said street niggas don't cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Don't compare me to them, we're not alike. No one's picking on my calls, it's got me talking to the sky. Grew up in Hatfield, straight from Grenada. Real money maker, bando got me caked up. I just got a new burner. I was 19 trying to catch a murder. Drug dealer and a lurker. Remember I was in a tea house a learner. Thinks he's a bad man, I can take it further. She wants a bad man, she don't wanna work her. Said she have a man, me have a gal too. Wow. I don't really nurture. Said she have a man, me have a gal too. You better not fuck on no server. 2 sets of
coming back home, need to make it back home.
50 on each arm, basically.
3 spots booming at the same time, mad though. Who would have thought I'd make a living off a crack stone? Who would have thought I'd make a killing off a robbing niggas? Who would have thought I'd make a killing off a stage?
2 sets of,
I never thought about
4 sets of 12 on each arm.
Twice, I just get him in his face. Things on my mind that just won't go away. Had to burn my clothes, it was covered in stains. Feels like for the street shit I was made. Even up in Barca, I got my flick blade. Smile on my face, but I'm holding so much pain. Hella drugs in his whip, got me looking like a plane. Paranoia, got a new blicky for my old mates. Tell me how you got a gun, no bullets per chain. My nigga changed, that's when everything changed. My life's like a movie with all this cocaine. But I wanna pay, and I'll do it up again. The way that man are talking is too profane. Yeah, all this trapping I do, I think I'm losing my mind. Ooh, I think I'm losing my mind. Used to sleep on my mum with a gun full of pride. A kitty told me how to whip and that shit saved my life. Fucked up the whip, I put it in the freezer to dry. Seen a kitty OD right in front of my eyes. Since then it's never left my mind. My nigga snake me for raps. I was sitting inside in myself, talking to myself. Someone's gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die. Came home and I thought what was sliding to me. If my niggas not on it, then I'll slide me in line. I don't know who said street niggas don't cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Don't compare me to them, we're not alike. No one's picking on my calls, it's got me talking to the sky.
Listen, this be crazy. Dad, why you sit so low?
Stuck in my dream, yeah. Cause I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows, I've seen the feelings. I go with friends on my line, they hit on my phone, even my scene. I remember when they never tried, they're fucking with me. I remember when they never tried, I'm stuck in my dream, yeah. Cause I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows, I've seen the feelings. I go with friends on my line, they hit on my phone, even my scene. I remember when they never tried, they're fucking with me. I remember when they never tried, stuck in my dream, yeah. Guess I'm stuck in my dream, got girls, no whip, and they sing my songs. I got money on my mind till it's gone, never cry too long, can't man, stay strong. Me and Robbie got this rap scene wild. I'll be here for a while till this rap shit's gone. So much love to my fans, all the ups and the downs. I'ma show you how the Essex done. I'ma show you about this Essex shit. Though we never had no bands on us, nights out, get rough, cause we Essex kids. And I just got an Essex bitch. I need to invest in this. All these thoughts in my head, they collide. I don't care about the rights if I take that risk. But I promise I'ma take yous in. Shit, I promise I'ma take yous out. Fuck fame, I don't care about the game. I think about the money that I'm taking now. Like, I just wanna make you proud. Back then when my life was wild. Yeah, I really had them things on us. I just went down, upside down. Shit, always tell that shit right round. Now we get the baddies on me. Now we get the baddies on me. You get a quick, don't trip, really get
See that like this.
Now we get the baddies on me. Now we get the baddies on me. You get a quick, don't trip, really get my G. Got prove my point, I'm a hundred. Stuck in my dream, yeah. Cause that's in the highs, that's in the lows, that's in the feelings. I've got friends in my life, on my phone, even my scene. I remember when they never tried, fucking with me. I remember when they never tried.
I'm gonna try something else. That curls round like that. Didn't do that a few years ago. And that one. Then curls round like that. It's nice. Even look.
I remember when they never tried. Stuck in my dream. Now I'm winning with my team. You ain't never seen a cowboy deep. Like all these feelings in my dreams. Wake up, I got these friends with me. And now you're pulling up my weed. Get a drink, I'll be more than tipsy. Have a party with the cheese. Turn up with a couple of gypsies. Turn up with a couple of back ones. Not a day in your life, you're busting that gun. I just wanna do it for Roski and Mum. I don't care about the money, you Roski or some. Really got a game in my head right now. When you step down, yes, for the match of my sound. So I'm on the tracks right now. With my stack high and I keep my feet on the ground. That's in the highs, that's in the lows, that's in the feelings. I'll go with friends in my line, they hit on my phone.
I remember when they never tried. Yes, I remember when they never tried.
Stuck in my dream, yeah. Cause that's in the highs, that's in the lows, that's in the feelings. I'll go with friends in my line, they hit on my phone, even my scene. I remember when they never tried, fucking with me. I remember when they never tried. Stuck in my dream, yeah. Cause that's in the highs, that's in the lows, that's in the feelings. I'll go with friends in my line, they hit on my phone, even my scene.
That's cold.
I remember when they never tried, fucking with me. I remember when they never tried. Stuck in my dream, yeah. Say where you been? I've been busy breaking slabs, breaking bad. I just turned someone's baby mum charge into a lab. Lambo truck to O, I used to trap it out of Abdul's cab. He don't give a flying fuck, he makes the bills, I make a bag. That's what the homies call me, that's my tag. Police got me sat on tag, county lines for serving crack. Same town, different back, trap to trap, going mad. I brought a Z and doubled it, I hit the town and troubled it. I'm badding up my young ways, the same way Uncle Ruckus did. He's thick and bad with it, girls I think she knows I'm loving it. If I'm a bad boy, imagine what my fucking brothers did.
Look, I'm used to alleyways and pissy blocks, rebel raps and hitting shots. Time to time I'd sit and watch, I'm learning by the witches pot. There weren't a time it didn't lock. Now here's the grub, go bill a block. Flipping rock for silly prof, we sell it hot but get it soft. The bando's full of smokers and the sofa's full of beddy bugs. Just got off the phone to bro, it's cooking, coming ready up. Flashback thinking trauma, put the doors and they've already run. Steady son, I can't do my niggas like what Melly done. Taught myself the game and made mistakes along the way. It's the game I'd wanna play, it won't be any other way. Playing 60 on the States and drilling every other day. Leveled up, different part to play, my heart remains the same. Bando habits, it's the T in me. Don't know what she seeing me. Upset when she ain't seeing me. Or when my phone's on D&D. I can't go out like K&B. No snaps, so bitch, I'm out. Try and let me do it, not my thing, my gun, I say I'm off.
SA, where you been? I've been busy breaking slabs, breaking bad. I just... Yeah, but this nigga's flying on my way.
Back, bitch.
We pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain, I'm a killer, girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. It's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little niggas don't get banged, cause they'll do that job with me while I hop on the plane. She don't like her body, love the doctor with a new shape. Blowing up my phone cause she just see me with my new babe. Heartbreaker, ladies love me like I'm Cool J. She is trying to cling on to a nigga, but it's too late. Booked the flight to Cali, racks and condoms in my suitcase. And every single dollar in these bands got a blue face. Diamonds in the rollie and HD like it's Blu-ray. The way that I've been ballin' should make the cover of 2K. So I'm for the summer, I might pull up in a new Wraith. This ain't on the game, that's gonna only get your crew chased. And we house it down, better tighten up your shoelace. Lil' bro, get up close and let the block 22. We pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain, I'm a killer, girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little niggas don't get banged, cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane.
Yeah, I call the bro, he said he ready for this thing. But you playing, you a lame, you ain't never put in pain. See, I be around some killers that go crazy for the game. If I showed you all my charges, you won't look at me and say, made some choices in my life I wish I never had to make. Plus my brothers see them dying, I just see them graduate. Got that 40 on my side, but I'm just rolling past the chase. But my hand can do the job, and I ain't smoking masturbate. I was in and out of state, but I had a bag and make. I risked my life, but it's alright, cause God ain't let me pass away. Go to mom, spin the block, just know he coming back today. I call Polo, he come Dolo, we get him the fast.
We pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain, I'm a killer, girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little niggas don't get banged, cause they'll do that job for me while I hop on the plane.
You even know I can sing. Shorty a little body, shorty my little boo thing, and shorty got the fatty. Shorty be catching mood swings. Every time I fuck with her rubber, I landed on the covers, and I kept it on the cover, cause I don't kiss and tell. Every time I fuck, she call me daddy. My little mama nasty. I see the pussy in the panties. She tastes like candy. She a queen like Nefertiti. Oh, my little mama sing pretty. And we be shining through the city. I gave the keys to the Grammy. Get off in it, you don't gotta cry to me. I'm your best friend, baby, you don't gotta lie. I get you everything that you want and you need. From Chanel to Celine, and show you to the side. Valentino, yeah, I'll put you in the best. So lifting up your dress, no kissing on your neck. Start rubbing on your body, start massaging your breast. I ain't wanna give you a baby just yet, so I back out and let it on your breast. I put you in an Uber and sent you to your bed. The very next day, you sent me a text. You pulled it to the crib and we did it again. Show me your little body, show me my little boo thing, and shorty got the fatty. Shorty be catching mood swings. Every time I fuck with her, I nutted on the covers, and I kept it on the cover, cause I don't kiss and tell.
You know I never found love until I looked into your eyes. First time blushing, I ain't even gon' lie. 4 round hit, even blues on your thighs. You the only bitch can make me spin off on the guys, and the only bitch that make me wanna know when I'm inside. If you don't vibe, maybe me you getting high. Honey, if you're smoking with you, even if they try. She I'm so naughty, I ain't never felt they die. So my eyes while I sleep, hope you'll be there when I wake. Honestly, I feel a vibe we had a dream. If there's something in your mind, you could tell me. And if I told you it's on mine, would you love me? You won't see the bigger picture, it's just gonna take time. Just because you're mine, I'ma keep you looking like a dime. Ain't no sure, baby, we can make it through. Why you acting brand new? You know you my little. Got up on my Birkin, it's working. She said she a virgin, it's working. She my biggest fan, she always lurking. She know I'm a man, I'ma put that work in. No, she can't stand me, I'm fancy. So I'ma bring her out when I get my Grammys. Late night sex, she get 5 pennies. Couldn't hold it in, now she need a plan B. Shorty a little patty, she my little bull thing.
And Shorty got the fatty. Shorty be catching mood swings.
Every time I fuck without a rubber, I nutted on her covers.
And I kept it undercover. Cause I don't kiss and tell.
I bet I was doing alright. This is so true though.
I ain't tryna die young, so I ride with one. Still 10 toes down in my Balenciagas. You ran on a nigga, that's a shot. Cold-hearted nigga, what's a blocker? Gotta keep it on me, I wanna die young. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'ma go post bail, just look at my wrist. Tell me why the legends always gotta die quick. When I'm in traffic, gotta slide with the beam on me. Cause I keep my 10 rays bustin' out the jeans on me. Niggas be hating on rich, it's all about the cream on me. If I ever get caught, I can they gon' slide. But since I got the rollie, I ain't got the time. Flawless diamonds, niggas can't never like to shine. They know I'm ballin' in the city like the rose. Gotta keep my niggas around me, I can't do the wrong friend. I was knocking down walls, now they closing in. I'm off the porch and I hopped inside the Porsche. Fuck me in the side, nigga, I'ma be the main course. With the rolls like a young nigga made for it. Young, so I ride one. Still 10 toes down in my Balenciagas. He ran up on a nigga, that's a shot. Cold-hearted nigga, what's a blocker? Gotta keep it on me, I wanna die young. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'ma go post bail, just look at my wrist. Tell me why the legends always gotta die quick. Tryna get my back, it's going to make it happen. Me and my dogs, we was bustin' out the bed though. Found up them honeys, so we throw it in the mattress. Wrap it in plastic and throw it in the attic. I be in the streets, nigga, I stand 10 toes. Any nigga in my situation would've been full. We was trapping out the basement, made it back tenfold. Gotta stay out the way, that's why I'm always on a tenfold. We would fight fair cases, remember I was 2-0. Nigga was fighting the streets and sipping syrup, I was moving slow. I was down below, but still I always kept my head up. They gotta get my bread up, I don't wanna die young. Tryna die young, so I gotta ride one. Still 10 toes down in my Balenciagas. He ran out on a nigga, that's a shot. Cold-hearted nigga, what's a blocker? Gotta keep it on me, I wanna die young. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. I'ma go post bail, just look at my wrist. Tell me why the legends always gotta die quick. I'm the J-New family.
Make you say I'll let you go. You gon' be doing all these calendars. Yeah, that was the best thing that ever happened to me. Cookie and freeze, yeah. He likes to cook it and freeze.
That's the cookie and freeze. You know what I mean? In 3, you know.
Controlling, wanting to own the cheese. Money's my expertise. I like being overseas. Nothing should know like a Siamese. Cold like ice, I freeze my wrist. Boys go up as I sneeze. To try to take all of achieve. Yeah.
I stay alone, I stay relieved.
Yeah.
They hide the hope
Cause
inside
I
me.
believe. Yeah. This is Louis, this ain't blue and cold. Yeah. Big jacket, I'm an Eskimo. Oh, I don't care about the radio. Oh, I don't give a cool Scorpio. Oh, if I can't make you stay, I'll let you go. Oh, you can't be doing all these cameos. Man, that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I got some veggies, got some carrots and some broccoli that's just rolling with me. The level of perfection I give others got me thinking that there's no guarantee. That everyone is honest and I promise life ain't easy, so I'm trapping, you see. I'm a part of 1,000 years one. When it's time he likes to cook it and freeze. Yeah, he likes to cook it and freeze. Rolling sound. Yours too loud. The crib is gay. Fair play house. Just how come so don't care. They tried to time I'm back. Roll balls fighting from scratch. Red balls on the left from scratch. What's down, I count on them. And the race no stars on them. But you know they know me, man. And she sends me presents, fam. One girl named Gucci, Gucci, quick. One ring because she simply rings. And the drug up and he lost his head. Like Henry did Sammy's wife. Ooh, darling. She came on top of me, wore on me like a pool pie. You gotta tell my bro, hear me understand this mine. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I got some veggies, got some carrots and some broccoli that's just rolling with me. The level of affection I give others got me thinking that there's no guarantee. That everyone is honest and I promise life ain't easy, so I'm trapping the sea.
Milks on the mic, I'm a head for bearer. No me strap in 90s era. Just my goal, no parada wearer. Metro Smiler, MC Terror. BA13, SN15, SN10, cause you know my area. Know my team, doing it, making a scene cause I leave a march cause she's so territorial. My actually chain actually looks nice. The way my shoulders are getting built, the chain's starting to sit nicely because before my shoulders were literally like flat like that.
All this trapping I do, I think I'm losing my mind. I think I'm losing my mind. Used to sleep on my mum's with a gun for the bag. A kitty told me I could whip and that shit saved my life. Fucked up the whip, I put it in the freezer to dry. Seen a kitty OD right in front of my eyes. Since then it's never left my mind. My nigga snaked me for racks. I was sitting inside in my soul, talking to myself. Someone's gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die, gotta die. Came home and I thought what was sliding tonight. If my niggas not on it and I'm sliding in line. I don't know who said street niggas don't cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Don't compare me to them, we're not alike. I was picking on my calls, it's got me talking to the sky. Grew up in Hatfield, straight from Grenada. Real money maker, Bando got me caked up. I just got a new burner. I was 19 trying to catch a murder. Drug dealer and a lurker. Remember I was in the tea house a learner. Thinks he's a bad man, I can take it further. She wants a bad man, she don't wanna work her. Said she have a man, me have a girl too, but he don't really nurture her. Said she have a man, me have a girl too. He better no phone, no server. We're on a back road, she ain't coming back home. Need to make it back home, Vicky in his strap phone. 3 spots booming at the same time, mad though. Who would've thought I'd make a living off of crack stones? Who would've thought I'd make a killing off of robbing niggas? Who would've thought I'd make a killing off of steaks? I never thought about Blicky for my own niggas. I ain't thinking twice, I just got him in his face. Things on my mind, I just wanna go away. Had to burn my clothes that was covered in stains. Feels like for the street shit I was made. Even up in Barca, I got my flip blade. Smile on my face, but I'm holding so much pain. Then the drugs in this whip got me looking like a plane. Paranoia, got a new Blicky for my old mates. Tell me how you got a gun, no bullets, but change. My nigga changed, that's when everything changed. My life's like a movie with all this cocaine. Man, I wanna play, gonna do it all again. The way that man are talking is too fair. Yeah, this trapping I do, I think I'm losing my mind. I think I'm losing my mind. Used to sleep on my mum for the gun for the bag. Kitty told me how to whip and I should say, man. Fucked up the whip, I put it in a freezer to dry. Seen Kitty OD right in front of my eyes. Since then it's never left my mind. My nigga snaked me for raps. I was sitting inside of myself, talking to myself. So I gotta die.
No, it's not my voice.
Gotta die.
I wish it was.
If my niggas not on me, then slide me a line. I don't know who said street niggas don't cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Don't compare me to them, we're not alike. No one's picking on my calls, it's got me talking to the sky.
I'll play one of my tracks and I'll go over it live. And then you'll hear me, what I'm like live. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'll go over one of my tracks I did actually live and you'll hear me in it properly.
Yo, big up everyone inside, big up Nutty, big up Will.
This is me.
Still Dash, 2019's coming, you know.
This is 6 years ago.
It's big.
7 years ago.
I've been away for a while. Why?
This is me.
Big up Southwest, big up everyone doing their thing.
Let's go. I touch the mic, living with defeat. Music for the passion, with the rhythm at my feet. As I feel unique, that's deep, one of a kind. Spray my bars, now listen to mine. Time for the wine, let me control you. Sit back, tell you I'm not on you, cause you're old news. Don't bust out your old news, you'll get part in my back spot, whole crew. Told you so, cause you never did listen. Never to me heat, get the fuck out my kitchen. KB was on a mission, so hot, but up like dudes. Your words always real truth as I flop in the mouth with the fact of you. Try and murk me in the scene, very murky. MC, wanna get known. Look, Dash, you take this stuff from the bottom, make changes.
In my dog faces, day by day, times I need to break this, top this, place this, trap, frame. Remember that truck is amazing, we so tasty, profit taking. I'm getting away baking, paralyzed, breathtaking, fading.
I start to get, listen to how aggressive I get now, listen.
Cause I do it my own way, closer forward. Passion, emotion, playing the game. Hamilton in the fast lane, spouting with a fountain to the youth with their movement.
Watch.
Top boy, top friend, top boy, top friend. So metric, I don't abuse them. So insane.
Now listen.
We're moving one decimal place, like I'm calculating next level. Moves in my brain, like I'm flying a plane, like I'm climbing mountains. Fuck that shit, no safety equipment. Common sense is a state of mind. I don't need jack, and I do it without it. I'm as possible now, I doubt it. Takes a certain frequency, but it to occur. It's a natural process for me. Hand over the flame, blood, yeah, you feel the humidity. As I purify my decisions, man. Cause I know it, man. Cause I did my research in history. Little note to the end user, man. I don't miss a bit, I'm so sick of it. Bro, like H2O, everyone's finest. Only need one century. I'm following my own orders and take and crown. Look what it did to me. People die, though, but it's next to the system mystery. All over the globe, all over the down, big up history. I've got supporters, cause I know I ain't alone. Across the pond, in the fans I've got states. So hectic, make my plans get no. Western time, GMT time. Woo! Specifically, where we never hate, no stakes, no misery. So I move my pole, across that board, no black pole.
I'll play one of my other tracks I did on SoundCloud. It's an old track, but it's still a good track. I'll play you it. It's probably one of my favourite tracks I've done. Where's it gone? So, what's it done that for? Oh, I see. My two best tracks are these two. Tell me what you think of them. So this one and this one. I'll play you this one first. It's called War Stress. That's my old gun as well. And I did this track myself. I mixed this track down myself. This is my old gun. I've got new ones in here. I've got two new ones in there. If you don't believe me, I'll show you.
Switch lanes, and again. But no one to talk to. Mommy, I think it wasn't a walkthrough. Feel like stabbing myself in the eye with a corkscrew. Got veggies, you know that sort of you. You're a prick, that's what I thought to. People talk to me.
This is my mate, and then I come in after.
Like, yeah, hold on, got bad you so on. They'll try and stop me. Write these bars, really top me. Talk like me, like call me, cut me. Give me bars, you ain't never gonna top me. Ill to be, ill to see, flow so silky that you're running me to feel me. And your mum is a MILF G, cause she wants to please me. Like I'm joking, that's just easy. Everything good and everything easy, everything easy. Call it organic, please don't panic. Might be married, miracle iceberg, yeah, Titanic. That's static. Flow it down, yeah, that's matic. Blazing, on the mic floating in over station. The way I'm pacing. I don't know, shoot now, fill it with a float and fill it on a float.
It's rifled as well, look.
Mic, ready tonight. Come shoot on a mic, know that flight. Anybody fill it with a ton of the light. Oh.
Properly rifled as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sing the melody. Come to flow, you know I'm heavily. Back to the voice of the cemetery. Anybody can feel it on a melody. Yeah, and a melody. Feel it on the mic and flow with the
Still powerful. This would easily kill you if you put it to your head. In the scene is very murky. Look, not a toy, misuse or careless misuse may cause injury or death. Death. Go in the first fucking sentence. Take this stuff from the bottom, major changes in my dark catch, but that's enough protection for me in the UK. I mean, I can legally own these as well. Yeah. And you could, if you drill this out, look. Look. See straight through it. So you could easily, if you knew someone knew what they were doing, you could easily drill that out. Moving one decimal place. Yeah, cause I'm moving, cause I'm making moves in my brain, like I'm flying a plane. What's happened there? It's a state of mind, I don't need jet, I'm doing about it, now I doubt it. Take a certain frequency, put it to occur, that's a natural process for me. Have a plane, fill the humidity. As a purifier of decisions, man, allow it, man. I did my research in history. Little note today, use of blood, I don't miss a beat. I'm so sick of it. 4 joules. Did to me, people doubt it, go. Oh, it's useless, it's just a mystery. And my other favourite track he did was this one. Why has it fucking done that?
Depression, I'm still battling. Depression, yeah, I'm still battling. Still come through the door, what's happening? Venomous snake, yeah, I see you rattling. But I'ma keep to my passion. Nobody didn't wanna know chaos. When I had no food, then I had to ration. Then I'm like, damn.
How a jailbird?
So sick from Anglo-Saxon. With the party and also the faxon. Mr. Media, call me Jackson. Ignore it. I got flows and I never do store it. Rip it apart and tore it. Walk out with the glory. It's up and you pour it. Yeah, I have to learn this flow. You think I bought it? MG trooper. Turn next day, couldn't be wireless looper.
That's me in the background.
If you're not lost, little stops, then I won't choose you. Just only boost up, and I see right through you. Don't consider us, so I get so many hits. Cause you was sounding so many bars in my brain, yeah, counting back on the book. Just like Townsend, don't wanna be there, let her around him, so how is it sounding? She begging, shouting, sending me naked pictures, her, yeah, counting. I'm not a melting, like not in my sector. Way back, spray no beats, so we can project us. Spin it on the rim, direction, flow with the force, infection. Politics, thing, like let me elect you. Give me that spoiling, get a beg ya. Mix it up with a beat, texture. When I'm
it more weakness. Lyrical heads and lyrical sleepers. No time to stop for the breathers. I got flows that put you in seizures. Flow, I eat this. Nobody beats this. Not even deep. Been under rhythm, I don't beat this. Trap queen, trap slut, trap whore. She's actually more. She's like a trap door. Know what I mean? And know that blood just wanting more. Pussy beat up, yeah, get it sore. Legs spread, eyes white, thighs white. Running bang on the floor, with the floorboards. 9-inch nail, yeah, she's on the floor. Yeah, for no rules, no reason, no reason, just wait, leaving. So listen up, so it's the season. Whenever, wherever, I don't even know me. It's easy to get bad. She in a little bit so see. I see her in the AM, pray to the Lord, said amen, pays me visit. Lucy told me, she said, let's go. Next time, I'm a dreaming, like police go and force me, cause I say no, cause I like paying well, well, pretty little anything pagey. But you don't even know that I like so crazy, damn bitch. You know what? Crazy damn bitch, even gave up my babies. Trying to make sense to help you. You looked at me and you just said maybe it's too late to save you from those enemies. They paid you. Fuck your head, crap baby. So easy sex. No. Smack that mouse strap. Little clothes on you. Little clothes on you. Look at class A rap. Don't fall for it, you fall for the phone, you fall for the false in it, it's mad, yeah, and you ain't winning with pages, you do you up so hard, you screw up,
Listen to the end of it.
You gonna pay me for a track star.
And doing a bong at the end. That's brilliant. That's one of my tracks though.
Welcome. This is Mashuk. When you feel depressed or sad, you can listen to this track. You can listen it.
No, I don't want to listen to this track. You're an Indian guy. I don't want to listen to you. No, thank you. My chest is getting built nicely, man.
We pop out at your party, I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery, yeah, so tuck your chain. I'm a killer girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, man, we ain't have a thing. It's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock with me, little nigga gon' get banged. Cause they do that job for me while I hop on the plane. She don't like her body, left the doctor with a new shape. Blowing up my phone, she just see me with my new babe. Heartbreaker, ladies love me like I'm Cool J. She was trying to cling up to a nigga, but it's too late. Booked a flight to Cali, condoms in my suitcase. And every single dollar in the band's got a blue face. The rollie, like a do-break. Balling, hang for cover of 2K. Blowing on my pull up in a new wave. Gang, get your true chased. Down, but to tighten up your shoelace. Glock 22.
I love how they pick up a 2.2 rifle. And they got all size guns in America, massive guns in America, but they use a 2.2, which is what got in the UK.
Aim for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, but we ain't have a thing. There's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers rock me, little nigga gon' get banged. Cause they do that job with me while I hop on the plane. I said, a Rollie said you ready for this thing. Were you playing? Were you lame? You would never put in pain. Be around some killers that go crazy for the game. You won't know my charges, you won't look at me the same. Voices in my life I wish I never had to make. Rather see him dying, I just see him graduate. Got the 40 on my side and I'm just rolling past the J. They had to do a job and I ain't talking masturbate. I was in out of state, but I had it back to make. I risked my life, but it's alright, but let me pass away. Come with bones with the blockers and we coming back today. I go bolo, he go dolo, we get him fast. I'm with the gang, and it's gonna be a robbery. So tuck your chain. I'm a killer girl, I'm sorry, but I can't change. We ain't aiming for your body, shots at your brain. We come from poverty, but we ain't have a thing. It's a lot of animosity, but they won't say my name. Them killers ride me, little nigga gon' get banged. If they don't do that job with me while I hop on the plane.
live with me. Last time I picked up a book, I didn't kill the fiend. I don't see a potent rapper out there that can mirror me. When I gave my kidneys to these kids, you must be kidding me. Do you remember playing Operation? Yeah, that's how I feel about these compilations. I think they're the next Dr. Dre until they lose their patience. Saying the game's in a statement, that's an understatement. I mean, how much more gems can I drop on the future? How much of my fans might just not buy my new stuff? We all got bars, but nobody hears it. Grew up bringing sandwich to the beach in the hope of finding tuna. This is nonsense. Past tense. I'm a rap genius of past sense. So if you ain't got a 2-1 or you ain't free, gotta graduate before you pass Rex. We got off on the wrong foot because you half step. Meanwhile, I'm getting restless because I can't rest. 21 hours I'm awake, the other 3 I'm in the days writing what to say with my last breath. Can you not hear the difference? Even when it's in your system. Every time I flip the script, I got a scripture. I've seen man going from the strip to the strip club. I'm trying to go from eating rich tea to the rich club. I used to want to go from the bitch to the bricks cuz, and then I realized that it's a fix when your skin's dark. Should I do a Kanye and keep it chiller? Fuck that. Even when I lose, I'm the winner. The people's trying to defend the people who never got the point until they grab the needle. Niggas try to minus my pluses to divide my people. We go from stepping on road just to stepping by the Beatles. It's progression at its finest. They say my weakness is kindness. I kill them with success because it's timeless. Every verse is a verse from the chapter I was writing. The writings on the wall, we know destiny's child is King Kendrick or Jermaine Cole. Or are you saying King Richard or Jermaine's Cole? I'm trying to lay the blueprint and give you reasonable doubt so when you watch the throne you can see me change clothes. Wait, you best believe that I'm a general, because one of us has got to compete at all the festivals, and I've been out here rapping for free, before my testicles drop, man. I'm so credible, I'm incredible. They say a promise is a comfort to a few online. If I want to say I live in comfort, I'm the truth. And this will be the best fire in the booth. And I doubt they'll tell you different when I'm standing in the room. Why? Different class. Sometimes you have to ask, do you want to be the best in your country or your school? In a country full of rules where we're sending lollipop to keep them sucking on our balls. It's survival of the fittest, so I'm Mo Farah. I'm black as air, I'm just trying to find my own dagger.
Stuck on my balls, that's hilarious.
Y'all don't, so I ain't taking no better. Nah, and Tidal's got the whole world moving crazy. It's like they've robbed a free Spotify playlist. That's messed up, like them cops on the day shift who just can't stop in search of tasing. Shit seems shocking when you're reading about it. 6 years old, they was raiding my house shit.
6 years old, raiding his house.
My dad might have killed me, no snitching on our shit. The Titanic ain't going down because of me. See, I can't swim, but I'll be the anchor for the scene. See, how do they expect musicians to stay afloat when all ourselves keep going down the street? Fire in the booth, young fire, old flame, alright, me. I got nothing to say, man. I'm here for the long run.
Let me just say that. Let me tell you something right now.
You said it last time, don't say it again.
What brings his cars in Morse code?
I'm
Really?
upset. That right there. That right there. That bar right there. That verse right there. I challenge any artist out there. Any artist out there to come better. Come to the studio.
You're gonna get me clashing, John.
No, come to the studio better.
I'm not in it. I'm not in it.
On the real, that's the hardest verse Fire in the Booth has ever had. In my opinion.
Thank you.
I wanted to wheel up again, but I thought you might get annoyed at me.
No. Yeah, we did. I never liked the wheel up. I didn't.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it.
I know.
They say they keep rewinding the video. I got bad data in it. Like, the video keep crashing. Wow.
Young fire, old flame though. We got some good
Both
music.
monsters. Animals in the building. And that right there was Fire in the Booth. I'm a little bit speechless, I can't lie.
How's everyone doing today? Hope everyone's well.
Picture this, little Fred out there really hitting licks. 15 is locked in jail, but no one didn't visit him. It's cool though, cause most of his friends was still in school though. But he thought a knife and back was really cooler than some school clothes. Chasing money young, yeah, my teachers and my school knows I was living with my OGs. Tell them how my school's closed. Picture this, niggas flipping on their blocks, there's the pics. We pull up with the smoke, let it blow, and now your pictures rip. Me and mine was broke with hopes and coke fixing it. I was broke till I got coke and put mixing it. She knows I'm risky whisking it, got my wrist and whisking it. I'm even mashing works on little prick, I'm assisting it. Slicing niggas' chests and watch it ooze and as assisting it. I get 300,000 an album and an instant pick. Been seeing man grinding for some years just for the pinky trip. Niggas had an eye on it, he lost it in a blink of it. Yo, I don't even think when it comes to sync with it. Forget Titanic, I've got enough eyes on to stink with shit. Bitches wanna fuck me quick, they don't even wanna drink a bit. Rule number one, don't drive no car and let no tints on it. I know why they hate and lies, I love to see them mad at me.
Got so many holes, I need to donate some to charity. Bossing till the deal came. Had no money till the deal came. We dropped 20 on your wrist, you need a better freezer. That's the kind of money me and mine go bet on FIFA. Brothers acting like it's sort of big and it's sort of dumb. Don't beef my daughter's mum. My word, gelato, my number, they're 41. In the hoods, you niggas call me dumb. When they know it will be done. Here's an awkward one. Picture this. Dig back. Didn't know the hard gap. I'm responsible for everything that's popping here. Niggas wanna see the shit here. One here. Rest in peace, my nigga. You know how it's here. Now the nickels we don't show the fear. Watching what we do. Don't be copying me though. Why would I even marry a hoe? She could get bored and take half of my pattern and go. No, crazy bro. You never heard of a prenuptial agreement? Make it crazy money. These girls been waiting on me. My youngest sliding every night. Yeah, they try daily duppy. 100 around my neck, and I won't let no one take it from me. Straight in like that, yeah. And let's go again. Let's go again. I made mistakes in my life and it needs to rewind. But then again, when I check the reasons I'm here. When I was broke, they could continue and people was blind. Now I'm up, everyone seems to be seeing me fine. Out on my own, they only moving the herd. Last time I checked, boy, you losing none. Whistle on the curb, little prick. Do not disturb. Men lie, women lie, but the numbers are real. So the odds must be lying, cause the numbers are nil. You can make one man that you done in the field, but you got hundreds of tracks spitting nothing but drill. Anytime I'm spitting, they know that's not real. Coming to hills, but you look silly dressed up when you just coming to chill. Try to fuck you on the sofa, then run up a mill. Little Troy got 20 shit, it's fucking for real. Anytime it's covered in bills, got the skills, the pot with the 100 of mils. Niggas come home from Brazil, done the book, trying to come to the party, but they ain't here to hear. You play, then they coming to drill. If niggas think that I ain't gang no more, and I'm a rapper, come test me, and you'll find out that I'm one of them still. 2 sticks in the whip, no bamboo. Even you say, all the holes I ran through. You niggas doing loads, there's not much that I do for hoes. Time, and an Uber home. I'm doing freestyle, them man are doing shooting rolls. With the teachers of the drip, got shooting loads. Lost my daughter, yeah, they coming back. If you lose fools, dog, we don't run it back. I swear, to be a boss. Half of me is lost. If you could argue with God, I can understand. That's bad. He was a fucking man. My stepdad called coming back. With his dad, that's how it goes. When people wanna pop a crack, niggas to pen. When deep down, we all know the real feelings is dead. When I start thinking crack, poison the state. For the people, with the choices they made. We don't force them to go. They've been calling for days.
called them my mates. Getting more than a rapist case. How can I abide by the law? What the label say? I feel check until you made a blade, but it will never touch a razor blade. Where I'm from, we had to make it way. Things like a takeaway, straight from the block. You could go away for years and no one taking a stop. Come from poverty, so I bust down, watch box, buying any properties. Honor me, dead, properly. There's a road down with machete, that's made for Donnelly. Cheap. And that's why that shit there don't mean nothing to me. I'm getting 6 figures now just to go jump on the beat. So this is my last freestyle. I got nothing for free. How's everyone doing? I'm just gonna get some food. I'm hungry.
My favorite niggas always coming short. The one I hate scores the most. My shorty talks the most. Never sticking to a word. If you've ever said you're smoking on a pack and your gang didn't drop that, then sorry, but you're nothing but a nerd. The same clavish, you're the hardest. Tell me something I ain't heard. I'll be been my Sadie man. Tell me something I ain't swerved. The bank bridges with niggas I used to roll with every day. But you think I won't do that for a box of Yale dirt? Sunday I'm in the team, but I should be in the church trying to pray and seek forgiveness. Cause I really put in work. My nigga said he's gotta drop him over there. Don't say a word. And if I get nicked, I know the thing, don't say a word. I can sell lyrics now. What's your budget for a verse? What's my budget for a burner? Really trying to let it burst. Mix the Henny with the Henny. Really trying to get on burst. I told my Joe niggas head high. Can't, it could be worse. 2 G's or checking squares. Which one does she prefer? I'ma buy my mama crib before I buy a bitch a purse. I'd rather be inside the bin than be stiff up in a hearse. So I keep it with me. Niggas want me, but I want them first. Said she's got a bone to pick. I got a bone to dig. And when I'm done, don't call my phone or text me. I don't owe you shit. Niggas got both their hands out, but I don't owe them shit. When I was on my face, I'm pretty sure he was getting lit. My nigga too, sorry for being antisocial. I wasn't in the mood. Rappers spending time telling lies. Don't you miss the truth when I die? I don't really care if I go hell or heaven. I just wanna link my nigga NB. Can't miss my goon. Hungry young and hitting all these 1-on-1s and 2-on-2s. Active with it, swinging shit now. I got blood all on my shoes. Ops that I don't know of in the flesh. Asking what's my name. Fans call me Clavish. Hood call me Nettles. Fuck it, who are you? Didn't ride out or trap before me. Scored a point on a op. Made a rap before me. Sure you asking if I meant what I said when we were fucking. Don't remember half the things that I say when I'm horny. Niggas ride at midnight. My niggas ride in the morning. I'm bagging up at midnight. Call me at 9 in the morning. Got a shop for a 9 at 9 in the morning. All profit. Took a hard box of a pack. You're not shutting. If the shot he starts coughing, could end up in a coffin. The fiends need what I'm selling. This don't make me a wrongin'. Got a Vicky anytime I eat in Mayfair. Brought the thing to Nina's album premiere. Should we gotta pass the up block on the way there? Mum's back from work. I might have to bag up in a B&B. If you hold this wipe up by the trainers, I say CNC. Labels wanna track me. My views are not a Mazzoline, but any beat I jump on, I just murk it like a G&E. Bitches that just want me, also bitches that in need of me. They don't wanna trust me, but they're willing to believe in me. Told me if I'm being honest, I want you to be in me, but I'm not like these other hoes. So tell me what you see in me. Hands on my rag, never. Kittens phone the phone up, could've lied. Better. Bitches want me reckon I'm a nice fella. Still trying to send my ops to the sky. Dweller, tied down 100 labels, shipping, trying to offer half of that. Run off on a plug with a whole one and half of that. Stressing about beef and not cheese. Parmesan, I'm in my zone too, trying to crank face, but watch out for the karma act. Watch out for the karma though. My nigga crash sav, so I'm mad, but I'm karma though. She want me to change her life. I ain't finished changing mine, and she's a libertine and tip every Friday. So the answer's no, you're a party hoe. Can't love her, fuck that probably fucked Tom, Dick and Harry. And if not Tom, she definitely took Dick from Harry. I got 3 shots waiting on me. Tom, Dick and Harry. I left Thomas in his yard, but Dean H in the alley. Niggas know I really did it for the bros. I heard Dookie be the most on it, young and on the block. But but we send him out alone. Anytime I take an L, I get a V. For the road, she gave the box like Roddy song and 8 down below. 6 months for a Rami, got a year when I walk on the mains. I know a lit nigga, but his ego turned into a lame. Fuck the fame, no girls pregnant for me, but I got 4s in the Pirates and 2 daughters on the way. Rico killed Mitch, I don't want no new friends. Ace made it out, but done something weird with the feds. Calvin used to run the block, when Joe came home, now we can't run or jog. Reminds me of Lemmy Knock. True when they say the streets only end in 2 ways. I got niggas in the grave and riding bird. True phrase, got beef with double R. My niggas unruly, feels weird sitting in a double arm. Used to driving hoopty, got a shop with no job, so she started selling coochie. I won't judge her, I ain't Judy. I won't fuck her, got the quorum. I heard niggas being foreman, grab my chinga, then my key. What's more important? Night tech, I'm a Jordans, I can't wait until I'm touring. Yo, Tell me a time I got a drop and I didn't go. Just took a picture of snow, but it didn't pose. Tell me a time a nigga needed me, I didn't show. Tell me a time I was greedy, didn't bring my bros. Bro in the bin, took risks for the love of peas. My next nigga got a nigga chin. For the love of me, she keeps lacking, unlacking my shit. She a fucking creep, trap phone like up on my iPhone. Double E, tell my real niggas that I got them, cause they got my back. Tell me a time I gotten up and they got me back. 2 burgers, that's a double whopper. Make it up, I double back. Spin on my niggas, hand the shotgun in the duffel bag. She thinks I'm immature, cut a beef, I ain't done with that. And all my friends have either been in jail, caught a case with trap pagans turning snitch. My niggas really got a case with that. If that was the case, I would've told my niggas stay at gap. If that was the case, I would've told my nigga don't slide, told my nigga don't step, told my nigga don't ride. I'm stubborn ASF, so I ain't asking for no cosign. I'm really in the trench, but I'm just trying to make these hoes fly. My Samsung makes a funny sound off that shit, get a new sim. They only get paper when they're rolling up a blue slim. My niggas on the wing, tryna pattern up 2 things. Spicy can sell and some news from his new thing. Day in the life, years ago was pretty much recorded. Used to window shop in Central, see shit, can't afford it. Don't sell Molly, but Willie Bobby, here's my number, call it. Talking cheap, yo it's free, that's why everybody's talking. In the team, in my G, taking turns with a portion. I'm black and a white rapper, Morrison and Jordan. JK and H, I can't shop by myself, cause my face 2 flames, now my face 2 big. Used to put my phone on silent so my mom don't know what's going on. But true, I'm always in and out, she clocked exactly what I'm on. First song got a million views, she told me make another one. I'm doing this for her cause I won't ever get another mom. My nigga, he a shooter, but he's too humble. You wouldn't know he's got a shooter in his loose knuckles. I got a Rambo on my goose, I don't use knuckles. Auntie used to tell her son don't hang with me cause she thought I was too trouble. Outside, I don't think they're trying to find me. 50k won't excite me just in case you wanna sign me. I got fucking rappers that fucking niggas that don't like me. If they reach out for a feature, I'ma think they're trying to land me. Left school 0 grades, but I'm smarter than you think. Wait for my mixtape, yo I'm harder than you think. Lamborghini here is fast, even faster than I thought. Probably faster than a Porsche, way faster than that Ford that I used to drive. I'm doing me, don't mind the critics. Told my nan that I'm just rhyming words, don't mind the lyrics. Saw my old maths teacher in creams try to ask me how's life, but always sent me out of class. So I just told him mind your business. I'm all tidy in my strip, so I got a mind the piggies. Could be dressing up his necks, so I got a mind the nitties. Miss my nigga so much, he was always riding with me. Even when we weren't ganging after footy with our flickies. Told a trident that I'm just a rapper, even though I'm more than that. Lots of each for my advance, I'ma need more than that. Before a bossy chain, I'm trying to move mum out that common flat. Ops know where I rest my head, but they don't want that problem act. They ain't got the heart or the brain. Niggas say fuck 12, but they talk in the state. Anytime I ran off on the plug, I felt like a lame, but I got over it quick. So the game is the game. I said they ain't got the heart or the brain. Niggas say fuck 12, but they talk in the state. Anytime I ran off on the plug, I felt like a lame, but I got over it quick. So the game is the game. Hey, what's the key? Is that calm, yeah? You know your mind, nigga, one more time.
round you, that won't take you out. So you know I'm on the ball just like I'm Mason Mount. Sexy girl, she think I'm famous, so shake it down. I gotta give it to her. Before the rap, before the fame, before the Insta likes, before you think about plotting. No, I got it like I'm Wesley Snipes. 3 5 for the thing, and there ain't nothing but an engine light. Little boy ain't got it, ain't nothing like an end of mine. To you, she hella nice, to me, she ain't even my cat. What a way I pin her love, you know I gotta get it right. Trappers on the radio, we used to get stereotyped. So many flights, you would've thought the first try extradite. I catch her on my bro, they want no extra lives. 18 when they locked him, when he's home, he be like 55. I'm sick and kind of being sick and kind. If there's an intention, then I'm fencing with a sticky knife, I'll keep it real. To all my brothers that are grinding, man, I see you still. Remember being broke and nothing left like Ian Bill. I told my bro, go get this money, you don't need to drill. Ironic, we got all this ice, I got zero chill. Both frisk, quarter mil, necklace, water still. Netflix and chill, that ain't working with your sex appeal. I'm just getting money, getting lit, the ops are getting drilled. Told my custom, if you're buying more, then you might get a deal. Basic love can get you killed, so I don't show it much. And I can't even trust myself, let alone show you trust. We just get these bricks in and mash them like a builder does. The fans, them are feeling us, the streets, it was feeding us. Jokes got me fucked, now I don't feel like I could dream enough. And if the land don't bring to the trap, don't clean it up. OT trips, yeah, I've been enough. I need a man a team, fuck a trim, but I need a cup. To the money, sweep it up. To get rich is a must. Remember days being broke and I was running through the bus. Now it's GLE, AMG, the engine's all run. And I'm loyal to the soil. I won't crumble under pressure when I put it on my blood. You're either one of them or you're either one of us. But if I see you with them pussies, then you better Donald Duck. And I'm hated by many like Donald Trump. And how they chatting about this Tizzy, they ain't seen no way. My Aki's taking 10 out scheduled every 7 days. I'm knocking out these boxes, call me David Hayes. Now we some heavyweights, we're trying to make this income in several ways. It's Cali Sue and Dior for my fragrance. It's Louis V when I'm stepping on these pavements. And from a Z to a box to a basement, the young dogs really bark. We can't tame them, the name plays, and now I don't do verbal. Two shanks on me, like a ninja turtle. Old friends turn square, dropped them out my circle. This bitch said I'm cold, maybe I need some thermals. My plug's always working, it's universal. You think I got here without jumping any hurdles? My shooter's got big ones, talk tough, they like to murder. Can't bring the life of food unless you've been referred. I was a London youth, then mum moved me out to country. The rest is history, you can see we get our funds. Couple bad bitches and I tell them use a tongue. How many times did we jump out and they run? I did it for my family, I won't stop until I'm done. Diamonds on us, we really came up off the crumbs. Can't trust no one, so we bought a couple guns. Straight gun shit, and I do it for my dogs. Harassed by the feds every day, ain't a joke. The council don't like me, think they heard that we got smoke. Someone gets touched, hands off, I ain't involved. My young wizards cast a spell, then he uses code. Allegations from my neighbours, they won't let me live. Everybody hating, they'd rather see me in a ditch. When I pull up one of my CDs, every time we're looking lit. Girl with that big back, want your bring her out of this. For this life I live, call me Jackie Chan in the band when I'm dropping bricks. And how the other side talking bands that they shoplift. This whole game's fucked and I clocked it. I told my Ashy runs, yo we got this. I'm Balotelli in the field, calm, all they scoring toppings. You know I'm fucking so good, I make her feel it in her toxics. The fence them I'm watching, trying to get us boxing. Boxing them and show me how you get boxing. I'm on to the streets, you can call me country bumping. Boys for a key, and you know I'm boxing. So lit, mad to my boxing.
Mosh pit.
So G'd up like a love.
Top spin. Binoculars. Unpopular. To the yard, every room's got a monitor. Don't give a fuck. Your tummy tucked.
jeans. The keys. Fairy tales. I still can't believe you lost fucking 2 of your shoes today, Sophie. I'm not happy about that. Not happy about that.
I get money off streams anyway, I don't care about the days I was doing up late. Going to be best and you're the fucking Constantino, film to the weed. Casino team, Bella Latino, Sappin, Casino, film to the weed.
I'm not happy about
I don't care
that
about the money
today.
anymore, so I'm always in the Porsche, new Bella Latino. I don't care about these fame looking whores, when we came to the door when I'm up, not your average. Me fella for me, me fella mafioso. Ever fuck up with the team, chasing my dream to money like so. Tony Montani, yeah. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. Mes frères la famille, mes frères la mafioso. Ever fuck avec la team, me chasing my dream to money like so. Tony Montani, yeah. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. I was raised with the travelers, raised with the boys that didn't care about twice, they just care about guns. Got something in that transit van like they plastic bags. Me and Paddy had a hold up spun. I'm trying to do it for bro, my mum, and you wanna try touching, you're gonna get. I'm trying to do it for bro, my mum, and you wanna try touching, you're gonna get. I got a belly in the back of a ride, you don't do it for the life, but do that bluff. I'll be serving in the right to the reliable the money that we make from intruding stuff. If you go, we don't do like the usual does, back out the big, like them Kurdish cuz. Had a pint in the pub with my boy like bruh, everything you call is us. I got Irish blood, there's some serious Irish brothers. I don't care what you think, got a scar to your face on my drink, but that's on my mother's. Lovers, these boys just some cat rap lovers. Used to move crap with some local others, now I got more tracks for them album covers. This time I'm screaming, bro, ring cuffs. Now we shut down pops and we shut down bars. Still I got little cunts all in my life and a ball with a knife, but we stood like guards. You can't tell me about hoods in cars, cooks no books, goods in bras. You can't tell me about hoods in cars, cooks no books, goods in bras. Feel like me, me feel like mafioso. Ever fuck up with the team, chasing my dream to money like so. Tony Montani, yeah. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. Mes frères la famille, mes frères la mafioso. Ever fuck avec la team, chasing my dream to money like so. Tony Montani, yeah. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. J'espère que tu nous connaissais, j'ai une gueule dans la main pour te pardonner. I've been riding with my brother since the day I fucking started this. Devil left him with mental issues. He's still part of this, part of me. Daddy fucking left. Mommy still believe this. Lucifer that's running from the sunlight when the darkness sees I'm fighting all these demons in my head just like I'm broken. No, my dad before I fucking switch. I'm like I'm a kid. Me, my brothers and now he's working on these city bricks, trying to understand why they keep coming back. We made for this, don't pay for this. I just fucked your bitch and made her pay for this. I don't care about no fucking label. Today they release this that room. The struggle's not even you'll get killed. Blood spills from this Asian blade. We got that stay still. And every single day, bro, I've been riding shit, pride is hit, dancing with the devil, fuck, I'm kind of lit. All this liquor got me thinking about the times we did. Sitting in that caravan, just thinking ways to get that brick. And shit just ain't the same, I need to find a way. The only fucking blue stuff in my head is shit to life today. You know the feeling when you're
Oh, he's not breathing.
overdosing in your arms, you ain't got no fucking time to pray.
What is this in my pocket? Oh, the Turkish Delight in my pocket. Fuck.
Still I was cracking at a young person. Thought I was cool until them others took my life away. So watch I take their lives away. Sell me be chasing out my dream, contemplating what I mean. I never stack blocks, bro, was in that trap, moving crack rocks. I was bumping off school, meeting mummy next to track spots. I wrote she never had a clue, did I don't wanna be like me, cause I just wanna be like you. We all started, we was young, me and my brother trying to have some fun. Knew that we was different, by age 15 I could shoot a gun. Don't trust me where I got it from, I couldn't tell. Just know that all my older brothers, friends and mostly clientele. Asked my cousin back all that naughty shit I done, sending him pictures of all these bugs that actually I was done. I was dumb but also young, so they don't fucking care. But now that I think of it, moving countries, I'm still with my prayers. Fast and good but also back cause I was moving it. Trust me, I ain't talking about no. When I see moving shit, I watch Snatch, I watch Reservoir Dogs. We were brothers in arms, cause we had weapons from God and French.
See this one here? It's different.
Jungle on this one.
We're about to introduce you to a rapper who, in my opinion, is going to be one of the most exciting to come through this year. Coming out of Essex, he's too different with it. Flows, bars, look, French the Kid.
Keeping the strength of roll, but with gorillas I've been in that field, done it to kill, don't know the feeling, the enemy bleeding, it gets so misleading, like taking a pill, making a deal, fiends on the left and the right of me still, shooting for veins, it might get a feels, might get a chill, next day alive and it might have been killed, in the trap, my own brother's friends on me moving in crack, I was so young I could never look back, bro I ain't working, I'm doing it for racks, I'm doing it to stack, bands, my own brother got lost to the cause, I remember one night he tried hanging himself, then he overdosed up on the floor, shit, got in my girl, got in l'équipe, got in ma team, je connais mon visage. On venait sans veine, après ce n'est pas belle, la vie comme un mirage. Moi et mes frères l'avons vu en mon visage. Yeah. Moi et mes frères l'avons vu en mon visage. Quick to his hands, my auntie jumped in a van and got him kidnapped. Slim clip in my Angie, it wasn't the first time I held in that whack. Had to drive it away to suffer, no black pumpers, but man still got wrapped. Son tried to fend his dad, that big man, I'm in your back to go flat. Johnny said he don't really care about talk now, he don't really care about chat. Hold the cut down, raise up his legs, ching, chow, cut it right back. Got blood all over my vest, all over my shoes, all over my shit. Cut out quick, how we took that risk, both toes, this foot, the bridges got hit. Got back home, opened the door, my girl was like, wow. So much blood on my hands and trainers, she must have cried and thought, anyhow. She said, what did you do? How did you do it? What have you done? Any man that touched my family, whack or stand, you man will get bun. I got shanked with a but I stood up and fought to the death. I don't really know where that bitch boy went, but I heard he got shot and then left. Mess, put down your shank, let's test. Part of a lion, bro, you get pressed. Merchant bread with banks, also shook you. Transit vans in here, he got How could I trap anymore if my bros on the floor with those in them pills? How could I trap anymore if my blood brother's homeless pain is so broke? I was known in France for dishing out wax and dishing out things. Jed's friends at the trap line, beating what the ring after ring for dancing, catch them glasses, she made him sing. White boy with a middle party, tracks you laugh and he didn't trip. Look, tracks you laugh and he didn't trip. White boy with a middle party, tracks you. I do not care about hoes, I care about O's. I'm making money, making loads. I went through that shit on my bros. I got many flows. I'm painting pictures big as soul. Stretching the beat up to cold. The beat just froze. Tell these bitches I'm a flow. I do not care about those, but care about them. So take a picture while you pose. I blow a Spanish, so I blow a gig and go.
Teddy's hair is everywhere.
Wanting that beef, I'm smoking that reefer. I'm getting my money, I love every chain. Running to money, I'm running to fame. Only thing up in my mind is the game. I do not care about dance to the devil cannot dance to me in the range. Got in my game, got in the keep, got in my team, got in my visa. I'm feeling far better, just feeling far better than me, come on, baby. Why am I feeling my visa? Yeah, why am I feeling my visa? Got in my girl, got in the keep, got in my team, got in my visa. I'm feeling far better, just feeling far better than me, come on, baby.
French the Kid. And that's what you're.
I was hoping that the first ingredient was going to be palm oil, but it wasn't as good. The first ingredient was actually milk chocolate. Then glucose, then sugar.
See, recent times, some of the sickest storytelling rappers in the UK came out of Essex. So I think it's about that time React my man French to the list.
Look, jump on board in that trap, that's the days and that shit. That me and Mike got no pays for that shit. But all the oldest got to pay for some bitch while I'm monkey off school, wasting days for a tip like mums gave me everything. That's the truth. It's a shame that I never told her the truth. I just didn't want to tell her.
Where's my article? I see. I've seen that.
Can you actually imagine meeting a man over Snapchat, marrying him despite only having met him in person for around 12 days, and then moving to a country for said man? A country
Yeah, someone did
that
that,
has
and
less rights than an
that
actual
girl,
dog.
that big
Meet
girl, what's her
Alex,
name?
Because that is exactly what she is doing. When I saw this, genuinely I had a physical, visceral reaction, and I thought I would save the rest of her TikToks for us to watch together, because I actually can't believe I'm witnessing this. A fully grown woman who lives in the US deciding she wants to move to a country where we are seeing and witnessing firsthand how women are losing more and more rights as the days go on. I mean, literally recently it has been made that women cannot talk in public. Women literally are not meant to talk in public. Great idea! Sounds like a great place to move. So yeah, let's have a little look.
So I'm gonna respond to some of the comments I keep seeing in my comment section because a lot of them are getting repeated and I just can't respond to all of them. So as for this comment, I keep seeing this comment and I haven't seen my husband in almost 2 years, so I'm just gonna go where he's at because he can't come to.
I'm sorry, but the first immediate red flag is that you haven't seen your husband in 2 whole years, and yet you're moving to another country for him. I can't even fathom moving to a country for a man who I haven't actually met in person in over 600 days, let alone move for a man to a country where I have less rights. So many questions come to mind. First of all, why does this man want you to do that? Why would this man, in any planet, think that it is normal to want to bring you to a country where you have no rights? And
As long as you got enough of your script, the script lasts for a month,
Oh
do
well,
they?
not
So,
everywhere is
as long as you've got
under the
enough for your
strict
month.
regime of the
Stay down here a
Taliban.
month
At the
and
end of
start
the
doing
day, if anywhere in the country
You know you'll love
women
it,
had
don't you?
less
30
rights than
days.
an animal, why
I
would
go
you
fast
want to
as
go
well.
there? Why would
Look
you
how
want to
quick it
go there
goes on
knowing that
holiday,
at any point,
2 weeks is
whether
about
the
that.
Taliban are specifically ruling in that area, why would you want to move to an area where there is
Especially
a
when you go to
chance that
Morocco,
some
3 weeks is
women
going to go
have
fast.
good rights?
I went to Thailand and it went incredibly fast, 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Because you enjoy
and why
yourself
does
the whole
that
time,
man
don't
want to take you there? You don't know each other. Like, enjoy your rights, baby girl, because you are about to have them taken away from you. And look, I feel a lot of people are very divided on this, and a lot of people think like, oh, you know, like it's really sad, and like an element of me is sad for her because it's like stand up for the poor girl, but another part of me is like, really, there are so many resources now, and there's so much awareness surrounding like what's going on in Afghanistan and how oppressed these women are, and your first thought is, yeah, I really want to move over there. It's just like, it gets to a point, you know?
That's really my why. I keep seeing this comment too, so I guess I will go ahead and address it. Yeah, I am half Arab, half Jordanian, and the other half of me is from the US, I guess you could say.
Look, I'm not saying that the US is perfect. Literally, in no world do I think that the US is perfect, especially with Trump in office and a lot of women's rights kind of teetering, you know, on the edge of existing at the moment. For example, right to an abortion, and in this one, essentially, literally can't get an abortion. I'm not saying that the US is perfect in any way, shape, or form, but Afghanistan is way worse. In fact, I think in order for us to move forward with this video, it would make more sense for us to literally talk about what rights you have in Afghanistan. Let's have a look at that. I think that's a really good starting point for us. Women's rights in Afghanistan. Women's rights in Afghanistan are not respected. Restricted freedom of movement, restricted dress codes, no protection from violence, and forced marriage. In Afghanistan, people have been suffering for decades from starvation, war, and terror. However, the situation in the country deteriorated drastically in August 2021 as the Taliban took power. According to the World Food Programme, in 2023, 2/3 of the population are dependent on humanitarian assistance, almost 3 times as many as in 2021. For women and girls, the situation is particularly dramatic, and it took a few months for the Islamists to act with incomparable severity towards women and girls as they took away the rights to self-determination and wiped out 20 years of progress for the rights of women and girls in the country.
How's everyone doing?
Taliban disregards women's rights to Afghanistan in spite of their initial promises to respect women's rights with the framework of Sharia law. The Taliban issued numerous decrees that prevent women and girls from
This woman from America,
exercising the rights to freedom of
she's half like
expression,
Afghani.
so new
She
facts
speaks
on women's
American.
rights,
She's moving into
restrictions of freedom of
Afghanistan. She hasn't
movement,
seen her husband in 2
the
years.
Taliban issued a series of
And she
decrees and guidelines
met him for
that
12
violate
days.
human rights of women and girls, including the right
And then
to
she's
freedom
going to
of
move to
movement,
Afghan,
and not allowed to
where
use
there's hardly any
violence
women's
against
rights
unless
there
they are
at all.
accompanied with male relatives.
So she's going to have a
Until
horrible
they are
time.
only allowed to leave the house for urgent matters and have to wear full veils if they do. No protection for women and girls threatened by violence. There's almost no contact points now for survivors of sexual violence. The nationwide system of support built up by women's rights activists over the previous 20 years have completely collapsed. Safe houses had to close. Staff of organisations offering protection and advice are subject to threats and often have to work undercover. Since 2009, 22 cases of maltreatment of women have been brought under the law of the elimination of violence against women, but this no longer has validity. The Ministry of Women's Affairs has been abolished. As the Taliban swept through the country, seizing power in 2021, they systematically released prisoners, many of whom have been in prison for committing acts of gender-based violence. Forced and child marriage, girls and women are losing the right to an education. One of the first political acts of the Taliban was to forbid girls from attending secondary schools. I wonder why. And since December 2022, women are no longer allowed to study. There are some courses which continue via online teaching, but females treated no longer going to taking examinations. Without education, girls face an even higher risk of being exploited, maltreated, or married off early. Their chances of later studying or finding a good job then disappear. Women only have a few opportunities to work. Professional opportunities for women have been severely restricted. Many women lose their jobs. Others are only allowed to continue if they work from home. Any women who have to do a job have to go to be accompanied on a journey to work by a man. The loss of employment for women has pushed many families deeper into poverty. Increasing numbers of Afghans are begging in the streets in order to survive. Women's rights work within civil society under severe pressure. Afghan women have repeatedly held demonstrations demanding education, work, justice and peace. They continue these protests despite the brutality of the regime, imprisonments and abductions. I literally saw a video the other day of some women who were protesting in Afghanistan who were then brutally beaten. So yeah, sounds like a great place to move. Basically, no women in politics, high rates of infant and maternal mortality, education ban, workplace gender gaps, health crisis for women, women's representation in decision making has vanished.
Sounds really bad in Afghanistan.
Women are prevented from accessing
You've got no rights there if you're a woman.
Parks, gyms, sports clubs,
Whatsoever.
risk of gender-based violence. There's literally basically no repercussions either for men who commit violence upon women. Basically, I
That's
think
bad.
it's something like, in order to prove that a man has caused damage to you,
That's why like Afghanis and Iraqis come over here and think they can do anything they want with our women because they think there's no consequences.
Attempted to be offered to said women in Afghanistan, it can't reach them because the Taliban basically try to make it as difficult and isolating for women as humanly possible. But yeah, you seem like you've really got it figured out. Like taking the decision to move to a country in which women have.
Me and the girl moved to Afghanistan for her husband. She met once.
And think, yeah, I want to give away my rights to be with a man who I.
Yeah, I want to give away my rights to a man I've only ever met once. She's got mental health issues, clearly. Don't do that. Kibble watches.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of this week's Watches. And this week, like every week, we have a great variety for you guys and girls from vintage to modern. Hello and welcome back to another episode of this week's Watches. And this week, like every week, we have a great variety for you guys and girls from vintage to modern to neo-vintage as it's now called, with something as old as me from 1997, 1 month away from when I was actually born, which is crazy. There's some really great stuff on the table today, and I think you guys and girls are going to really like it. And as I say, the range is everything. I mean, where else are you going to see this kind of range in one drop? Never mind from one dealer, but to be all in one drop on a Saturday is kind of incredible. So I want to thank you guys and girls for making this happen and making this a reality. At the end of the day, I'm very fortunate.
Let me make space for you, buddy.
Buy a lot from you.
Come on then. Come on then. Come on then. Yes. Hello, my gorgeous boy. Did you have a good day today in Salisbury? You got lots of attention today, didn't you? Yes. You got probably maybe 10 or 12 people come up to him throughout the day. He went in hospital. I went to the hospital and everyone, not everyone, but like we're in it probably every other 5 minutes. Oh, look at him in his little booties. Oh, he's well cute. Oh, look at him. What a wonderful breed he is. But yeah, he gets so much attention, don't you, boy? Everyone thinks he's a German Shepherd puppy. Because he looks it, doesn't he? He literally looks like a German Shepherd puppy. His ears were like this. German Shepherd, straight up. He looks a bit like Scooby-Doo like that. He genuinely does. Obviously, Scooby-Doo's a Great Dane, I'm pretty sure.
Because we are locked into if that makes sense. So therefore we have to be very competitive. Whereas if we can sign, we're not have to outlay, we can give you a very fair rate. So just keep that in mind. If you do want to sell, head over to the website, fill out the form in the sell section, and we'll get back to you as quick as we can. Also, try and put as much information in there as possible, because it really helps us. And also state what you're ideally looking for. So if you've got a watch like a really obscure
You were licking my hand.
That you'd rather consign because you're going to get more for it, state that in there.
He's a weirdo.
That's the point of consigning for you. So we're trying to keep it streamlined and as quick and as easy as possible.
You want to sit down then?
Because at the end of the day, that's what we all want, isn't it? Simplicity.
Good boy.
So, yeah, now we got that out of the way. I seem to always forget this, but as always,
Say you and licking my hand, bro.
every single watch shown here.
I think it's like a pack mentality thing, because he always licks my hand.
See all the prices, details, and photos, or make a purchase.
And he'll lick this one afterwards, if I give him the option. See? Do you know what I mean? Like, but I think it's pack mentality, because what would he do if there was another one in the pack? He would wash him, or wash her. Do you know, like cats do, how cats wash each other. I think he's just giving me a wash.
Because sometimes people, they find a website maybe 2 months on the website and they can't find it in the videos, and I also have to scroll through.
Give me that side eye.
So that way it's nice and simple.
But yeah, this is Teddy. He'll be free in August. Sit down.
So now that all that's out of the way, let's talk about what's on this. I am wearing a gorgeous 1969 Rolex 6694. Now, I've been asked a million times about this watch. Lots of people want to buy it. I've got about 4 people already who have said, when you want to sell it,
That's my belly, Ted.
It's been amazing.
Teddy!
Some watches really.
Why are you licking my belly for?
And this seems to be one of them.
Look at my hand.
I'm hoping it's never going to really leave me. So that's sort of still where we're at.
Why are you getting over to the table for?
Counter that,
What do you want?
I sourced a 1971
What do you want?
669 form without the bracelet. We can
What do you
always
want?
source you a bracelet. It probably won't be period because it's riveted bracelet.
Hey, boy.
This will just even a period bracelet. Very expensive, very hard to find.
You gonna get out of my shop? You're in the way of my shop.
This one's a
Thank you.
bracelet.
Thank you.
Reference 78350 bracelet.
Play with your toy then. Look, you've got plenty of toys in your bed. Go and pick one. How's everyone doing? Go and get one then.
As well. And I'll have this to compare as well. I'm sorry for the noise outside, you can hear it. But now that all of that's out of the way, there's back on the one.
Can you hear him talking to me?
We're going to start with the incredible.
My dog is actually talking. Listen. Bless you. Bless you. Sounds like Chewbacca, doesn't he? Hi.
And so that was an old Rocky routine from PewDiePie made years ago. His latest videos about his workout and fitness are to be accorded as stellar work, which is more than I can say for SpaceX, honestly. Skipping leg day, do better, SpaceX. Exciting times perhaps. I have a list of people I do want to send to the moon, one-way ticket. And so PewDiePie recently discussed his fitness journey, and this has been a huge topic in social media. And as normal, I get to it a few weeks late. I am one who wants to stories from friends and just want to change lifestyle. I think using the word shredded and ripped and jacked a lot, hence my use of the word jacked. And so from that older workout clip I showed you to what he discusses now, there are huge differences, notably the introduction of major compound barbell exercises to his routines, and also more intensity and progressive overload being discussed, as opposed to his older videos where he used a very low intensity. Fitness is a journey.
How's everyone doing?
And so
Hope everyone's well.
fitness professionals is not pretending to be some of the information he gives is a little wonky, but generally his video was very good and very decent. So this is supportive of him.
How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's looking after their mental health. It's a fragile thing, man. So I had my went to the doctors today. Went to Salisbury. Mate, I had like an hour and a half sleep. I got up, had a bath. Actually, I had a bath before I went to bed. So I was like, because it saves me time in the morning, doesn't it? And then 2.5 hours later, I got up, got the bus, walked into town with Teddy. Teddy, I'm not happy about Teddy though. I was running across the road, and I don't know how I managed to do it, but I ended up losing two of his shoes. So now I've got to buy him a brand new pair of booties, ones that he can't take off, because they fell off his feet as I was running, so they weren't secured to his feet tight enough, even though I thought they were. It was the two front ones as well. But I'm guessing he must have slipped or something. But yeah, I'm surprised they were hard to, the back ones were hard to pull off, so I'm guessing I didn't tie it up, I don't know, tie it up tight enough, I don't know. But yeah, they were 40 quid for a pair of dog shoes. 40 fucking quid, mate. Fuck. So now I've got to buy another set. So that'd be £80 I've spent on dog shoes. Jesus. Things we do for our pets. Got my muscles aching there though, which is good because I've been doing tricep workouts and I can feel they're aching here. All along here, my tricep. You can see it anyway. We're starting to form at the bottom here. You see the bottom there? You can see it here. The way it wraps round. Sick. It's better like that. You can see the way it wraps round like that. That's it. Getting there though. Just It's taking time. I've got like a UFC fighter build, literally, look. Just need the tattoos. Well, I've got a tattoo there, but I've got that one. Got that one there. Got that one there, that one there. I've got one on my wrist that needs to be redone. I've got one on my ankle. I've got like 9 or 10. No, I lie, I've got 8. So I need to get... I've got a tattoo gun. I just need to bite the bullet. Like I did that with my tattoo gun. I did that with my tattoo gun. I did that with my tattoo gun. So it's just biting the bullet and just doing more. But making them half decent and basically I don't want to tattoo myself if I know it's going to be shit. But at the same time, it's about putting in the time and the effort. Like I did that little heart. And that's perfectly fine. But that was my first practice tattoo I did. And I didn't fuck it up. Just need to colour it in. I'm an idiot, man. Like, my friend moved to Salisbury, right? And she died last month. And I've been to Salisbury twice last month. And why I didn't go to Salisbury to go and see her while she was still alive. Because she moved from Chippenham to Trowbridge to Salisbury. And I used to live with her in Chippenham. We lived in the same place. And I went and saw her in Trowbridge in her first place she had. But then she moved to Salisbury. Why, I don't know. But the place she had before was amazing. It was perfect for her. I don't know whether it's because she didn't have her like support network broke down. I don't know. But she was a bit of a Fruit Loop, but in a good way. But she was on a lot of prescription meds that most people would never be put on. I'm talking like Valium, Valium, which they don't really give people anymore. She was on... what was it called? It'll come to me in a minute. Basically, it was an antipsychotic med. And if you can stay awake through it, it gives you a mad high. And yeah, she gave me 2 of them. And it's a mad high, because she stayed awake for it. Quetiapine, that's it. It's an antipsychotic med, quetiapine, but she gave me 2 of them. She was like, if you can stay awake through these, they'll give you a weird fucking high, and they did. But when she was still alive, she gave me an old coat. Like she had 2 male coats in her room. She's like, you can have this. And to this day, yes, it's a no-brand coat. It's cheap and cheerful, but I'm never going to give that away because obviously she's passed away now. And that's the one thing she gave to me. Do you know what I mean? It's sad, really. She was only 35. It's such a young age, man. It's the age of what my uncle died at. 35 years old. My uncle died in a car crash by a drunk driver. And my friend Taz, she was found unresponsive the 4th of June last month. So yeah, it kind of sucks. It's still affecting me now. Like, obviously I'm still going through the 5 stages of grief. Like, I haven't fully accepted it. I still, in my mind, I like in the 2nd stage of going through the 5 stages of grief, which is denial. Like, I don't want to believe that she's gone. Do you know what I mean? But it does sadden me because one, she was 35, and when I met her in 2018, right, she was a bit of a Fruit Loop, but then I understand now, it makes so much sense. She acted the way she acted, and she'd go off the handle, but not seeking attention in a bad way, but clearly the way she'd act out, if she didn't get her meds, she'd fly off the handle. It was clearly a cry for help. Do you know what I mean? And I see it now. Do you know what I mean? It was fucking so obvious, and now I see it, and I think, but look back at it, it was so obvious that she was crying out for help, and no one fucking helped her. Do you know what I mean? It felt like she felt like she had to take her own life. That's
24 of my friends, right? In 26 years I've lived here. You imagine one person dying or two people. You're trying to get over that. Try and get over 24 people I knew personally. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's mad. And I think that's why I've suffered with so much anxiety and depression as well. Not fully getting over all of my friends' deaths. My friend Sam, my friend Vicky, my friend Will, my best friend Kaylee, my friend Francis, my friend Zach. Just the list goes on. My friend Ant, my friend Hennas, my friend Taz, my friend Liz, my friend Paige. And like I said, I knew all these people personally. So it's like, yeah, it's a fucking punch to the stomach, man. Like, I'm still here and they're all gone. And 3 of these people I had like intimate relation with, you could say. 3 women, and these girls are not here anymore. And that saddens me, man. But you can imagine obviously the way it affects me, because obviously I got intimate with these girls at the time. But the fact that 3 of them are not here anymore, it's crazy. And the thing is as well, my friend Liz, she was only 27. My friend Taz, she was only 35. My friend Kaylee, she was only 18. Do you know what I mean? It's fucked up. There's always the good that die young, innit?
Another good choice of influencer to affiliate with Gymshark. Congratulations. I have a video giving the chronology of research into Gymshark's company and how it developed and indeed how targeting fat loss is not evidence-based.
Yeah, it's not easy. As you can see, it still affects me now.
Top flat belly drink. If there was a drink that could burn your belly fat, it would be a dangerous chemical that would just melt your veins. I'm pretty sure.
My friend Will, for example, he hung himself because of racism. Because he was getting bullied. That's disgusting, isn't it? The fact that he felt like he had to hang himself. And again, he was only 19. Right? He's one of my best friends. Same as my friend Kaylee. She was 18 years old, man. Found hanging from the light fit in her living room. It's fucked up. And that's just 2 of my friends. Yeah, it's not easy. But again, it's not good to keep it in. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's better to like get it out in the open and just talk about it. Like,
Bumbleberry's latest Bang Energy advert is fantastic. Him on that skateboard reminds me of one of those sketches with the in those tiny cars. Come on, you know you're thinking it too. Who's your daddy? If there's any chance of that, do not take the DNA test. And so I'll go through his Bang Energy drink soon and a very peculiar aspect to it. And then we'll revise the phrase, example what? The CEO is looking to casting to be a Bang Energy operator.
yeah, it's not nice.
What's the casting of Bang Energy going for here? Based on that video, I'm confused. Where was the count? Bang Energy's casting process is as awful as an Erling Haaland interview.
After the final whistle, you and the whole team knows you were going to the South Stand, the famous yellow ball, which was empty today across everything you know. And why not?
And so I will now play a 5-second clip of Gigi Mufu deadlifting with quiet around him, where there's no injury shown in the context of commentary. Just joking, YouTube. I'm moving to Spotify. No, I'm not. No one's going to pay.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'll show you a picture of Taz. She's funny. This is Taz when she was alive. She was alive at the party, but you got my friend Kyrie and my friend Taz, and they were in my room, and Taz has got her ass out. But it made me laugh because it just shows the funny nature of how Taz was. Do you know what I mean?
Welcome to This Is Why Gymshark and Bang Suck, the sequel featuring a different cast. And I did cut the face of Mr. Microphone Moustache on a thumbnail, put him up for virus reasons. And if you are a Gymsharker or a Gymshark
This is Taz when she was still alive. Yeah. And then that's my ex, Kyra, with her ass out. Look. It's in my room. My old room. That's Taz there. But yeah, she's not with us anymore. She died last month. So yeah, it kind of sucks. As you can see, she was the life of the party. She was funny as fuck. But yeah, she died last month. So it's still like, yeah, still affected me quite badly. Not gonna lie. Because she always used to care about me as well. She used to be like, "Hi babes, how are you? Kiss, 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 kiss," and all this. Do you know what I mean? Always used to show me care and love and attention. I wish I was just showing her a bit more attention now. As a friend, maybe she'd still be here. Obviously, I can't blame myself. But I feel like I had unfinished business with her. Like, I feel like I had still stuff to say to her, which I'm never going to be able to do now. I will if I go to her grave, but it's not going to be the same. Yeah, it's just not going to be the same. I'll probably just break down in tears when I'm there. That's why it's hard. Do you know how many times I thought about not living, but then I thought, I can't do that shit. One, it's selfish. Two, I've got kids. Do you know what I mean? I've tried when I was younger, 5 times. And DMT saved my life to a degree. And magic mushrooms helped me with my depression to a degree. Still not fully healed, as you can see. I've still got a lot of depression there to a degree. But it's helped me massively, but obviously I've still got a way to go. But yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's selfish, and I've got kids. I couldn't leave my mum behind. I couldn't leave my children behind. To know that, do you know what I mean? Like, her son died before the mother, sort of thing. I can't have that. Because I saw, when my best friend Kaylee died, right? She was my next door neighbour. When I was growing up, when I was younger, the first place I moved in, when I moved up in. And she had a brother called Josh, Lewis, and Kaylee. You had Mark and you had Joanne. We used to go to Centre Parks, we used to do things. And I met her when I was about 11, and she was 10, I think. I think she was a year younger than me. And yeah, we just hit it off. And then, yeah, she stupidly took her life at 18. Why, I don't know. Because she never showed it. She was always happy, always chilled. Yeah, she'd go off the handle sometimes, but she was again a bundle of joy. Like, but I personally think the reason she took her life is because at the time she had a friend called Francis, and she gave Francis a dodgy pill, and obviously Francis had this pill, and she died. And obviously my friend Kaylee felt guilty, survivor's guilt, for giving it to her in the first place. So she felt like she killed her. Do you know what I mean? So no wonder she couldn't live with that guilt. She felt like she had to take her own life. That's sad. Do you know what I mean? But I get an eye for an eye sort of thing. But the fact that she felt like she had to do it to be with Francis, because she felt like, well, I feel guilty because I gave her a pill and now she's not here anymore. And I guess she felt like she would have gone to prison or something. So she felt like the only way out was to take her own life, which is sad, really. Because that's probably what would have happened. If she had found out that Kaylee had given her that pill illegally, Kaylee would have got charged for that, for manslaughter. and she was 18. So, but do you know what they put in the papers, which was fucked up? They put 18-year-old fan hanging after a prank gone wrong. How is that a fucking prank gone wrong? Do you know what I mean? If you go to hang yourself, it's not fucking a prank, is it? Maybe they're trying to make it look innocent in that sense, or that it wasn't suicide. Do you know what I mean? But still, the fact that they put that in the papers is shocking. Ugh. 1:15, 3 is 2 hours. How long is it going to be, man? I asked my mate to make a video earlier. She's like, yeah, I'll make a video. 1:15. She's like, yeah, I'll take about half an hour to do it. And it's now fucking 2:45 in the morning. I did message her. And she did message me back, so it was good. She was like, I'm picking what to wear. I'm like, okay, so you're picking out an outfit then? She's like, yes. I'm like, you're taking ages. I was like, do me a sexy video. She's like, well, I've got to put an outfit on. I was like, okay, do that then. She's like, I'll put some big boots on. She's like, you barely recognise me without makeup. I'm like, I'm sure I would, love. You can see I've been crying because you can see it in my eyes. You can see I've read my eyes on. Yeah, it's shit. It's shit when your friends die. All your friends die around you. And you're left like, what the fuck? Why? Why did you do it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it just leaves me in more questions. It's the same as DMT. I want to do more DMT, but it just leaves me in more questions every time I take it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like kind of like nerve-wracking at the same time, because you don't know where you're going to go, or you don't know where it's going to take you. You don't know what it's going to show you each time. So it's a bit, nerve-wracking in that sense. And like, you never get over the sensation of when you take it, as soon as you breathe out, you're gone. And I've never taken anything in my life that's hit me instantaneously as soon as I breathe out. Gone. Like, whoa, what the fuck is this? And I made it myself, mate. Because you can't buy it on the streets. I tried. And like, I can get pills, speed, weed, pot, whatever you want, ketamine. You try and get DMT, mate, it's far and few in between. So I was like, do you know what? I'm going to learn how to make this stuff myself. It's the best thing I ever did. I've still got a long way to cure my depression, but I got about 1 gram left, look. Look how white that powder is. That's pure DMT, that is. That'll send you straight to God. If you don't believe in God before, you will afterwards. Because it shows you that your mind is a temple and that you are God. If you go into your mind, it shows you where you come from. Like, we're made up of the universe. We're made up of stars, star matter, because we're made up of carbon. And carbon is a star is based on carbon. A star is made up of carbon, just like we are. So if you think about it, we're all stars in the universe. But it's cool, isn't it, that we're made up of carbon, same as what stars are made out of. So then if you think about it, I bent them a little bit. I want to bend around my face a bit more. But to do that, I had to hold this in the middle because it's like glued there. Look, I had to hold that in the middle like this, and I had to go like this. But hold both sides so the fucking thing doesn't pop out. There you go, I bent it a little bit. So now it curve around my face better. So now they fit in nicer, look. Before they're out here, now I've curved them a little bit. They actually curve around my face nice, and they sit on my face. Oh my god, yeah, that's so much better, because before they were falling off my face every single time. Now look, they're not falling off my face anymore. Brilliant. I'm glad I did that. Now I've just got to be gentle with them as I clean them. And hold that middle bit again so I don't fucking damage it. These are 24 karat gold plated. That's mad, isn't it? For a pair of glasses. And they got leopards on the side. Look at that. There's a hair there. So that was side's done. Now I've just got to do this side. Right, so the bottom's clean. Now the top. Yeah, they fit on my face so nicely now. Now they fucking just sit there. Poof. Yeah, before they just fall off my face every single time. Even my... Yeah, bent them in just enough that they grip. That they grip my fucking ears. Look. See that? Nice. I need to get some silicone tips on the end, because look, this is all pure 24 karat gold. What I would want to get is some nice silicone tips on the end here and here. You know, you see on sunglasses you have the black tips on the end here, like here. I want to get some silicone tips I can push along the edge, and then when I put them on my face, where the silicone tips are, they'll sit on my ears and they'll grip my ears even better. Or, actually, do you know what I could do that would work? I could get black electrical tape, but I'd have to carefully wrap it around.
Boomers doing alright. I've been online for 2 hours 54 minutes. How many subscribers have I got? Where's my case? Is it here? What is it? Isn't this? I'm confused. Talks like this. White cycles. This is started. Good morning. Let me see if my glasses are straight actually. Yes, they are. Brilliant. Means they don't need to straighten out. Look, I curved them. See how they got a curve now? Before they were completely flat like that. I curved them. So now they actually hug my face. And they stay on my face. Brilliant. Getting there though, just trying to leave this here. Just need to lose this. A little bit of muffin top I got. Maybe I should have got that.
Woof, 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 woof.
Ellen DeGeneres sued after fleeing the country. Oh man, the downward spiral for her is just never ending, isn't it?
Ellen DeGeneres is now being sued for negligence after she allegedly ran a stop sign and T-boned a woman's Tesla. So,
What?
even after moving across the world, it seems like Ellen, for some reason, is having a hard time avoiding American headlines. Except for this time, she isn't being called out for being a shitty boss. She's been called out for T-boning an innocent woman in her
What?
Tesla. Because I guess who needs stop signs when you can just plow into another vehicle? Not very generous, if you ask me. But hey, this is very unfortunate for Ellen, as the last few years she's been under scrutiny for a numerous amount of controversies. The main one being that she creates a toxic work culture and that she doesn't really live up to the whole be kind mantra that she preached on for decades on TV. But before all of that, Ellen was mostly a beloved comedian, talk show host, and maybe more notably, the voice actor of Dory in Finding Nemo.
Want a piece of meat? Yeah.
That killed it for me. That ruined it all for me, guys. I used to love that film. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even know. I found out on YouTube that she was the voice of Dory. Now it's just killed the film for me because I had to watch that flipping donut who was chilling on that island, probably in between filming this flipping film. You know, great film though, but I wish she... Dory the donut.
Yeah, ooh, I'm scared now. What? Stop following me, okay?
But a lot has changed since the infamous Oscar selfie has been taken, back when Ellen was actually in the good graces of the general public. But I mean, in the years since, Ellen has had such a fall from grace so monumental it should be studied.
Yeah,
It's a good lesson.
yeah, she's tried to win the people back so many times. She's tried to make a comeback, and nobody cared. Nobody cares. That's how disliked she is. Nobody cares.
Showing up for people, like maybe if Ellen showed up to, what's her name, Dakota James's birthday party, she would have still been on TV doing what she loves doing, hosting her show and conducting hidden camera experiments designed to humiliate her audience members. That is such a fascinating use of being a show host. Why would you ever want to humiliate an audience?
Interestingly enough, you see how a couple of times he's only shown a quick second image of the shows? Because the Ellen show has probably copyrighted him using the clips, because I've had the same thing.
We've been promised a life of luxury and modelling work before he confiscated her passport. Brooke George was forced to strip naked. The relationship that Brooke began with this guy William started in April, and she was flown out in May last time. So she was thrown out more or less immediately. He doesn't know her, she doesn't know him. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back again, straight into the next episode of What's Going On with Brooke George over in Dubai. But as we know, she's currently looking at the death penalty. This is not looking good. The death penalty, as I've recently discovered, is called the firing squad. It's like we need to understand what this firing squad death penalty is. A bunch of dons standing up, aiming rifles at you. 3, 2, 1, shoot, and everyone shoots. There's some people that have actually survived it because people haven't been able to aim correctly. What are we talking about? That must have Brooke feeling absolutely terrified. To know that could be the sentencing within the next couple of days, weeks, I don't even know how long this is going to take. That's terrifying, especially for the family as well. In the last video, we more or less spoke about the story itself, and we kind of gave the baseline to what's actually happened here. There's more information that I do want to bring to your attention in this video, so don't go anywhere. Please hit that like button and leave all your thoughts and all the comments down below. Turn your notification bells on. We've got plenty more videos uploading as well. You don't want to miss out on those. So let's just give a quick summary on what's happened so far. Very, very quick. So Brooke, she's got a bit of influence online. She's met this guy through Facebook. She's never seen him in the flesh before. She's just met him on Facebook. British man, but he didn't live in the UK when they met on Facebook. He was living in Dubai. She decided that she was going to travel to Dubai and meet this guy in the flesh. Now, on the first trip to Dubai, everything was okay. Everything was rosy. It encouraged her to continue the relationship. So now she's gone there for the second time. When she's gone there the second time, she claims that his attitude changed and now it's more controlling and more abusive. At all occasion goes down in the property that they were staying at. Now, just to let you know, it's been alleged that whilst they were in this property, there were other people in there with them. Now, the boyfriend himself, he goes by the name of William Treaty, and he is unfortunately, sadly, lost his life. It is literally understood that there were 5 people at the apartment altogether. 5 people. So it was Brooke, William, 2 of his friends, and the maid. Now, William and one of these friends, they're questionable. I believe one of them was on the run from Kent police. So they were already involved in some type of criminal activity that led them to be on the run in Dubai. And this is the type of person that Brooke George was building a relationship. Maybe she didn't know what he was into. Or maybe she did know. Maybe that was the reason for her second visit. Who knows? But what we do know at this moment in time, there was 3 other people in the property, 1 being the maid and 2 being friends of William. And it's one of those friends who I believe has come forward to say that they've got some type of evidence on their mobile phone. It is also understood that at least one of the friends contacted people in Britain shortly after Treeby's death. Campaigners believe that those calls, together with information stored on the mobile phones of the men, could help establish a timeline of events, identify further witnesses and preserve evidence before it is lost. One of the men present at the apartment, one of William's friends, he was wanted by Kent police. He had a warrant out for his arrest. William Treaty himself, had been due to stand trial at Maidstone Court, accused of conspiracy to supply cocaine following an investigation by Kent police. So this guy was involved in some type of Caroline operation or whatever the case may have been. And we're talking about William. So although his friend that he was with was wanted by Kent police, William was also set to stand trial for supplying or conspiracy to supply cocaine. They then need to understand what their relationship was really all about.
What do I do? Do I turn it off? Oh.
Possible, especially when you look at these records. But at the same time, this could actually work in Brooke's favour. Because if he is the criminal that they are painting him out to be, then it's easy to win over the jury in court, isn't it? However, court records show that William Treeby had previously been convicted of unlawful wounding and common assault and received a 14-month prison sentence suspended for 2 years. I believe the prosecution service over in UAE will be looking at this information and taking it into consideration whilst investigating this case. Now, as you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, Brooke George's mother is broken. She doesn't understand what is going on at this moment in time. She has begged the authorities not to put her daughter in front of the firing squad. Like I was just saying, it's going to be so much easier using William's criminal history against him to potentially get a less harsher sentence, aka not the firing squad. Either way, unfortunately for Brooke, she's going to jail. She is 100% going to jail for this. Whether she gets the death penalty, whether she gets 25 years, she's getting years. Like, you're going to jail for years. And it's things like this that should be a lesson to any influencer. And I'm sorry to sound sarcastic when I say that, because we're just loosely throwing this term around now, isn't it? Or this word around, influencer. Like, anyone that's got a social media following is an influencer. For all we know, she could have bought all of those followers. But this should be a lesson in so many ways for so many people online, especially when it comes to meeting random dons or going to Dubai. Now, according to what's being said by the mum, and this is an angle that they're taking to kind of support the criminal activity that William was potentially involved in, she claimed that her daughter was manipulated more or less to go to the UAE by Mr. Treeby, having been promised a life of luxury and modelling work before he confiscated her passport. That's what the mum says. The mum says he confiscated her passport. I haven't read the daughter saying that, but I've read the mother saying that. She claims she stabbed Mr. Treeby with a kitchen knife in an act of self-defense when he turned violent after she booked a flight back to the UK. Back to the UK. That doesn't make any sense to me. She claims that she stabbed Mr. Treeby with a kitchen knife in the act of self-defense when he turned violent after she booked a flight back to the UK. Hold on, I've got a red flag here. She booked a flight back to the UK. In the original statement that we read, in the original article that we read, in the last video, claims after William became abusive and violent, She then realised that he had only booked a one-way ticket, making it more difficult to travel home. Maybe some miscommunication, someone's typing up misinformation, I don't know. So the mum also goes on to say in a statement, the day before the incident, Brooke wasn't herself, she was quieter than usual, and she wouldn't tell her why. She wouldn't tell her mum why. That evening, they went to a bar with a guy. When I spoke to Brooke right after the incident,
Hi,
she
guys.
was absolutely terrified. I have never seen my daughter so frightened. She was crying uncontrollably, and I could see one of her eyes was badly swollen and beginning to close. She goes on to say, as Brooke's mother, I'm deeply concerned for her welfare. The daughter I spoke to that night was utterly terrified. I firmly believe she was trying desperately to get
That's
home
mad.
away from whatever
She went to Dubai,
happened to her.
went there the first time, and then she went there the second time, and her husband just flipped and changed on her.
And that she had
Because there's no rights in Dubai in that sense.
with the target of raising 75,000 to cover legal fees. So taming Dubai, which I believe is
I just cleaned my projector. Look at the screen. Right, look at the glass. I just cleaned. Look, I just cleaned that. Look how fresh that looks. Look, there's a little mark there, which is what I use this for. There's that little mark there. But piano black, so it's fucking annoying to keep clean.
I'm understanding now that the relationship that Brooke began with this guy, William, started in April, and she was flown out in May for the first time. So she was flown out more or less immediately. He doesn't know her, she doesn't know him. I'm just trying to understand why a woman of 23 years old, within a space of 2 to 3 weeks, would decide to jump on a plane and go to Dubai and meet someone she met online. And then we hear that she's gone because she was offered a life of luxury and modelling and comfort. That's the generic response that people would usually give when they're called in beats.
Yeah, that's fresh.
Here there right now is naive to believe
Look at that.
this randomly gone in Dubai is going to give you a life of luxury and modern. The last time we heard about that, we were talking about 3.5. Why people not to go to Dubai, especially if you was a model being offered a lot of money. Maybe, just maybe, that's what the case may have been when she landed for the second time. But what's just not making sense at this point in time for me is why she would jump on a plane and go to a country that she's never been to before and meet someone that she's never met before. You got soul dream.
It's a screw. Yeah, it is a screw.
And she was happy to pack her bags and fly over there. That's crazy. Now you can probably understand why the social media ban for under 16s need to come into play, because you've got 23-year-olds who have only been adults for a couple of years making decisions like that have ultimately led to them throwing their life away. My mum goes on to push the boyfriend narrative by claiming her daughter said to her that this guy William is the man of her dreams. Wow, but things went wrong, leading into the worrying phone call. Yeah, the worrying phone call was about trying to flee the country. It was trying to get away. It wasn't trying to get help. It wasn't about taking accountability. It was about fleeing the country in panic, in desperation. Understandably, if that's the case, it's not looking innocent. It's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good for the case. It's not looking good for the case. None of it's looking good. Just as it is, everyone's looking like a bunch of criminal drugs. And I'm getting more information as I've recorded this video, ladies and gentlemen, and it's being alleged, Brooke is alleging that William would have attacked her in the car after the night out. So they went to a bar and William attacked her in the car before continuing to attack her in the apartment. It was at his apartment where the pair went to retrieve Mrs. George's passport, where the fatal stabbing occurred. Based on what we're hearing there, it sounds like Brooke would have told the authorities that they were going back to the apartment to go and get the passport. You have to ask yourself at this point, why would he attack her after taking her out to a bar? Is this guy really that much of a savage? I mean, we're not going to know. He's dead now, isn't he? He's dead. You have to ask yourself at this point, why, after taking you out to the bar, would I punch you in your face or attack you? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I do that and take you back to the apartment to get your passport. Why would you have taken the passport off you and then taken you back for dinner? I mean, you could have just purposely left your passport out of the property if you didn't want to use it. I mean, that's what I usually do when I go on holiday. But I make sure the property that I stay at has definitely got a safe. But we're being told William decided to take the passport off of her. He confiscated the passport. For what? We don't know. But after this initial assault in the car, after a wonderful dinner at the bar, they go back to the apartment to get the passport. Now, I can only assume at this point Brooke wants to leave. She doesn't want to stay at this apartment after being assaulted in the car. She wants to leave. But she has to go up to that apartment to get that passport. And when they get into the apartment, she's there with not only William, but 2 other guys and the maid. And the maid as well. I mean, parts of the story isn't making any sense. I think there's more to what actually happens than meets the eye. Of course, Brooke doesn't want to face the firing squad, and she doesn't want to serve that many years in jail, so she's trying to paint it a certain way, make it look a certain way. But as you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, William Keegan's family are extremely devastated. They lost their son. They recently paid tribute on social media to him. In fact, his mother Karen wrote, I quote, "My darling son, I'm broken.
Fuck have they got? I lost my headphones. I got one of them here. I don't know where the fucking other one is.
All of us, and will keep your memory alive always." It's our time, of course, for both families. One, Mr. Son, and the other could potentially.
Where's the other one gone?
I mean, that is quite.
Found my case, now I've just got to find the fucking the right one. That's in my ear. I'm an idiot. Plonk.
Hit that like button, and I look forward to seeing you guys on the next one.
No, I don't. I'm not gay, mate. No. Why would you even say that? I've got missus, bro.
Weight gain protein shake, 2,400 calorie peanut butter gorilla mass builder from the same guy who also has a drink for you to burn your belly fat. If I take that one and then that one, am I still in the surplus? Eating an entire mass gainer in under 5 minutes. Genius comes in many forms from another generic mukbang channel.
Don't be ridiculous. I don't play that game.
So this lady here makes a very nice pre-workout smoothie. As you can see, nice camera work, relaxing flow. But she's doing it.
Yeah, I know.
Pours it into a glass. Schoolboy error. That's not how fitness influencers do it. After you've made your monster pre-workout shake, straight out the blender or don't bother.
Oh, I see spillage.
And so this is Michael Hearn's friend who cuts up a Haagen-Dazs ice cream, fancy, and then blends it with another 1,000,000 calories and chugs it with accompanying laughter.
Oh.
Can you take protein before workout? Yes. Is that all?
How do you get the protein as quick as possible?
What are you up to? I'm gonna keep it real. What's your actual name, by the way?
I'm Ulfstabs, directly from Austria.
And so this video is more of a story, and I'm going to explain how I got to the point of...
Bent my glasses, so now they actually fit on my face, look.
And so I'm watching
Bent
this
them in
video
the
of
middle.
Ryan Terry showing his pre-workout shake, and this was a very recent video on the Muscle and Strength YouTube channel, and he's another natural
Christina
truck
Tiffin.
sponsor back
Okay,
then.
cool.
And so in this video,
You got
he
WhatsApp or
makes
anything, so I can talk to you
66
properly.
700 calorie pre-workout
Or
shake.
Snapchat,
It has
or
oat
Instagram,
milk, peanut
or
butter, banana, soy boy milk, 2 scoops of whey protein. He then
Like,
goes
what
on
other
to
social
take
networks do you use
a
other than
pre-workout
YouTube?
protein EAA, a protein EAA during his workout, and then a protein after his workout. And if you watch this channel regularly, you'll understand that that's perhaps an overload of protein, and that physiology is not that sensitive. You don't need protein pre, intra, and immediately post-workout. How much protein you take over a day is the most important thing. Of course, you can take protein post-workout, but there's no mad rush, no anabolic window, and that decreases in need if you have protein pre-workout. I have a video explaining that, I have videos explaining that, and so please go and watch those videos if you want an evidence-based discussion of them. And so I'm reading the comments here, and it's just amazing just how non-applicable what he is showing he does is to his audience, and yet how they seem to blindly follow it and love the information and say how educational it is. The lack of critical thinking is absolutely amazing, and many of them seem more obsessed with what supplement company he's now sponsored by, like a footballer transferring teams or something. He left USN and is now with MyProtein. How much did the transfer cost? Did Daniel Levy drive a hard bargain? Then actually understanding the basics of protein.
No, I'm not nodding.
For example,
I'm fucking watching the telly, you dickhead.
Good video, literally been having same pre-workout.
You see, I've got my fucking eyes
Same
open.
shake as him, do you, Connor? You have almost 70
You're blind or
grams of
something.
protein in a pre-workout shake, do you, mate? Are you an IFBB pro carrying around 200 pounds?
You can hear the fucking telly in the background.
So John Terry seems a nice man. He can drink whatever he wants. He can blend whatever he wants in his kitchen. Fine. I'm not making this video to say he can't do that. I just found it absolutely astounding watching his video and then watching the responses in the comments.
Yeah, Christina, have you got any, like,
The way
got
he
WhatsApp
explains
or
the
anything?
purpose of each ingredient. He said he uses peanut butter because it's crunchy. But anyway, then I had one of those rare things called a thought, and so I thought I would YouTube search pre-workout protein shake and see what comes up. 3 best supplements for beginners. Is the answer simple? And there seems to be a trend of fitness influencers making massive pre-workout shakes for their audiences to enjoy, with trough loads of supplements and other ingredients thrown in and downs like a weird fitness drinking game. And of course they're sponsored by the supplement companies that they throw in their shake by chance, pure coincidence. I'm not going to condescend this audience by explaining why there's a conflict of interest there. And so this journey down this rabbit hole was absolutely beautiful in every sense. And I'm not against shakes, I get them all the time, especially after dry scooping pre-workout with a Bang Energy. Now of course there is nothing wrong with having a pre-workout shake, of course, but for most people watching this you probably just have one scoop of protein and some kind of
Get drunk.
in there, boring. Fitness stars and without these fitness influencers have to take it to the next level. They have to present you the shake of aspiration, the hope, the pedestal of shakes in shake form that you're inspired to consume within 3 seconds. Bigger is better, larger than life, explosions of creativity in the kitchen, probably followed by explosions in the bathroom. And why do people always look so surprised on their thumbnail? Word of advice to people making YouTube thumbnails, always put a picture of yourself on the thumbnail looking like a complete lemon. Hannah Oberg, she's a Gymshark model, very successful, congratulations to her. But let's just say she makes Finn seem knowledgeable. And so in my pre-workout search, this video came up, which is a few years old. And in this she shows her pre-workout here, berry and oats with her supplement by her sponsored company, fine, whatever. But that wasn't what tweaked my interest. It was actually her post-workout information. The do's and don'ts video here. Don't use an evidence base at all when communicating to your audience. Do believe in a 30-minute post-workout anabolic window. The thumbnail says busting nutrition myths with attached Instagram post. And then you say this.
Moving on to when I'm at the gym. Then I'm always drinking BCAA.
Why it's doing nothing, especially considering you've just had protein pre-workout.
And after my workouts, if I know that I am not going to eat anything within 30 minutes,
Is the made-up anabolic window now 30 minutes?
I always eat fast carbs and drink fast protein. Always. If I'm drinking BCAA or if I'm drinking whey protein.
For hilarity, I'm now officially declaring that the post-workout anabolic window is 2 minutes, just to see people madly rushing to the change room to down their protein shake. I want everyone watching this video to spread that now.
The anabolic window is now 2 minutes post-workout.
Let the comedy unfold.
If it goes less than 30 minutes after my workout, I always eat my rice cakes even so. Always, because I know that I need the fast carbs like bam bam. Straight out in the guns or in the booty or whatever. I need it.
I ain't arguing, and I'm refraining from making a comment here, and believe me, I had a few in my mind. And so a quick interlude here of Cali Muscle downing a 1,000-calorie shake for your entertainment, accompanied by slapping his anatomy and doing a perfect blender impression. Do you want some protein with that, honey mate? There are bees all over the world looking at him with envy, but to my very favourite protein miss shake that I found on YouTube, Mike O'Hearn, the Psycho pre-workout, streamed a year ago. How did I miss this? I think they spelled sociopath wrong.
Alright, I got my... Using my little special amino duck eggs.
The dry duck egg formula right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Duck eggs. So, this, guys, you cannot get yet.
No one wants it, mate.
But, incredible!
Profit margins?
Leucine! What does leucine do?
In isolation, nothing. Leucine is a trigger for protein synthesis and of course makes up one of the branched chain amino acids. But if you're going to take it in an isolated supplement, it is absolutely not effective for protein synthesis. And indeed, you want to take in complete protein, which you could do through a whey protein supplement, an EAA supplement, or through that crazy thing of food that you
Got yourself a bigger grape.
I guess it's the trend right now.
Then he puts branched chain amino acids in it. So hold on a second. After he's just put a leucine supplement in his shake, aka a branched chain amino acid, he then puts more branched chain amino acids in it. This is literally one of the dumbest things you're ever going to see on YouTube. Even more dumb than Tyrone's protein shake. And that's saying a lot.
I guess it's the trend.
Leave it alone.
Did he just say it's the trend right now?
Glutamine.
Bad.
Just 5 grams.
Bad.
Glutamine. That's 1 scoop.
Bad. No, you don't. It doesn't have bioavailability. I've talked about glutamine as a supplement before for the purpose of recovery. Glutamine as a supplement does not have the bioavailability, meaning that your body cannot effectively use it through supplement form for the purpose of recovery. Again, one of those supplements which in theory would make sense, but in practical application just does not work for purpose. Then 2 vitamin C packets here, followed by cringeworthy arrogance.
Throw this away in the trash. So that is the preloaded drink. Now I'm throwing the actual pre-workout along with that.
Then the pre-workout. After all that, then he puts the pre-workout in. How many supplements are in this shake?
My boys and
Only a
girls.
psychopath that would drink something like that.
Oh, yeah. You gotta do it with spoon. So we still don't really know what's actually in this focus drink that Mike calls.
Then a secret focus formula, most likely gear.
Trending.
And his wife here shouts trending at that point. The subliminal messages in this one are strong.
Ready? Go.
Who actually enjoys watching this?
Now see, finish.
Yeah, got a.
Oh boy.
As always,
And Jamaican.
about this culture of fitness
Love it.
influences making
Grape soda.
gigantic pre-workout
It's probably my
protein
favourite grape
shakes
soda.
entertainment. Thank you so much for
It's basically the same as
Okay.
KA sort of thing. If you've ever had that before, it's just like, yeah, grape soda.
So the question is, how much muscle can you
Oh, I
build
forgot.
naturally?
I've got a 7% Copperberg in the fucking fridge. 2 of them. And I've got two 4% cides in the fridge and two 7.5% cides in the fridge. So those 2.75, basically the two 7.5 and the two 4%, it's going to make me feel tipsy having all
Think of
that.
this as a reverse feature, where I purposefully reference and give information from someone else, as I want to project people who I think can help you with your health and fitness journeys. And Greg Knuckles is one of them. The caveat is you have to say his name like that. I think he appreciates it. And so if more people took information from people like this, rather than people like this, my faith in humanity would be restored. I'm James Cheney, amino acid. Welcome to the Lair Cake Son.
One more thing, young man.
Look how cute this is.
Always remember the art
That's my daughter. On my bank card. So cool. She's in the bath, look. With her head poking out the bath. Like, hi, Dad. She was only like
Screaming in harmony.
5 there.
Think Dakota Fanning in War of the Worlds. Yeah, that level of screaming. Then I love you, you are my people, I am at your service. And so when we approach a
I'm going to eat this in a minute.
there are other questions
Crave my
we
hunger.
may ask, such as, what are my goals? How much muscle do I need to build?
It's got reggae sauce in it.
Now those are outside of my scope, and it really comes down to your specificity. And for the regular fitness pursuer, focusing on yourself and not comparing yourself to other people, perhaps in social media, or having some set mass number, may be beneficial for you if you are not, for example, a bodybuilder or a fitness competitor where literally amounts of mass are vital. But for the regular gym goer, fitness pursuer, my advice would be very much to focus on yourself, make the most of what you have, and ultimately consistently hammer at the underlying principles behind muscle building, and not overly worrying about a certain amount of inches, that's what she said, around your arms, for example, but just embracing the process
Brilliant.
of training and trusting.
Certainly a couple of inches, that's what she said. I love how you dropped that in there.
Is that's not a fair comparison. And so Bruce Lee, rest in peace, his goal was not the maximal amount of muscle.
Yeah, and you know Hollywood,
martial arts was his
over-exaggerated
goal.
Bruce Lee.
Phil Heath is a bodybuilder, and literally his goal is to build as much mass
Hi,
as
Jenny.
possible, with of course symmetry and the other bodybuilding aspects.
And yeah, Hollywood
There are at different ends of the spectrum.
blew him out of proportions. They made him better than what he is, but he was just an actor. Bruce Lee wasn't a real fighter, he was just an actor. He studied, like, obviously Tai Chi and that, but he was just an actor.
His training and eating methods must be superior. That just isn't valid. We have to understand context.
No, I'm not
We have
watching
to
BBC
understand
News.
the variability of issues like this. But if we do understand the context,
How much muscle can you build naturally?
that people have different behaviors, etc.
And I built all this naturally over the space of 15 years.
As to how much muscle people can build naturally or not. And so how much muscle can you build, assuming you understand the base layer principles of muscle growth, such as overload, dynamic contractions, mechanical tension, metabolic stress, protein intake, energy balance. And so this stuff is all over my channel. If it sounds like an alien language and you have no idea what any of that means,
Triceps again
please
there,
watch some of my other videos. And so if you do understand those principles of training, how much muscle can you build? For men and women, it's very heavily genetic based. And so I made a video on
Oh yeah, but you're still an actor.
and yes, that sounds as surreal to
So I was
me
getting
as
at.
it does to you about muscle fibers and muscle growth. There is a scientifically accurate reconstruction of how motor units are innervated and muscle fibers activated. Trademark. And I've linked that down below, and I've also linked it in the top right corner of this video with that little eye icon, so you can click through to Omar's video at any point that you wish. And I would greatly appreciate anyone who has the time to go and view that video. Very much like to thank Mr. Omar
Grape soda.
for his kindness and support that he's given me to allow this slightly weird and awkward person on his channel.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions.
They want to have them answered immediately.
And so with a topic as vast as this, of course I cannot cover every aspect relating to these different forms of cardio. However, like any
No, I get what you're saying.
intro,
Teddy, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hi, Jenny. Can't have any. Yeah, he is called Teddy Bear. Come here. Oh, that's a bit of a weird look you give me then. Oi. Oi. But yeah, he's a big teddy bear, really. Isn't you? He wants some of my sandwich, though. He's like, oh, that looks good. Mmm. That's really good though. It's just ham and cheese in a baguette, but that's really good. I'm gonna have to do that when I go to the shop tomorrow. Buy like a proper baguette loaf or some rolls and buy some ham and cheese and do it that way as well. You're dribbling, Teddy. It's mad because my best friend never got to meet Teddy. Sadly. She would have fallen in love with him. What are you up to, Jenny?
They lost a $200,000 home because of a $2,000 tax bill that they might have not even known. What? Yes, this is a real thing that happened to this Michigan family, and their fight has now reached the highest court in the country. This story genuinely had me stumped for a second because every time I thought I kind of figured out what was going on.
What's your WhatsApp, Jenny? So I can actually talk to you properly.
More details came out, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? So apparently, it all starts with a tax bill of just $2,241.93. Not $22,000, not $222,000, just $2,241. And somehow, that number eventually led to a Michigan family losing a home that had been assessed for tax purposes at nearly $200,000. So obviously, if you're thinking, okay, there's got to be more to the story, yeah, you're absolutely right, because there is a whole lot more to the story. So this whole case revolves around the Pung family and their house in Isabella County, Michigan. 35 years ago, Timothy Scott Pung bought a 3-bedroom house where he and his wife raised their family. According to the Pacific Legal Foundation, which now represents the family, the house gave them exactly what most people hope for when they buy a house: stability, memories, and something to pass on to the next generation. So after Scott unexpectedly passed away in 2004, and his wife later on passed away in 2008, Scott's son Mark continued living in the home with his own wife and young child.
So far, incredibly sad story.
That's
But
really
at least
nice.
it was a home that could stay within the family and
I might go get the other half.
But the problems didn't start until
I'll put it in the fridge. Thinking I'll eat it tomorrow.
No longer qualified for
But that was really good.
Michigan's principal residence exemption. Basically,
I went way
it's
too
a tax
fast.
exemption that's available for qualifying primary residences, and the Plum family believed the exemption should continue because family members were still living in the home. But unfortunately, the local tax assessor disagreed. So now, this wasn't just like one of those situations where someone shrugged and said, fine, whatever. No, the family actually challenged the decision before the Michigan tax tribunal, and they actually won. So according to the tribunal, because family members and beneficiaries of the
Tribunal.
estate continued living in the house,
Tribunal.
they didn't have to file additional paperwork to keep the exemption. So, at that point you would think, okay, everyone just packs up their legal folders and, continues on with life. Maybe an awkward handshake or two. I don't know. But apparently, no, that didn't happen. So according to court filings, the assessor denied the exemption again.
Nice.
Anyway, what? How could they do that? So the Pacific Legal Foundation even points to a testimony where after being reminded about the earlier ruling, the assessor responded, I don't care what he says, the law says that you do. What about the ruling? What? This is the problem with this story. So much of it just doesn't make sense. It just seems so incredibly unfair to the family. What kind of government official responds like that after losing? That just doesn't make sense whatsoever. But from there, the dispute snowballed out of control. The family says the county treated the property as delinquent over a tax bill that they never should have owed in the first place. So Isabella County, meanwhile, argues the family had years to resolve the issue, received repeated notices, and failed to pay the taxes the county believed were due. So right away, you've got two completely different versions of the same story. And unfortunately for the Pungs, while everyone was arguing about who was right, the foreclosure process just kept moving forward. Now, before we get to the Supreme Court, we need to talk about what actually happened to the house, because this is where the numbers start looking very bizarre. So the county eventually foreclosed on the property over what had grown into about $2,241 in tax debt. And remember, this wasn't some abandoned house that's been sitting empty for like 20 years. No, Mark Pung, his wife, and their young child were living there, and they were ultimately evicted from the house. Then, Isabella County put the property up for public auction. I can only imagine how frustrating this is. Property tax rate in Isabella County. That's high property tax rate, 1.26. Essentially, it seems like they're foreclosing on the house for 1 year of owed property tax. That's quick. Unfortunately, I think this is one of those situations where you kind of just have to pay that property tax and appeal it, and then wait for the appeal process to go through. So you just don't lose your house. I can imagine being displaced from your house would cost a whole lot more than that tax bill. What an overall nightmare for the family, though. But it gets so much worse. The house in the county is assessed for tax purposes at roughly $200,000. It's sold for $76,000. That house sold for 40% of its assessed value. Now, obviously, before anyone jumps to the comments saying like, well, that's assessed value, that's not the same as market value, you're absolutely right. They're not identical.
Grape soda.
So, counties themselves will tell
Can't
you
go wrong with some grape soda.
don't reflect on what a home
Jamaica
sells
as well.
for in the open market. But here's the part that
Even though it was imported from the Netherlands.
some eyebrows because about 18
And then
months
imported
after
from Jamaica,
the
then
auction,
imported to the Netherlands, and then from the Netherlands to the UK.
This time for
Mad. Why don't they just directly deport it from Jamaica? It's probably more expensive. Directly from Jamaica.
That difference
Don't
is
know.
nearly,
Because they do it in dollars, whereas Holland is euros, isn't it?
But I digress.
It's probably a
After
better
the Supreme
exchange
Court's 2023 decision in Tyler v. Hennepin County, which we'll get into in a minute what that really is, the county couldn't keep every dollar from the sale. Instead, the Pung family ultimately received about $73,000, which was essentially the auction price minus the taxes and other amounts the county said were owed. But the family argued that this wasn't enough. They were saying, give us the whole $195,000. Because they were saying, if you're going to take our home, you shouldn't get the value at one number for tax purposes, sell it for far less at a government auction, and then tell us that that low auction price is all it's worth. In other words, they believe they should be compensated based on what the home was actually worth, not what happened to come out of a foreclosure auction. And that's essentially the question that eventually landed in front of the United States Supreme Court. So when the government takes and sells your home, what exactly counts as just compensation under the Constitution? And to understand why this case ended up in front of the Supreme Court, Court, we kind of have to rewind a couple years, because this wasn't exactly the first time that justices had actually dealt with a case like this. Because in 2023, the Supreme Court unanimously decided a case called Tyler v. Hennepin County, which is the one I mentioned earlier. That case involved a 94-year-old Minnesota woman named Geraldine Tyler, who lost her condo over unpaid property taxes. Here, the county sold her property for about $40,000. And the problem was that only around $15,000 of that money was actually needed to cover those taxes, penalties, and interest, and I guess costs. So I guess the government just decided to keep the rest. So thankfully, the Supreme Court looked at that and unanimously said, no. That's not acceptable. So justice after justice agreed that while the government has the power to collect unpaid taxes, it can't use a tax debt as an excuse to take more property than what it's owed. Or, as Forbes said it, Tyler established basically the government can collect taxes, but it cannot use a tax debt as an excuse to take more property than it's owed. And obviously, this was a huge property rights victory. So when the Pungs brought their case, everyone naturally assumed that it would be another Tyler case. Except it wasn't. See, after Tyler, Isabella County didn't keep every penny from the auction. The county returned the surplus proceeds from the sale, roughly, $73,766 after subtracting the tax debt. So the legal question, I guess, changed. Instead of asking, can the government keep the extra money, the Pungs were asking, what if the auction itself produces a stupidly low price? Like if your home is actually worth close to $200,000, but a tax foreclosure auction only brings in $76,000, should the Constitution require
Love you stayed up there, Ted. Good boy.
based on what your home is really worth, or is the auction price good enough? And believe it or not, there wasn't a clear answer to that question, because that's why this...
That is when we create this net anabolic state, which is conducive with muscle hypertrophy or growth. And so let's go microscopic and look at muscle growth at the muscle fiber level. And essentially, muscle fibers can increase in size. When we think about an increase in the length of muscle fibers, we can think of this as increasing the sarcomere in series. And I'll explain what I'm saying. When we talk about increasing the sarcomere in parallel, and that is the concept that we will focus on, because it is increasing the sarcomere in parallel of muscle fibers, which is the response from resistance training, the sorts of training that we are doing. When we think about increasing the length of muscle fibers, this is viable, but it's more in tune to other sorts of scenarios, such as if you're hyperextending a muscle over time. For example, if it's in a cast, then it can increase the length. And so within a muscle fiber, we have a myofibril, and we can think of it as a rod or a unit where muscle contraction takes place. I quite like this diagram as it shows the muscle fiber containing the myofibril. Then running along the length of the myofibril, we have the sarcomere, and the sarcomere is the specific unit within the myofibril where muscle contraction occurs. And this occurs due to something called the sliding filament theory, but you don't really need to know about that in this video. All you need to know is that muscles contain bundles of muscle fibers, and these muscle fibers contain myofibrils, which contain sarcomeres. And it's these myofibrils and sarcomeres which are really the microscopic part of the muscle where we can look for how muscle growth occurs. Because hypertrophy caused by resistance training happens when there is an increase in the size of the myofibrils and the sarcomeres in parallel. And you can think of this as kind of stacking them next to each other. You know when you feel like a canned fish on public transport in the underground? That's kind of what you can think of as this parallel increase in myofibrils and sarcomeres. And so at this point, you can understand how within a muscle fiber, there is a specific part of the muscle fiber which is acted upon to increase muscle size. However, we can think of hypertrophy in terms of two categories. And actually, I've watched a few YouTube videos on this, and this is really badly communicated to you. And a lot of growth science is communicated to you when it comes to these two categories. And these two categories are contractile hypertrophy and non-contractile hypertrophy. Non-contractile hypertrophy, that's easy for me to say, is also known as sarcoplasmic hypertrophy. And this is a kind of increase in the size
of the muscle cells through non-contractile components such as glycogen and hydration. And non-contractile hypertrophy is also known as non-functional hypertrophy. However, the term non-functional is debated, as there are arguments to suggest that these non-contractile components do contribute towards muscle hypertrophy. But that's something that you don't need to think about. It's really the contractile hypertrophy category. That's really what you're focusing on with your weight training, your resistance training. And in essence, as I've said, that is the increase in the sarcomeres and myofibrils in parallel to each other. And so you can think of muscle growth at the muscle fiber level as a response to a stimulus, an adaptation to a stimulus. Your weight training is forcing adaptation within the microscopic levels of muscle fibers that's acting upon the sarcomere and myofibrils, which is therefore going to create bigger muscle. But it's useful to understand what this stimulus can look like. And Dr. Schoenfeld, 2010, has some really great information over here, where he breaks down muscle growth into three categories, and these are mechanical tension, metabolic stress, and muscle damage. And this will give you a good practical application of what this increase in muscle fiber size looks like. And so mechanical tension is created by force generation and also the stretch in the muscle. When we are lifting weights or doing calisthenics or any real type of challenging resistance training, the concentric contraction will require force generation, as will the eccentric. However, the eccentric contraction is known as passive tension, this stretching of the muscle, where muscular tension develops because of the lengthening of extramyofibrillar elements. And also, interestingly enough, this eccentric contraction with this passive tension creation from your weightlifting is associated with an increase in specifically type 2 muscle fibers. And Dr. Schoenfeld has a nice phrase for understanding mechanical tension and muscle growth at the muscle fiber level when he says, the tension associated with resistance training disturbs the integrity of skeletal muscle. Now, of course, the response, your rest and your protein intake is important for protein synthesis, the creation of new proteins, and the rebuilding of the muscle tissue. And then the other factor that Dr. Schoenfeld highlights, in addition, because it's a cumulative process, and he does say that mechanical tension can elicit hypertrophic response, but actually you can think of it as a sort of teamwork, where you have the idea of muscle damage. Now, muscle damage is what is communicated to you most prevalently within YouTube Fitness. You've heard of this idea of breaking down the muscle, localized specific muscle damage from resistance training, right? You're bench pressing, you're causing localized muscle damage to the pecs, the triceps, etc. And so you can think of this as these sort of micro tears, in some cases small tears within the muscle fiber, in other cases it could be larger tears, but it's this tearing of the muscle fiber, this localized muscle damage, which is another contributing factor to muscle growth, which leads to this increase of myofibrils and sarcomeres added in parallel. And then the third concept he talks about for muscle growth, which is probably the hardest to wrap your mind around, is this idea of metabolic stress. And this is an accumulation of metabolites such as lactate, which does not cause muscle soreness. Watch my Mythbusters series. And these metabolites can almost be thought of as having an indirect impact on hypertrophy. Perhaps not such a direct, visible impact such as muscle damage or mechanical tension. But this metabolic stress that you're putting on your body through this repeated resistance, challenging resistance training, and this accumulation of metabolites can create an environment which helps to elicit a hypertrophic response, such as creating an acidic environment, which can lead to the degradation of muscle fibers. And so we can look at these three concepts and we can apply them to this idea of muscle breakdown and growth at the muscle fiber level. And of course, this is a vast topic, and I will discuss other aspects of muscle growth in my later videos. And so I hope this was a useful first episode for you, and a kind
How's
of
everyone doing?
dipping of your toe into the water,
Hope everyone's well.
and looking at the more biological
That heel,
basis
pull the
of muscle
scab off.
growth.
Look.
I'm going to release a whole series
Spot
for
there.
muscle growth, which will add and build upon the information in this episode. So I'm James Linker. I want to thank you so much for following the channel and being part of this community, and I'll see you soon.
Oh, it's there. It's an awkward place. It's such an awkward place.
22,000 of you made the right decision.
It's
Just
there.
joking. Thank you so much for
It's
your
true.
support and 22,000 subscribers. This is video 2 in my muscle growth series.
But yeah, there's one there, there's one there.
So when I look at YouTube fitness, it's almost like certain people are taking raw information, science, and passing it through a filter, almost like an Instagram filter, where you can take your
Oh,
picture,
fucking hurt.
pass it through a filter, and change its appearance. That's kind of what I see within YouTube fitness. People who do not have the competence in communicating ideas to you. They take raw scientific information, they pass it through a filter of bias and misunderstanding and dollar bills, and they communicate it to you through that filter. And so the purpose of these videos is really just to give you the honest, transparent, easy to digest information which can help you. Now this video is not directly applicable to you. It's not something that you can take and answer a question. It is more of a philosophical video which should get you thinking along the right lines. It should get you asking questions surrounding muscle building, which in the long term will help you to move through this fitness journey, to remove the disinformation and to internalize effective information to ultimately help you to achieve your goal. And so when it comes to being anabolic and catabolic, it's not as though you are anabolic at all times. And this is really badly communicated to you. And it's twisted where this idea, this concept that you need to be anabolic and therefore you need to take
Tap the
this
screen, guys and girls, much
this
appreciated.
training program, etc. And it's just not correct, because the main takeaway from this video is that you are both anabolic and catabolic throughout a day. The state of anabolism and catabolism is like a constant battle. You can think of it as the Game of Thrones of biology, where it is this constant battle for being in an anabolic state, in a catabolic state. And as you will learn throughout this video, catabolism actually follows anabolism throughout a day, and it is your goal to win the day. And that is why I refer to an anabolic state as a net anabolic state. That word net is absolutely essential and cannot be ignored, because we are both anabolic and catabolic at different times due to different variables throughout a day.
You alright?
Over the course of a day, it is your
Where you
purpose
up
to
to?
be in a net anabolic state where you have created more of a net anabolic environment than a catabolic environment. So it's not like, oh, there's my mate Pete. Pete's anabolic, but Kevin, poor Kev, Kevin's catabolic. Someone get him some BCAA supplements. That's not how it works. When it comes to YouTube fitness, a lot of these people who are pushing an anabolic state, you have to be anabolic. Don't go catabolic, bro, when actually catabolism is absolutely vital to life. These people deserve a Jonah Lomu handoff. This process of being anabolic and catabolic in relation to amino acids, protein synthesis, is not a straight line. If we were to represent it on a graph, not a scientific graph in my case, because I'm terrible at drawing, but it would not be a straight line of anabolism and catabolism. It would more
What'd you rush out the message for, bro? I said, how are you?
with peaks and troughs.
I said, hey, Aaron.
Certain points throughout the day you are
You got the same name as me.
certain points throughout
That's
the day
cool.
you are catabolic.
But why retract your message? It just makes you look silly.
You are more anabolic throughout the day than you are catabolic. And why is this? Well, because catabolism follows anabolism. And so when you look
I did say, hey, Aaron,
celebrities
you alright?
in fitness who are unable
I said, what are you up
to
to?
bones of the body, or unable to explain basic scientific
So I don't know why you retracted your message.
eating to you,
I could have done that for you.
these
people.
If you're just going to do that, why bother even sending me a message in the first place?
Process of anabolism and catabolism through training
I did speak to you, you know.
a multitude of factors when they and build these large full muscles and be 8-9% ripped, shredded abs. How is it possible that these people who do not understand basic
Just don't be a dick.
concepts can
That's how I remove you as a lord.
negotiate this journey
Simple as that.
of anabolism and catabolism? Could it be wait.
But yeah, don't be a dick, and I'll keep you as a mod.
And so what factors contribute to you being anabolic in relation to muscle mass? Well, these are, of course, your training, and this would be the type, the frequency, and the intensity of your training, nutrition, amino acid uptake, which is absolutely essential, and this...
I made you a mod, Aaron, but don't fucking make me regret it. I did say to you, what are you up to? How you been?
And then we have other factors such as hormones, we have recovery, we have energy balance. There is a whole multitude of variables which influence an anabolic and catabolic state. But here's what's really essential. Now let's look at what increases metabolism. Well, your training and your nutrition. And as you'll see, it's the same factors which increase anabolism. When you eat, not only are you producing anabolic reactions in your body, but catabolic reactions increase. When you are training, not only do you signal to protein synthesis and anabolic process, but catabolic processes are also increasing in your body. So you can see how the process of catabolism follows anabolism. And being catabolic is absolutely essential to life. When we think about protein metabolism, the anabolic, the building up of molecules, is vital for life, as is the catabolic processes, the breaking down of molecules. In this case, the breaking down of proteins, which are then
Hey, man.
in some cases.
How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's looking after their mental health.
You would not be a very well person.
What's everyone been doing today?
Stop fearing catabolism. Catabolism is essential, but you want to make sure that you are more anabolic than you are
catabolic.
catabolic. You are looking for net anabolism. That is your goal if you are building muscle. And we know that amino acid intake, eating protein, is important. As Moritaud stated, it was found that frequent meals increased net protein balance following resistance training. Now, instantly, some of you may say, well, do I need to eat many times throughout the day?
What's everyone up
Again,
to?
That's a highly variable answer based on the question. When we think about theory and practical application, it's not always that simple, and nutrient timing is very complicated. And what I will tell you throughout this video is that for the regular gym goer looking to build muscle, you don't need to overcomplicate these things. And that means nutrient timing, nutrient intake, quantity, training protocols. You can use the basics. It is athletes, elite athletes, who are far more sensitive to aspects such as
What's everyone doing today?
timing and training
Hope
protocols.
everyone's well. Mate, I've been on live for 4 hours and 3 minutes. That's insane. But to be fair, it is 25 past 5. So I've been on live for literally since 10 past 1. That's crazy. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well, hope everyone's doing good, hope everyone's looking after their mental health. Anyone want to ask me anything, they're more than welcome. Like, I'm straight to the point. A lot of the time, I won't Google things, and I'll just use my critical thinking and common sense, which not a lot of people use nowadays. But yeah, I had a spine x-ray yesterday, and basically, yeah, it's not good. Basically, they said I got osteoarthritis, which means I've got the back of a 60-year-old / 70-year-old, and I'm 36. Yeah, it sucks. I had a fall in 2017, and I had an operation in 2018, and it was a knock-on effect. And yeah, now I've got arthritis from S1 to L1 to L6, which is the bottom of your spine, all the way up to probably about
In my opinion, this relates to the post-workout anabolic window. Should you eat something post-workout? Is it the common sense idea? Is it sensible to eat food post-workout? Absolutely.
Scratching my
yes,
back
it is.
because that pillow's got sequins on it. So I scratch my back and it feels so good
With a sort of countdown timer where you have to eat
because of the
post-workout.
sequins
No,
on it.
there's not. And that is influenced by
I'm going to have a bomb and then I'm going to eat the rest of my sandwich.
pre-workout that decreases the need to take in protein post-workout. If you are in a fasted state, then actually that may increase the need to eat food post-workout.
And a bit of sauce in there.
So it's really
I got a little ham and cheese sandwich with some reggae sauce in there.
conflicting. This is just the correct way to approach these.
But I'm looking forward to eating it.
And so to create a net anabolic
I had half of it earlier and then I was like, I want the other half now. That was really nice. So I got it back out of the fridge within about 5 minutes. I got this the other day. This is well expensive. This is like £3.50. Just for that. £3 fucking 50. And I bought 2 of those now, so I spent £7 on 2 bottles of Fanta. That's not even 600ml in total. Well, it's 600ml for 2 of those bottles, which is that. Do you know what I mean? Man. Why couldn't the English do that? Make a can that you can fucking seal. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's an actual can look. Why didn't the UK follow suit? Because then you can actually seal your cans, and it's a smaller, so you ain't got enough space in your bag. At least you can put that in your bag. Smells nice as well. It's lightly carbonated from Japan. But £3, way too expensive. But I bought it because I like it. But yeah, it's really cool. The fact that they've done the logo like that. And then, like, it could literally look like an arse, look. It literally looks like a bum. If I'd ever seen one. Or a camel toe.
Anabolic state within a day to contribute to your muscle building goals. Well, you just need to do the basics well. You need to focus on your eating and your training. Your training, which needs to be challenging to the muscle. And this can be done in many ways, with many sets and reps and different types of workout programming. But it needs to contain progressive overload and constantly challenging the muscle to force it to adapt and grow. And with your eating, you need to make sure you're getting quality food sources. Now, there are many different ways you can eat, but quality protein is absolutely essential to muscle building. Quality, meaning essential amino acid intake. The quantity, eating adequate quantity levels of protein. I cannot give you an exact number in this video, but there are good guidelines out there. I've made videos on that, and Dr. Eric Helms has some excellent guidelines for protein intake. And so to summarize, I want you to focus on cumulative factors to create a net anabolic state. I don't want you to panic about these small minutiae of information, such as eating at a certain time throughout a day, training at a certain time throughout a day. Throughout that one day, is my training challenging my muscle? If it is, then that's fine. I don't care if you're training at 7 a.m., 7 p.m., if you're training twice throughout the day. As long as you are hitting your target, challenging the muscle according to your training program, that is absolutely conducive with creating an net anabolic state. And when it comes to your food, I don't care, again, what time throughout the day you're eating, as long as you're taking in those adequate amount of calories and macronutrients to help contribute to this net anabolic state. Now remember that muscle is active tissue. Use it or lose it. Your body does not want to unnecessarily store extra muscle mass. So if you want to maintain your gains, you need to constantly challenge your body. And this is why you should view training and eating healthy as over your active lifetime. So I'm James Linker, Shredded Sports Science. I'll see you soon. Time to troll you with some more information. You got that joke, you are my people. And so this is episode 3 of my How Do Muscles Grow series. And I want to start by saying that progressive overload is not linear. It is not a straight line. And what do I mean by that? Well, I'll explain it later. But if you've heard that phrase not linear before, it's because I also talked about it in relation to the other X channels when I talked about fasting training and energy substrates. Because the body is complicated. Metabolism is dynamic and variable and multifactorial. It is not a straightforward process that you can
What are you up to, Aaron?
When you look at something through a short-term, acute lens, when you look at one small part of the pie, it can be deceiving. Because when we take a step back and look at the whole pie, and look at all the processes involved in something, such as fat loss or muscle building, and we understand the complexities involved, then we can highlight what is significant or not. And just a quick detail, because I know many of you are watching this or are following me through all my videos now, it's hard to believe anyone out of shape talking about fitness is Butte already, street champion, multi-Butte. You can assess physical fitness standards just by looking at someone wearing a hoodie sitting in a chair. You should tell how we say you will make bank, my friends. Chris is the you hate on him to get views and new subs, you jealous old man. Does not debunk the accurate scientific outlook I presented. It is called a peer review for a reason. In science, peer reviews assess others' work, which ultimately leads to a better understanding for all of us. Or you can just type in caption the childish response. Your call. Bro, who are you? I've never seen your channel. That is why you don't know about fasted training or energy supplements. So it doesn't matter how many childish verbal abuse you send me or indeed racist abuse that I'm receiving. I want to be very clear to and express to you what it means, the fact that you are having to follow me now in every video.
Well, I've got news for you. You are mine now. You belong to me.
And so there are very few concepts within fitness that I would say are compulsory. But overload is certainly one of them. And if you watch my last video within this series about anabolism and catabolism, you will understand how these processes don't really look so much linear like this, but they kind of look a bit more like this. It would not be a straight line from anabolism and catabolism. We're talking this curved line with peaks and troughs, where certain points throughout the day you are anabolic and certain points throughout the day you are catabolic. But the goal is to create net anabolism, where you are more anabolic throughout the day than you are catabolic. And why is this? Well, because catabolism follows anabolism. And so most certainly, when you approach fitness concepts, we want you to take this balanced analytical middle ground. Stop looking for the hacks and the extremes, and look at things in context and use a common sense approach to understanding the information that is directed at you. Because after all, we simply must hold ourselves in YouTube Fitness more accountable for the information that we are providing. So first of all, I need to define overload. And here's a textbook definition. Beneficial adaptations occur in response to demands applied to the body at levels beyond a certain threshold. Overload, but within the limits of tolerance and safety. And so essentially, overload means creating a challenge to a muscle, creating a challenging stimulus which will force it to adapt. Now here's the first mistake. People think that overload just means adding more weight. And yes, adding weight is a form of progressive overload. But it's not the only way you can overload. And why is this important? Well, because most certainly, again, you need to put yourself on a spectrum. Are you more of a beginner, an intermediate, an advanced lifter? Are you natural or are you enhanced? All the variables, your age, etc., your prior history of injuries, your training goals. The more beginner level you are, the more that actually using weight will be your main focus. Of course, you need to learn the proper technique first, but it's much easier for you to just add weight to your lift to create overload over time. Whereas someone who's more intermediate or advanced, they can't just add weight indefinitely because they're closer to their genetic potential of muscle size and muscle strength, then there is a point of diminishing returns. And so the more advanced lift has to be more creative. So what other forms of overload do we have? You can decrease your rest time to create more fatigue on the muscle when you start your next set. You can change the tempo of lifts. You can slow down the eccentric contraction. You can use acceleration for a lift. That will also increase overload. You can increase the range of motion of the lift. Of course, you can increase your volume, repetitions, and sets. You can increase the frequency of your training, hit muscles more frequently throughout a week. There really is a good list of different overload methods you can use. And so as a beginner, you can really go more with the basics, your major lifts, with of course some accessory movements, such as external rotation as a form of prehab to avoid muscle imbalances. Whereas the more advanced, intermediate to advanced you are, the more creative you need to be. Now you don't just have to use one method, you can mix and match, because training is an art form, planning is an art form, and it's actually enjoyable when you understand the concepts involved. But why can't you just keep adding weight indefinitely forever? Because for progressive overload is not linear. And to explain that, I'm going to refer to Brett Contreras, who has a nice article on his website about this. And he says, no gains from weight training, be it mobility, hypertrophy, strength, power, endurance, or fat loss, will ever occur in a linear nature. Fat loss will not occur in a linear nature. Where have you heard that before? The body doesn't work that way. Adaptations happen in waves. Sometimes you'll make big jumps in a single week in a particular quality, while other times you'll stall for 3 months in another quality. But over the long haul, everything goes up, but it's a windy road. There are physiological reasons for this phenomenon, which is beyond the scope of this article. Brett Contreras explaining how important it is to understand that the concepts are not linear, and he explains it as a wave. And if you look at my anabolism, the net anabolic state to build muscle, you'll see how I drew these waves in terms of anabolism and catabolism, and I explain this as the game of thrones of biology, a constant battle for your body to be anabolic and catabolic, and both processes are needed within metabolism. And so instantly, you take this chronic view that your progression won't be linear. You're not always going to hit your targets. It happens in waves. Some sessions you're not gonna lift well. Some weeks you're not gonna lift well. Others you're gonna exceed your expectations. So what's the application to you? Don't panic if you hit a plateau. Trust the process. However, let's pretend for a minute that you could make linear progress for an entire year on a particular run. A 10-pound jump a week equates to 520 pounds in a year. Even a 5-pound jump per week equates to 260 pounds in a year. Moreover, a 1-rep jump per week equates to 52 reps in a year, while a 1-rep jump a month equates to 12 reps in a year. You won't gain 260 to 520 pounds in a year on any single lift, and you won't gain 12 to 52 reps on most lifts either. It just ain't happening. Some sessions you'll be surprisingly strong and make big gains. Some sessions will simply tie your previous efforts. And some sessions you'll actually be weak and go backwards. But every 6 months, you'll likely be stronger and fitter. Of course, you have to plan your sessions and focus on quality. But taking that long-term approach to achieving your goals is beneficial. And I hope you can see how progressive overload is not linear. And so you might be saying, well, what happens if I'm hitting these plateaus, hitting these waves? Well, this is what Brett Contreras says. Well, he says that progressive overload has a mind of its own, and quite often you'll do everything right, but you won't get stronger, the plan just won't work, and it won't make sense to you. It doesn't make, and he said, it just doesn't make sense. Why is this happening? And I love this line here. And again, this relates to the other X-channel video that I made. Physiology is tricky and multifactorial. Again, the complexities of the human body. Physiology, what's happening to your body when you're exercising, is a complex process. But I want to state here that overcomplicating things is detrimental, as is oversimplifying concepts. And that is extremely problematic, and that was really the theme of my video about the other X channel. I hope you understand that concept. And so I don't give exact training programming to you, because I really do believe that it's an individual process, and it really heavily depends on your personal characteristics, such as being a beginner to advanced lifter, naturally enhanced, previous injury, goals, specificity, all the things I've talked about. However, these videos are intended to get you thinking about certain aspects, and so I want you to take away 2 things from this video. Progressive overload is not linear. Don't panic when you hit a plateau. Also, don't just program to increase weights indefinitely. And secondly, think about how many different ways you could overload a muscle, challenge your muscle. And I'm sure some of them are going through your mind right now. And look at your exercises and think, how can I make this harder without necessarily increasing weight, because I'm already fairly strong at this movement. And I'm sure you can think of ways instantly of doing it. So I'm James Lincoln, Shredded Sports Science. See you soon. And so let's go microscopic and look at muscle growth at the muscle fiber level. And essentially, muscle fibers can increase in size. And so what factors contribute to you being anabolic in relation to muscle mass? Well, these are, of course, your training, and this would be the type, the frequency, and intensity of your training, nutrition, amino acid uptake, which is absolutely essential, and this, again, will be the quality of the amino acids. This will be the timing and the quantity. And then we have other factors such as hormones, we have recovery, we have energy balance. There is a whole multitude of variables which influence an anabolic indicator.
The government says it's committed to doing everything possible to deport Rochdale grooming gang leader Shabir Ahmed after he was released from prison yesterday. Despite being stripped of his British citizenship, survivors were told that due to a legal loophole, he could not be deported to Pakistan. Maggie Oliver, a former Greater Manchester police detective who resigned over the handling of the Rochdale grooming gang scandal, joins us now. Maggie, good morning to you. It's what a difficult week for those victims. He's been in prison for 14 years out of the 19 that he was sentenced to. And this, as an extra terrible blow, must
That's
have
mad.
really shocked.
From a grooming gang, and because of a blunder, they can't deport him back to Pakistan because he was here before 1971. Before the law got changed, they can't deport him back to Pakistan, even though he's a fucking leader of a gang rape gang, mate, in the UK. That's fucked up, mate. He needs to go back to his country and give him the death penalty, mate. That's what he needs.
Do you know who are victims of his?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually never, I've been in very close contact with Ruby, and I've never, in 15 years of knowing her and supporting her, I've
Hope
actually
everyone's
never
doing all right.
known her go into such
420,
a place
yay.
as she is now. She's frightened, she feels completely alone, she feels failed, powerless, and completely forgotten in a system that really is broken. But I think the first thing I want to say, Kate, is, you said he was sentenced to 19 years. He actually stood 2 trials a few months apart. On one of those trials, he was sentenced to 22 years.
Why is it
On the
what
other trial,
he
to 19.
did not consider
So that was
terrorism?
41 years. The judge ordered that he serve them concurrently, but he's out in 14 years, not 41. And for me, we're talking now about him being deported, and this 50-year-old act which prevents them from doing that. You would think that the judge and the government and all the barristers involved would have known back in 2012
The government can do what they want, just
that
pass a
that
law.
deportation
That's very
is
true.
unenforceable. So I think this escalates the anger that
They
victims feel,
they won't act
that they always
because a
feel
number of their
it's
chums
too
are
little,
involved.
too late.
This was the case, wasn't it, that you resigned over? It was the straw, if you can call something so hideous and so serious a straw, that finally broke your back with frustration. And partly also the sentencing that you illustrated, how the decisions were made there. But just explain to us the absolute frustration and why the horror of this man, it finally broke you after all you fought.
That sandwich was lush. Ham and cheese. Ham and cheese baguette. But the roll was really soft.
Right, so for today's video, we actually have 2 topics to talk about, and as usual with these multi-topic videos, I'm going to leave the chapters in the timeline so you can watch them in any order that you fancy. But yeah, the first topic we're going to be talking about is a TikToker who recently uploaded a video claiming that a Crumbl employee threw her cookie at her and is now saying that she wants to be sponsored and wants free food and actually gets free food. But then in response to this video, the store actually released the CCTV footage, which tells a very different story. And the second topic we're going to be talking about involves trademarks, and it's not the hot girl reads or hot girl walks or
Like, this shouldn't be like some weirdo. Do not live with your girl, bro. Don't do it. Well, Myron, you want to get sex? Like, I want to be able to, hang out with her and watch movies. No. Well, Myron, I live with a girl. That actually makes me less gay. No, it makes me very gay.
Guys, for the last, 7 years or so, it has essentially...
In this...
Hey guys, today I'm going to show you what it's like to restore or wash the pizza crap and make it a brand spanking new. Hey guys, today I'm going to show you what it's like to restore or wash the pizza crap and make it a brand spanking new.
For AP from Luxury Resort. And for all you people that don't understand, when you're polishing a watch, you can't just polish the watch with the movement inside. So we have to open up every part of the watch and take the mechanics out, because if you polish a watch with the movement inside, you have to put the watch itself in the ultrasonic where water could potentially get into the watch if it's not water sealed. The watchmaker I'm going to give it to shortly, he would take the band off. He would take the bezel out and each and every screw, the back casing out with all the screws. He would also take out the pushers and the crown. Obviously, these pushers are ceramic pushers, so you don't polish ceramic pushers, but sometimes we buff the crown as well, where you see the rose gold AP symbol. We would also take the buckle out as well. And that would be the first general step to polishing a watch. So now, we're giving the brick, rose gold brick, to Carlos. And Carlos is one of our premier watchmakers who works on all kind of watches, from double tourbillon to regular tourbillon to any complicated watches out there. The great thing about him, Carlos has been a watchmaker since he was 16 years old, and he's deaf. So he pays very good attention to detail. Okay, so as stated before, we wrote down the ticket number here, 7148, and also wrote it here on the plastic and the initials for Carlos.
There's a numerous number of things that can happen to a watch. Wear and tear. Things happen to a watch. This particular watch was pretty beat up. Both wear and tear, it's been dropped a few times, timing was off. So what needs to be done?
Okay, was doing it right.
Polishing is one thing, and the other thing is the service part of it. When you take the movement out, when you utilize proper machines to check every functionality of the watch, relubing the watch, think of it as an oil change, then putting it back together and getting the watch back brand spanking new.
He's opened up all the components and pieces for the brick AP Rose Gold. Now the second stage is to give it to the polishing department. And then this is where they will start the process of taking out all the scratches from the watch.
Hello, my name is Erwin. I'm a polisher. I'm doing this for 30 years, and I do jewelry and watches. You have to learn to hold the metal. If you can't hold the metal, you're not used to it. There's no such thing that you cannot fix it. We're gonna try to solve it. The watches have to be fixed. Have to make it look new. That's about it. Before you see it so grimy, dirty, twirl it. When it's finished, become unique. Make everybody look so passionate by looking at it. Jewelry is always to make everybody happy when they look new. Like when you go to the store, you cannot look a watch, a ring, a different kind of jewelry. Like they always look bright. I'll make it look good. No problem. No problem.
And if you guys stepped into my office and you saw how we handle merchandise from location to location within the office alone, let alone bringing stuff in, taking stuff out, sending out to repair, you'd be pretty impressed in terms of how we handle things. Everything is barcoded, everything has a ticket, it's scannable. You can always find out where a particular watch is at any given time. Their stuff needs to be even more impressive, because you know what happens? They take my stock number and then they break it out into multiple pieces. Some pieces go to polishing, some pieces go to the watchmaker. And then every single part of that watch is numbered, whether it's stored in a bag when it comes to parts to be polished, or it's usually stored in a tray that has separate compartments for specific parts of the movement, be it a dial, be it the hands, be it wheels, etc. And every single tray and part is actually numbered. That way, when you give them an AP offshore, you don't get back a Rolex America, basically.
79. You know what? That's it. One of my dealers called looking to buy some watches, so I went down to the safe and grabbed some pieces that he might be interested in. We had a discussion about this. 79. Okay, next. Let's go one by one. Correct. You wish. In 2005, maybe. 29,000. Yes. I told you, and then right away I wrote it down for myself because I know this is going to happen.
We said we're not negotiating today. Yes, it's 36. 12.5. It's not Jubilee, it's Oyster. So I just sold a few watches to somebody I work with. This is the 41mm Datejust in stainless steel blue dial. Rolex GMT two-tone root beer. Two-tone Submariner blue dial, 41mm. Daytona rose gold on a bracelet, chocolate dial. Platinum Day-Date, 41mm with a blue, ice blue dial. 36mm two-tone Datejust. 40mm Yachtmaster with a blue dial, 36mm Datejust two-tone white dial. Sold 2 of the Wimbledon dial smooth bezel Jubilee bracelet Datejust 41, a 36mm Datejust Oyster bracelet blue dial, Pepsi GMT stainless steel. That's over $300,000 in watches.
Girls, come to my office, please.
Hello, Gary. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies. Okay, we got some new goodies here. I want to educate you about this. Okay, this is a Vernier. Vernier is a very exclusive Italian designer. This is actually one of the nicest pieces that I ever bought of Vernier jewelry. This is also Vernier piece. It's a compound turquoise. I'm gonna repeat one more time. Extremely careful with it. Do not drop it. Okay?
These are both the same brand.
Yeah, it's a Vernier. This is a very cool piece. This is a Cartier Trinity. Also, this is rare because they don't make this anymore. You have to untie it here, you know.
Gary always has the coolest stuff. I always have to ask if something's rare or not, and he 9 times out of 10 will be like, this is rare, this is vintage, or this is trending. Super, super excited to see what he has to show us every single time, and this time he did not disappoint at all.
This is vintage Van Cleef pieces. These are also extremely rare because this is 1960s. It's a set, earrings and a necklace. Cartier link chain. It's a C-link Cartier. This is also vintage piece. This is a vintage Bulgari Spiga collection.
Lately, we've been having a lot more meetings with Gary. He's been teaching us more specific things about items. It's been really great. I've noticed that I'm starting to catch on a lot more.
These are also vintage Bulgari earrings. This is just small VCA Van Cleef money clip.
This is yellow gold and white gold?
It's stainless steel and yellow gold. Yeah. Henry Dunay earrings. These are Tiffany mother pearl and diamond ear clips. Okay, so you want to take these pieces, make photographs and put it on Instagram.
You might think that maybe Gary could be a little intimidating, but honestly, working with him is just a treat in itself. He knows what he's doing, and he's there to help us every step of the way.
I've been working with this client for a little bit now. Pretty much what happened was we sourced a rose gold AP turret for him. We were told that it was unpolished from our distributor. Client is saying it was polished, so we're just gonna call him and kind of get the lay on him.
This is one of those things that happens when somebody wants something yesterday and can't wait and wants to do it. We found a watch for him that's not ours. So we wanted to inspect it, but he wanted the watch yesterday.
Right.
So we sent it to him. Watch that did not belong to us. And we're very clear with him.
Right, and had it serviced.
Now he's claiming that it's polished. I don't know who gave him the the knowledge that the watch is polished when the dealer that we work with is extremely reputable and trustworthy. It swears up and down it's not. So we're gonna call him and figure out what the hell is going on there. What up, bro? So real quick, I guess the watch was delivered, the Royal Offshore Turbo that Nick bought from you, delivered to the client, and he claims that it was polished. So we sourced the watch for one of Nick's clients. It was an offshore rose gold tourbillon chronograph. And originally, when the client ordered the watch, he had asked Nick if it was polished. Nick had said it's not polished, and when the client received it, in fact was polished. But what Nick failed to realize, because the watch was drop shipped, that it was just serviced by AP. Therefore, the whole entire case was overhauled and polished by AP. So it ended up being better than we thought. I mean, how do I explain to him that the watch was not polished?
The watch was polished by AP. It was serviced.
It was serviced by AP.
Yeah, it was serviced by AP. We're serviced.
Okay. You have a picture of the service page? Oh, that's excellent. Okay. They put some carbon strands. Okay, well that's good to know. I wasn't aware. I'm just helping Nick facilitate this. It clearly says refinishing of case and buckle. Okay, Eddie, I appreciate it. Let me know if I can get one of those Visionata NFTs. Of course you can. I will have a word with him. We will figure it out. We will calm him down. He'll be happy with it. We just got a fully serviced at that price. Actually, send him a text right now. See if he's available to call. And that'll be a good way for him to start off his day. Also reassuring him that his watch is as good as it gets at this point.
You can tell me what this is. Chris? You're all Rick, watch. I'm gonna go to the least knowledgeable person who watches here. She's gonna tell me what watch is this.
I have no idea.
It's a Google Forza. It's a quadruple tourbillon. Not one, not two. Adrian, what watch is this? From far. From far.
It's a Google.
It's a Google. It's called 12 years in business. In case you didn't know. What I want to know is how's everybody's month started off? Because I saw the last month ended well. You either need to get a flapstick, I don't know, something to beat Sabina with because her feed is not. She's got 20 pictures of her feed.
So we're working on it and we're doing some unboxings.
Okay, well, here's what I wanted to tell you, Sabina. So, I saw your sales last month, which were still okay. You just started, no worries, right? And I told you one month is going to be better than the other. It's irrelevant. How many inquiries come in from my unboxing? Like, how much? Hey, like, is this for sale? Actual legitimate sales inquiries from just the unboxings that I do. Tons. So you know what that means? That means if you do the same thing, you get tons. Jewelry, we have hundreds of pieces that come in that you can actually pick and choose to your liking, to what you like. And again, at the same token, as I always, like, there's a reason why I mess with guys and say, hey, what is this? Because I'm hoping that once I showed them this watch, at least half of them went on Google and actually Googled what a Google Forza quadruple tourbillon is. What is the Google call with the Earth in it? It's called the GMT. It's actually very simple. Again, this isn't me bitching anybody out. This is me simply saying that there's two things that makes a successful salesman. Knowledge is number one, and then the key is to show the product. Knowledge is number one. It always has been. I've always used knowledge as a sales technique. I know it sounds kind of terrible, knowledge is a sales technique. Well, if you're able to educate your consumer, you're really not selling anything to them. You're providing them proper information in order for them to make their decision.
How whole WhatsApp crash?
You can uninstall and install it back.
Everything, I don't know, like a random date, every day from today's date till June 10th, 2021. Gone. I was just that happened. Yeah, I was just I had so much stuff that proof disappeared.
A WhatsApp crash, that is a devastation to all of us watch dealers. If anybody watching is a watch dealer, you know what that means. Especially if your phone hasn't backed up on WhatsApp for about a year. It has been hell. And I'm
Stepdad's
sorry
birthday
for all
today.
those that I did not get back to on time.
So I'm going to go back. I'm going to do all the numbers right now.
I have to fix this phone situation. I may have to go to Verizon, actually, like just before the day starts, because see if they can do something for me. The last backup I had was Saturday evening, something like that. Why didn't WhatsApp? You know what I'm saying? I wonder if they can,
because WhatsApp sometimes it's so heavy because the amount of images we have on there are WhatsApp. So like, if you look at your phone, you look at how many bajillion bytes on WhatsApp.
I save no photos to the camera from WhatsApp.
And I do what?
All of it.
But the problem is, it has all that data that you just can't back up.
You know how long it takes to make this? Every single part. One screw takes like freaking 6 days to make, and this is incredible.
That's why it's the best made watch brand out there, period. That's what
It
it's
is, absolutely is.
You know what the retail on it is?
Retail on this? $650?
$845.
$845. Quadruple toe. This is fine. A GMT Sport though.
You like the GMT? I like the Sport. I saw that white gold.
Hey.
Amazing. I spent about an hour.
I saw this.
I spent about an hour doing research on that watch. Spoke to AP, spoke to this.
Do you know who it belonged to?
No, originally. Quadruple toe. This is 5. A GMT Sport Belt.
It has been hell, and I'm sorry for all those that I did not get back to on time.
So I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna do all the numbers right now.
I have to fix this phone situation. I may have to go to Verizon, actually, like just before the day starts, because see if they can do something for me. The last backup I had was Saturday evening, something like that. Why didn't WhatsApp? You know what I'm saying? I wonder if they can.
Because WhatsApp, sometimes it's so heavy because we have the amount of images we have on there, our WhatsApp, so if you look at your phone, you look at how many bajillion bytes our WhatsApp.
I saved no photos to the camera roll from WhatsApp.
Neither do I.
All of it.
But the problem is, it has all that data that needs to be back up.
Mm-hmm. You know how long it takes to make this? Every single part. One screw takes like freaking 6 days to make. And this is incredible.
That's why it's the best made watch brand out there, period. That's
It is, absolutely is.
You know what the retail on is?
Retail on this? 650?
845.
845. Quadruple toed. This is 5. A GMT Sport Belt.
You like the GMT?
I think the sports car, yeah.
I saw that white gold brick.
I saw. Amazing. I spent about an hour.
I saw this.
I spent about an hour doing research on that watch. Spoke to AP, spoke to this.
Do you know who it belongs to?
No, originally no. Let me say, yeah, Jay-Z.
I just found out this morning.
Oh, very cool.
Recently, you guys saw us post a very rare white gold brick offshore. It was the original beast in white gold with tiny diamond markers around the dial. It has been known that only about 6 of these were out in the market. So oftentimes we're able to buy things based on our knowledge. And if somebody out there offers us a watch at X number thinking it's worth this, and if a dealer out there doesn't have the knowledge that this watch might be worth more, and we do, we get to capitalize on that. And lo and behold, I actually also find out from another dealer friend of mine that white gold offshore actually belonged to Muhammad Hadid. He's Bella Hadid's father.
The guy has a 6701 white gold, and it's just too heavy for him, so he wants to trade it in for a titanium. I have a titanium, our cost is 188. Interesting proposition. It is really, it's essentially trading the same watch. It's the same exact watch. Okay. I have one, a TI, 188 is our cost. Okay. He says 15K difference. That's where he wants to be. So anyway, we can make that.
What's the good deal on white gold?
2017, we go complete.
How is that we have 2019 for the same price?
15 out of pocket is really cool. Y'all can do the deal at 15K, I'll make it work.
So this is quite a difficult situation we have on our hands right here. We have a client calling in who wants to trade in a 6701 white gold, which we actually have in stock, or a 6701 in titanium. So essentially what he's doing is he's trading a precious metal watch in for something titanium, and will have to be out of pocket. Now, in a normal circumstance, that's very unlikely to happen and is an uphill battle. But in this situation, titaniums kind of bring a little bit more than white golds. He's going to have to come out of pocket on this deal for essentially the same looking watch.
He called. He says, what do you need to figure out? Call. Hey, what's up, man? I'm here with Adrian. So yeah, we're trying to figure out the deal. Mostly the problem we're running into is just finding
Obviously not.
titanium at a good price for us to have some room on your watch as well. As you know, it's like a pretty odd trade, so
stupid
we're just
question.
trying to make it work.
Ryan, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Hey, man, good morning. Yeah, I know that we talked about giving y'all a few more days. I can give y'all a bunch of time to look around. It's just I'm getting some feedback from some other dealers on Chrono, and even though they're quoting me just a 12K difference, number one, they have a white strap on it, which I don't like, and number two, I'd rather deal with y'all because I've dealt with y'all before.
We certainly appreciate that, but you know, it's one of those things where if we had the watch in stock, we'd be able to do the deal. It's not an issue. Our issue is the sourcing of the watch. The watch in question that we're talking trading value, it's in Asia, right? By the time we get it here, by the time we ship it logistically, pay the duties on it, you know, then we're gonna have to lay out money for it and take back another 6701 white gold. If it's not 20,000 difference for us on that specific deal, it makes absolutely 0 sense for us to do. It may not make 100% sense for you either, because essentially, like I said, you're trading in a precious metal watch for the same watch in titanium. So we want to make the deal happen, but it's also supply and demand thing. There just isn't a lot of them out there, because the 6701 is a watch that a lot of Richard Mille collectors actually wear.
I was hoping that y'all would be able to locate one that would be So I guess I don't know. I can wait. I can wait another 24 hours if y'all want to contact me. But if not, I'm probably gonna go through them. So is that something that y'all are interested in, or not really? Just because, like I said, I'm assuming that y'all dealt with them and they're reputable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I know who they are. I've worked with them for.
Is this something that y'all be interested in doing?
It's worth a shot. I mean, we'd be happy to do it. So give us a few hours and we'll talk to them.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
I'm actually messaging right now while we're on the phone, all right?
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brian. Bye. Holy smokes.
On top of that, we have to go out and source the titanium watch, therefore it will be higher. If it's something that we had in stock, we can work on the number to get it a little bit closer to where he wants to be out of pocket. But as of now, it seems like the deal won't happen.
Did you trade this 15202? Yeah. This 39.
I saw that with glasses as well.
Would I trade this in for that? I mean, listen, if I'm hard pressed for cash and I want to keep a watch, I mean, yeah, but listen, sometimes trade downs are, make sense.
This was actually a trade down. Now, this is actually more common than people seem to think. In this case, the 15202 ST, a client wants to trade in. He probably bought it much cheaper. Now he's trading it out for a watch that's significantly cheaper. In other words, he probably is getting the Certi dial for free.
Maybe the client made a whole bunch of money on that watch, paid $25,000 for it years ago. So this is the trade of potentially doing tomorrow for a client. That is a local client who was in Philadelphia. You gotta look at it like this. I guarantee he's gonna own that watch free. Most likely free and clear, so. He's gonna get money and he's giving himself a free watch. So the answer to your question is yes. It's not trading down. You might be making money and getting a watch for free. That's how you gotta look at it. It's fair. Yeah, it's fair than that. Appreciate you, bro. You're welcome. Bro.
Bring it in. I mean, you don't have to bring it in. Sabina, home improvement. That's Sabina all the time. I keep talking to you about knowledge. You guys keep posting stuff on Instagram. You're getting phone calls from people on Instagram. Adrian had this conversation with you yesterday. You posted an MBNF. What can you tell me about that MBNF?
Can't tell you more.
You can't tell me much, and that's a problem. And the reason it's a problem is because when customers call you and you start going, it doesn't work. Because it's not the product that sells, it's the knowledge that sells. You educate your consumer, first and foremost, to a point where they would feel stupid to buy elsewhere regardless of price within reason. This is not going to be a joke anymore. This is going to be, whenever there's a watch that comes through your hand, I don't care if it's a simple Rolex. Tell me about the history of the Oyster case from Rolex.
I'm not sure if case anymore.
Yeah, the reason it was, we're going back to the 20s, to the very, very first Oyster case. When merchants were bringing these Rolexes over to England, they would get rusted by the time they would get there. You would think that a simple Rolex, there's not much to know about it, what there is. Because these conversations come up all the time. It's not about creating fancy videos, it's about you knowing this stuff. When I make these videos, I had the knowledge to make these videos. Because I read about it. And there's new that comes out every day. How many new watches were introduced on Watches and Wonders today? A lot. Can you tell me about 5 of them? Learn one new thing a day. One new thing a day and you'll be good. Because when you're just posting stuff on Instagram, answering inquiries, is not being a salesperson. There's no reason, with the amount of watches you guys handle daily, there's no reason why you should not be as knowledgeable as me, or even more knowledgeable, because you get to handle this stuff on a daily basis. I'm going to leave a watch with you. Anybody know what this is? Of course you don't. But if you read about watches, you would know unmistakably from far that this is a Seahawk from Girard-Perregaux, because it's one of its kind. And there's a lot of special things about this watch. I want you to tell me about one thing. I'm going to give you an hour. And collectively, I want you to tell me about one thing about this watch that's different than any other watch out there. Good luck.
So as I mentioned earlier, knowledge is key. But I don't just reiterate and tell them that. I actually test them. So every so often, I will come up to them and I'll give them a watch and actually challenge them to tell me something that I know is not easily Googleable or something that can be easily found. And what I also keep telling them is to go back and watch the ones on my desks, because I came up all that information in those episodes. Again, the point is, not only do I want to tell them about it, I also want to test them about it. And I'll find some quirky things, like some this Girard-Perregaux Seahawk Tourbillon, Platinum Arrow Blue Gem.
Where's the watch? So there's three of you here. Who wants to go first?
I do know that the original Seahawks were actually Alex claims at first, correct?
The question was, what is so unique about this watch versus any other watch?
Diver, has two gas escape zones.
So is the PAM 87, aka the bomber from Anorak.
1,000 meters.
So is the PAM 87 from Anorak. So is a ton of other watches that I could name, like a Jaeger Master Pro Diver. That doesn't make it unique. And what do we got?
So there's 32 made in the rose gold, 32 made in the platinum. It was originally made for the 32nd America's Golden Gate Club. It has a gold external case with a titanium internal case. Alex said it perfectly. It does have two helium escape valves and it has a flying tourbillon valve.
This is actually the best out of the three that we got. But it's actually a lot simpler than that. Pull up on your watch. Take in your watch. You have a watch with you? Here, take your Omega. Where's the hour hand and where's the minute hand? In terms of top of bottom. But the hour hand is below the minute hand, right? Look at that one. That is the only watch out there that has the hour hand above the minute hand. And that is your answer. As to why is it like that, you guys can find out on your own. I'll take that back now. When somebody's going to call you about this watch, and they tell them all of that information, that becomes extremely attractive. Knowledge is extremely attractive to a watch collector.
At the end of the day, in sales, you don't buy the watch, you buy the dealer. And that goes for any sales position. You sell yourself first and foremost. And the only way one can sell themselves in a particular area of expertise, be watches in this case, is to be super knowledgeable about the product. And oftentimes, now I'm not here to tell you that the kids are completely clueless, or that my sales department is completely clueless. What I was there to tell them that it's never enough, it's an ongoing thing. Having done this for a lot of years, I still learn all day, every day. And the best part about it is that when I started learning, the research was where it's nearly abundant as they are today. So therefore, they have a much bigger opportunity to become even more knowledgeable than me because they deal with this on a regular basis. I'm not in this business to buy and sell. I'm in this business because I'm passionate about watches. And I know my entire sales department is passionate about it. I just want to help them. I just want to tell them some of the things that I wasn't told when I was first starting out in this business and kind of figured out on my own along the way.
We're going to have to play around with the clocks a little bit because I don't like what they have up there, but it's a really...
Imagine like a...
With the Last Supper, we're all 1547, before this, we just like leave it for them, we had, you know, like, yeah, just leave blanks so that you got us 35 of us here, right? That would be a hell of a lot. Last Supper was how many people? 12? Oh, we got, so we could just do Last Supper. Well, maybe they sign the wall or something. That could be cool. We all signed the wall. So that's about it. What happens if I fire one? Possible.
Yeah.
But then, so wait, everybody puts their name on the wall. And if I fire someone, we cross out the name. Can you imagine April Fools in this office? I'll cross out half the names.
That's how you find out.
So every morning you come in, you see if your name is still on the wall. We'll have meetings about like resignation, just so you find out. Hey, look at the wall. Tell them in the morning, hey, check the wall. No. And it'll have to be like on a Monday morning. Just like a Monday morning.
So closing this off with some construction that's going on. Look, the building, we bought this building a little over 10 years ago. When we bought the building was 20 years ago. When we got in here, we did some renovations. We obviously painted the place, we changed the floors, and then we grew. More traffic, more people, things get beat up. So we decided to start with the bathrooms and downstairs and the upstairs bathrooms. So we ended up renovating thus far 4 bathrooms. We're now redoing the floors, and we're also repainting all the walls. So I wanted to ask you guys out there, because I know a lot of you artist guys have reached out to me. You actually sent me your artwork and things of that nature. So if any of you guys out there want to paint murals around the office here at Luxury Bazaar, please reach out to Roman Sharp at luxurybazaar.com. I would love to see a sample of your work. And I would love to have you here and actually hand paint some murals around the office.
Big ass watches. Like an RM, like taking off half the wall, it looks sick. Like right market and then on the side, it's like that.
Other than that, you know what to do. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button, hit the whatever other button is there. Share this with your friends. Do all those wonderful things that help us grow. And we'll see you next week on Gray Market.
Better call this dude because he is not answering and he owes me $315,000.
ago. Made me a promise to deliver the money today. Not answering. I've been in this situation before. Either he's gonna have to post collateral or he's gonna have to take this to the next level. Gotta call this dude because he is not answering and he owes me $315,000.
What's going on?
I sold this guy a green chrono AP for $315,000. So he picked up a watch from our office, and it was like late at night. I was kind of sleeping. Sends me a wire confirmation that the wire was sent, and Sarah hands him off the watch. A week goes by, the wire isn't there. So I text him, and he said basically, look, I'm sorry my bank screwed up. Always the best excuse, right? Then he goes away on vacation for 2 weeks. I can't get a hold of him. $315,000 down the drain. Can't get a hold of him. So finally he responds to me last night, says, I got you covered on Wednesday, and nothing happened. So, been in this situation before. I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for this, but in the meantime, that's $350,000.
Our business is mainly based on trust. A lot of times we do business overseas with dealers that we worked with before, and we'll ship them something prior to getting payment. In this situation, unfortunately, payment didn't come through. I've been in this situation before many times, and we're hoping for a perfectly good explanation for this.
So for those who are not familiar with the Carolina Bucci, limited edition AP, it comes in probably one of the coolest boxes. It's a mirror box, but it's because it's actually a mirror dial frosting. Not a lot of people like, but I gotta say I am a big fan of this watch. I think it's just very cool looking, and it's not something that you see every day. This piece is limited to 300 pieces. It was actually originally released in 2018. Yeah, I think it's a cool little 36 millimeter. And yeah. Dick! This is why we can't have nice things. It's because Alex comes over and just smudges everything. I swear to God, Alex, if you do this again, this is what
Every time I tell him not to do something, he does the exact opposite.
I don't know why Nick was handling this box.
Nearly 2,300 people are now known to have died in Venezuela's devastating earthquakes. But among the tragedy, there has been an incredible story of hope. It was last Wednesday, on June the 24th, that the twin earthquakes hit the epicenters both in Veroes. On Sunday, in Catela Mar, in the state of La Guaira, rescuers first discovered security guard Hernan Alberto Gil Flores buried under the wreckage. Today, following a complex operation, he was freed from the rubble he'd been trapped under for 8 days.
What? How did he survive?
A moment of salvation for one man and of celebration for an entire country. Hernan Gil Flores was taken straight to a waiting ambulance after defying the odds and death for 8 days. This week we'd followed the story of his rescue, from the first images inside the collapsed underground car park to the latest video today showing just how confined he was. His battered face, a symbol of survival.
Entonces le decíamos de que no lo íbamos a dejar. Algunas personas nos decían, algunos grupos de rescate que llegaban, nos decían, pues ustedes están locos, ¿de dónde se están metiendo? Entonces decíamos, pues sí, estaremos locos, lo vamos a dejar.
This is the rescue no one thought possible this long after the earthquake. It is testament both to the determination of these crews, but also to the spirit of one man who refused to give up hope. His wife held vigil outside all week, stoically watching the unfolding drama.
Bueno, primero fue días de tristeza, dolor, desesperación porque no lo encontraban. Quería saber si no sabía si estaba vivo, si estaba muerto, si estaba herido o si se lo habían llevado por allí a un hospital. Pero después que me enteré que él estaba vivo, vi un rayito de luz en tanta oscuridad.
Hernani, fala conmigo. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Video released today shows how rescuers had initially been able to talk to him through a wall of debris, confirming he was unable to move, but that he was alive.
Se tomó todo el líquido que le dieron.
He managed to open a hole small enough to get fluids to him. Teams from half a dozen countries have been involved in this perilous operation. 8 days of battling crumbling masonry, aftershocks and stifling heat. They persisted, where at times it seemed impossible. Whether his survival is ascribed to divine intervention or human ingenuity, for many in Venezuela, this is the miracle they needed. Dan Rivers, News at 10, La Guardia.
Today, I'm staying on the world's largest cruise ship, stretching nearly 12,000 feet, holding up to 7,600 people. This ship is insane, with 7 pools, a water park, sports courts, theatres, ice skating rinks, and over 40 different restaurants. I'm going to show you what life is like on board, I'll show you where I'm staying, and so much more.
Now, as a sweet guest, I do get to check in a little bit earlier than others, and also I get use of this air-conditioned lounge, which is quite nice. There's also loads of snacks to have. There's coffee, there's even cookies. Got some nice seating in here. You get to see the cruise ship, and also the main entrance for a lot of people, they come up those huge fan blades there. So it can get confusing because on the app it says that we set sail at 3:30. It says that my room will be available from 1. But then when I checked in, it says that my check-in time is between 3 and 3:30. But you also have to be on board 90 minutes before anchor away. But I've turned up at 12 because I know that the room will be ready from 1. So let's go on board. Thank you.
Before I show you around this incredible ship, I'll show you where I'm staying. So my luggage has been sent to the room already. And the funniest thing is, as soon as I got out of my car, the guy there who was collecting the luggage, the first thing he said was, "Would you like to tip me now?" And it's just one of those things with tipping culture here in the US. Straight away, he hasn't done anything for me, but he's already asking for a tip. 16, elevator, G. Oh, wow, look at that. So I'm stateroom 16036. These aren't my cases. They're actually outside the wrong room anyway, because that says 16026. This is definitely 036, but this is clearly not a room, so... I am going to mention the price at the end, and this didn't come cheap. But what I need to explain to you is just how expensive some of these suites get. You can pay up to £40,000 for like a week on board. Now I wanted to show the best suite that I could, but even for me that was completely out of my price range. But there is a pretty cool feature that they do. A week before or 2 weeks before, you can actually bid for an upgrade for your room. There was a chance for me to bid up to the next tier room, which would have been like about £1,200, £1,300 per person. You would probably still save a good £4 or £5 grand doing it like that. So I decided to stick with the suite that I've got because actually it's
pretty nice. So by booking this type of suite, you do get some perks. So you do get free internet, you also get to get on board early. You also get access into like the club lounge, which we'll go and check out. It also gives you free drinks of an evening, happy hour. And also you can actually have breakfast in the room as well. But we'll come to all that later in the video. First of all, let me just show you the dining room, living room. This is actually such a huge space, especially when I stand back here. Dining table, if you want to have dinner in the room or breakfast, you can also have it on the balcony. The living room area, alright, it doesn't scream ultra luxury, especially for the price. Looks like the sofa's seen a bit of wear. It almost looks like these have been put on extra because they don't kind of go with the couch. But this is also a sofa bed as well. Somewhere to lay right there, there's a nice chair. A coffee table, we've got some details about the shows. Obviously the upsell on here as well. Complimentary coffee machine. Got some sugar there. What else have we got? Continental breakfast is complimentary. The American breakfast has a service fee of $7.95 per room per delivery, and an 18% gratuity is in addition and will automatically be added. It's one thing I've noticed about cruising in America is it costs you an absolute fortune with tips. Wardrobe here. Got some robes. Branding on the robes though. Where's that? Oh yes there is, look at that. There's the safe. It's nice that they hang some pictures in the room because it just brings it to life a little bit more. Charging and USB charging pretty much everywhere in the room. Got a pull-out buffet. Yellow leather, very nice. Some more drawers. A fruit bowl. A huge TV. You do get some complimentary water whilst you're on board. Or posh stuff, heavy on. And there's on point there. Again, there's lots of storage in here. So through there is the bathroom. You also can get to the bathroom through the bedroom. I'm going to show you into the bathroom this way, because this is pretty nice. Look at the size of this. With a bath and a shower. And a huge big mirror. 2 sinks as well. This is really nice. Nice marble. Look at that. Peppermint bar soap. I do love the bath and the shower configuration as well. But it is a pretty small shower, to be fair. You can probably get about 2, maybe 3 people squeezed in here. I have to say though, very impressed. Ultra clean. All the stainless steel has been polished to perfection. Extra shower head in the bath as well. Loads of storage. Soft clothes as well. Kind of becomes a little bit of an ensuite. You can get to the bedroom through there, the living room as well, and the dressing room. But I'll show you this way because it's a lot nicer. Here is the bedroom. The bedroom is quite small actually, but it's been designed so it's bedroom stroke dressing room. I do like the subtle lighting in this room, and the way it corners the bed is really nice. First of all, the dressing room, nice big space here, look. The dressing table, hairdryer, nice mirror there. We've got more wardrobe space just here, loads of drawers as well, little case on there, loads of space. It feels quite cosy in here. I'll take your shoes off and do the bed test. I'll tell you how I sleep in the morning. What's really nice about the bedroom is the bed faces the balcony and the view, so you can lay in bed and literally watch the world go by, or see when you arrive in Newport. Let's do the mattress check. Oh, lovely colour. Actually, to be fair, that looks reasonably new, this mattress. Bit of a curved mattress to put to bed. Waterproof sheet on there, just in case anyone has an accident. And if more places put these waterproof sheets on the beds, they wouldn't look so stainless. TV in here as well. And this is the other into bathroom. Let me show you the balcony that I've got, because this is huge. Look at the size of this balcony. Love the fact we've got a big family table out here so you can enjoy breakfast. The size of the balcony though is great. Some seating area over here as well. So just from up here, look, you can just see how big this balcony is. I mean, there is so much space. We're going to be leaving the port of Miami at about 3:30, so I've got around about an hour before that happens. It's looking little. Well, fancy seeing you here.
Well, we just thought we'd come and join you.
Of course, I had to bring Gabby and Casper along with me for this trip.
Yeah, this is amazing. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, nice touch. Isn't it?
Yeah, they actually really make a massive, I don't know, they give it a bit of atmosphere, don't they? Oh, we've got dolphins too. I don't know why, but when I think of cruise ship, you think that if there are any, if there is any furniture on the balconies, it's going to be that white kind of plastic chair kind of thing. So it's really nice. I know, you can really tell the quality, can't you? Hello, Miami.
I tell you what though, the app is so good. It makes you think, what on earth did you do on a cruise ship before apps existed? Because all the information that you need is on there. You can book excursions, certain restaurants, you can find your way around the ship, you can book your next cruise on here as well.
Or a massage, or a shirt.
So there's an itinerary on here, stuff you can plan every single hour of the day. There is something going on the ship. It is crazy. There's quizzes, there's tours, there's raffles. It is, and I think that's the thing, when you board this ship, being the biggest cruise ship in the world, it really is overwhelming. But we'll figure it out together. We will do the grand ship tour tomorrow morning, so we're going to get unpacked. We'll go up to the top deck for the Saturday. So we're well and truly out in the Atlantic now, heading down towards the Caribbean. First night at sea. Just had a shower, a little bit disappointing because the pressure wasn't very good. But then we realised there was a leak in the pipe, which made it quite weak. I have to say as well, their choice of shower gel and shampoo is interesting. Peppermint shampoo and rum shower gel. Interesting mix of smells when you're having a shower. So tonight for our first meal, we're going to actually go and check out the buffet. Everybody's favourite, right? Let's go do it. By the way, this doesn't shut properly, look. See that? You've got to push it. Because a couple of times I thought that was going to close, but it didn't. Now, where is the buffet? What is that? It's Close Encounters music. Why can you hear that? Can you hear that? That's coming from downstairs.
for some serious gold merch. Look at that. Is that for sale or is that just, is it? How much is the chalice?
This one, what it used to be pitched by the details for $190, but we obviously get an ask for the discount and lifetime big package. So it's sterling silver, gold plated, and those are white sapphire stones.
Wow. So I'm not mistaken, we've come out and it's quite handy that theatre is right next to us. So we'll go and check that show out maybe another night to watch it in full.
That was amazing.
That was pretty amazing. What was even more amazing is the fact that that drinks chalice that is being sold was going for well over 100, I think she said 93,000.
Oh my God.
And you get a drinks package for life on Royal Caribbean. Can you imagine drinking that by the pool? That'd be crazy. I don't think you'd really want to take it out. But the fact that when you buy that, there's only 3 of them ever made, and you get unlimited free drinks package for life. Shame they can't give you like a free cruise for life with it as well.
No, I think that's the least you deserve spending that.
So we're on our way to find the buffet. We found the buffet. This is it. Windjammer Marketplace. As always, you've got to wash your hands first. Buenos noches. I love the fact that paper towels are in trunks. They're in trouble there. Alright, so we've got the pasta station. What do you fancy? We should do the classic buffet thing where you have a bit of everything.
Yeah. Peanut butter sauce.
Hot peanut butter sauce. Corn dogs. Not fast food, this is American. Cornbread over there. The buffet mirrors itself over the other side as well. Oh, look at that red pudding. Do you know one thing that's good compared to other cruise ships I've been to? They have this covering with all the signs for the food on the top rather than the bottom. So people sneezing and coughing, it won't go on the food. Look how they're doing the coffee and the milk. Jack potatoes, mashed potatoes. Indian food. Is that real lemon in there? I guess so. I've got some lemonade. I've gone for a potato salad. I've gone for a corn dog, mac and cheese, some sweet corn, and some cornbread. And for dessert, I've gone for these two: cheesecake and a donut. There's not too much healthy stuff up there,
No, there wasn't.
which is weird. Maybe it changes on different nights, but oh, is it? Is that why? Obviously the buffet changes, that's why. But what have you gone for?
Try to be healthy where possible. I've gone for a jacket potato, and I've just gone for like a rib and some chicken bits and a corn dog, and that's it really. And then just the same as you, I couldn't really want to go for like some fish and stuff like that. But obviously, you don't have it because it's not the night that they do, because that's my chosen kind of buffet food. But this is fine. This is good. And for dessert, I've gone for a miniature cheesecake.
It's been a long day, and it's just before midnight, and I would be going to bed, but there's something special happening. In fact, actually, it happens a lot on Royal Caribbean cruises, especially on the first night, to celebrate that you're on this epic adventure and this wonderful vacation with your balloon drop. So let's go and check it out.
It's a waste of balloons. That big balloon drop. Look. Big balloon drop, look. The amount of people on that cruise ship. Fucking loads. Mate, I couldn't stand that. Like, that is packed, man. It's like being in a nightclub, isn't it? Fuck. See all the balloons, look. Insane, man.
Good morning. It's a bit of a windy one this morning. We don't seem to get the sun side whilst we're going down to the Caribbean, actually. I think we'll get it on the way back. So it's quite nice, actually. So we get the sun in the afternoon on the balcony, which means to have breakfast out here might be a little bit breezy, a little bit chilly first thing in the morning. We're going to continue what we did last night and check out the buffet, and we're going to go and do that for breakfast. Come on. Let's go, Casper. On the way to breakfast, Casper has found this little slide to go down to the lower deck. See you in a bit. Bye. I have a feeling he's going to do that every single morning. Glazed ham. Oh, look at that bacon.
It's crazy out there. I feel like I'm in a constant battle just to try and get to feeling it. So I think the best thing to do is pick a more sensible time to come for breakfast, because obviously this is prime time, isn't it? It's 9:30, so it's probably the time families all get up, they get ready and they go out, you know.
You've gone for a light breakfast.
You know why I've gone for a light breakfast? Because we're on a cruise ship and there is food here all day, every day, and I want some. So if I fill up now, I'm not going to want any at lunchtime.
That's why I've just gone for some cereal and something light to enjoy lunch later. So let me give you the ship tour. This is definitely the heart of the ship. It's an incredible globe that has all these tiles on it that mirrors the ocean. So it's got 8 distinctive neighbourhoods. It holds over 7,500 people. But you can still get quiet areas, which is quite nice. So let me give you the ship tour. So we're on the Royal Promenade right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go upstairs.
7,500 people. Oh my god, man. The Titanic is tiny in comparison. Because that only held like 1,500.
Show you some exclusive areas that we get access to. The app's quite handy because you've got the map of the ship on your phone. But all by the list, you've got this as well, which is actually easier to understand. We're going to start right at the top and go to the suite neighbourhood, which is only accessible for suite guests. Let's go. Deck 18. B. So up here we've got access to snacks. And I think this is open for pretty much all day. There's fruit, there's nuts. So I've got a mini pool. I think there's a hot tub over there. Some stairs here, it's up here. So it's a bit more exclusive.
You're saying about the cruise ship. There's 7,500 people on that cruise ship. When on the Titanic there's probably 2,000.
The rest of the ship, how busy and crazy it is. This is
I didn't realise how big that ship was. The ship that he's on holds 7,500 people. When the Titanic, I think, held about 2,000.
I'll show you all the outside space.
Or 1,500 or something like that.
You can just see how
But that's crazy in comparison.
looking down to
Like, you think the Titanic was a big ship, when that cruise ship holds 7,500 people. That's insane, man.
this is just
That's like as much as a small little town
so
somewhere.
she's right at the top, right? There's a few more of these, and I'll show you them as we go down, but they're in the most weirdest of areas.
Oh wow.
But they're pretty cool to look out for.
Random diving board.
So the suites that we're in are these two decks, 17 and 16. So the level of suite we have, again, you've got access in here.
Hope everyone's doing alright. Everyone's in a good morning.
You can have food, you can have dinner, you can have breakfast up here. And also, it's got a pretty good view of the show we saw last night in here as well. I think you're going to get your steps in on this. Happy hour cocktails in here, Gabby. And then there's an area here for snacks, which I think we're just filling up for the day, and coffee wherever you want it. What I like about it in there is that you can get away from all the busy crowds, and it's just like a really nice, quiet space, and it feels, exclusive. So if you want a quick bite during the day, this is pretty good.
It'll just give you a bit more of an idea of the styles that they do.
Got 1,011 followers now. That's mad.
Well, you can come here for lunch, but this is perfect.
1,011. Jesus.
Look at the queue for the drinks.
My goal was 1,000 subs, and I hit that within 6 months.
This is pretty good. This is literally just mac and cheese, but different flavours. So you've got broccoli, pepperoni, pizza mac and cheese, chili, bacon, and of course, classic mac and cheese.
That's so cool. Huh.
Toasts, tostadas, sandwiches, toasts. I had this yesterday. This is so nice. Watermelon feta cheese and pistachio.
That's so random.
And that's pretty much
Watermelon, feta cheese, and pistachio. It's a random combination. I'm alright.
This is the show we saw last night. It doesn't look much, obviously, during the day because this is special for, night time. And on some Royal Caribbean ships, right at the back, they have huge amphitheatres. Like some of them are outside, some of them are inside, as this one is. But that show was pretty good last night, wasn't it? I was well impressed.
I'm excited to see it from the start and actually sit down and make some coffee and actually watch it. But we just literally saw it when past it.
So there's the lounge that we got access to. It's crazy just how many places there are to eat.
Yeah, it's mad.
And here, look, the seafood restaurant looks really nice. Wow, this is nice. So this is right at the front of the ship. That
Oh,
big
wow.
dome that you see.
It's a massive
There's
ship.
areas to enjoy a book. That stairs up to that little lounge. Oh wow. You don't realise all this is behind it, do you? It just goes to show you have to keep walking because you walk into one room and think, oh, that's it. You keep walking, you find something
You
else.
feel a little bit like, oh, I'd like to go and have coffee somewhere. I'd like to have a glass of wine. And you just think, well, where do we sit?
Yeah.
So many places on this ship.
So we arrived yesterday. We've been on here less than 24 hours. And it takes you probably, I would say, about 2 days to get acclimatised to the ship.
What?
And to find out where everything is. And it will take you probably a day just to walk around it and go and check out every single area. It's definitely worth doing.
Fucking hell. 2 days just to walk around the whole fucking
You
ship.
can really feel the movement today, can't you? The ship moving around.
Actually, the first one I've actually gone, yeah, I felt a bit.
You feel a little bit drunk, don't you?
I think as well. This boat is so big. You do feel a little bit less.
7,500 people on that cruise ship. It's insane.
And yeah, I can feel everything on this cruise, even more so than isn't that just stunning though?
It doesn't look real, does it?
Yeah, isn't it? Cool.
So we come down to deck 8. This is the Empire Supper Club. Hello.
This is the only restaurant we have a show with you. This is an Ecosa service in Creoles. Why Creoles? The song what they are singing need to match the drink and food at the table. There's only one sitting on it from 6:30 to 9:30.
So this has got to be my favourite part of
Central Park.
Central Park. There's actual trees in here. Yeah, there's lots of trees. There's one huge tree, and there's all the outside parts. And what they do at night, they change the atmosphere. So during the day, you'll actually hear birds. They're not real birds. It's just on speakers. And then at night, you hear crickets. Although I don't know whether you'd hear crickets at Central Park normally. And inside here, there's all these little bars and restaurants. Let's go and have a look around. See, it almost looks like it's...
Why did you retract your message for? You said pizza.
Restaurants that are pretty... I mean, look at the size of this in here. Oh, wow. If you want a steak, Gabby. I think this is definitely the place to go. Chops Grill.
Wow.
And I love how the
Oh, wow.
lets light in. You can see down to the Royal Promenade.
That's a head fuck.
Such an amazing space. So I showed you that lady right at the top of the dining hall. There's another one just there, and then there's another one mid-air. So you really have to look, because they don't realise all these areas are here. Look, there's sushi and ice cream. Look one side, and then you look somewhere else, and there's something else to go and explore. Isn't it weird that you're at sea right now?
It's so weird because you can literally have a bit of everything. It's sunbathing, you can water parks, you can actually just sit and be in the park, you can go shopping, you do absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When they're shipped off, you don't really need to get on.
No. There's a cafe in here as well. What you would expect to see is a Starbucks, but there isn't one in Central Park, but there is one on the ship. Sitting here with a coffee, you wouldn't even think you're at sea. Gabby, I've just spotted the champagne bar. Let's have a look.
Thank you.
Per glass, it's $12 for a Cava, $8 for a Prosecco. There's no point paying that when we can actually get that for free, so to speak, with our lounge access.
Blue Jazz and Blues bar.
Nice.
And then there's shops, so like there is pretty much everything in
Tag Heuer, Breitling, Cartier, Hublot, fucking hell, they got all the designer shops there.
because it is so nice at night time.
Well, I suppose if you've got enough money to go on the cruise ship, you can go Breitling, Cartier,
Babies, the toddlers, and then slightly older children. We've also got an area for teens as well. Casper's loving that at the minute. And it gives the parents chance to just have some dinner or chill by the pool.
It's all the children playing together.
Oops, some nice bags.
1,048.
Was it 148? 148,000. Sports bar there.
Been so excited to see this. I think since I'm going to go for a jog, there is a running track that goes all the way around the ship.
I guess we better just start jogging. Wow. It really does go as far as you can see. Right, let's go. Do you know what? I actually just left my phone in Central Park and I had to run to go and get it. So my exercise is pretty much done. This really goes around the whole ship. What, non-stop? So you don't have to stop and... Wow, look how close it is to the water. Look. Wow, it's worth coming out here because you get some pretty decent views. Look at that. Well, I went on one with Virgin, and it was only a very small area. So this is pretty cool. I haven't seen anyone else running on it yet. I wonder how long it'll actually take. I reckon it would take about 15 minutes on a good jog to do one round trip of the ship. You know what they need on here, don't you? Like some little carts. That would be so cool. Little like Mario karts going all the way around. Yeah, but it's such a big, long. In fact, there's no one jogging. Everyone's just like walking and giving up. All the lifeboats are here as well. So if you're a jogger, it's good to know that in an emergency, you'll be first on the lifeboat.
Yeah, and there are people that have to go jogging every day in general.
I thought you said you was going to do that.
I am going to do it. I just haven't time yet.
I didn't realise they have a slow lane and a fast lane. If you do 12 laps, you're running 5 miles. That's crazy.
I mean, this is my life.
here we are on the map. We're heading to Saint Martin. We're just leaving Cuba, or just off the coast of Cuba. We're heading down towards the British Virgin Islands. We've got another day at sea tomorrow until we get there. Okay, this is something a little bit different. I've been trying out these smart glasses from Imo whilst on this trip, and they've actually been pretty interesting to use. What's really cool is they can capture everything from your own perspective, so it adds a completely different feel when you're travelling. So most people on board speak English, but let me show you how the translation works. So if I just pull up the other language here, the glasses translate in real time, which is really useful when you're travelling somewhere with a language barrier.
Yeah, the whole-
I actually tested this out with Viona, our stateroom attendant.
See the-
You can also pair it with this mini speaker for conversations. So how have you been today?
It fucking hurt pulling it off though.
Today, I've got a little bit too much sun.
Да, сегодня действительно был очень жаркий день, но жара – это присущая погода для этих мест.
I see the translate. Yes, today was indeed a very hot day, but heat is inherent weather for these places.
Yeah.
They've also got an AI assistant built in, so you can ask questions, get information, or just use it on the go whilst you explore. Importantly, they've added a physical camera cover, which is great, especially as people are becoming more aware of privacy with smart glasses. So it's really clear when you're recording and when you're not. You also get this smart ring, which lets you control everything, from taking photos to translation, AI features, voice subtitles, and more, all with just one button. And battery-wise, these are quite impressive. You can recharge them within 5 seconds, which is ideal when you're traveling like me. Honestly, it's one of those things that just adds more convenience when you're on the move. If you want to go and check them out, make sure you click the link in the description, or you can scan the QR code.
Everyone's doing well.
Tonight we're going to go to a restaurant called The Dining Room. They've got 3 of these on board. 2 of them you have to book, and 1 of them you don't. And we were a bit confused because we were asking what's the difference between the 2 that you have to book compared to the 1 that you don't have to book, and apparently it's nothing. So we're going to go to the one where you don't have to book, and we'll see what it's like. So our plan for tonight is to go and see a show, The Wizard of Oz, which has a performance at 8:30. However, having a 4-year-old on board with us, he might not make it till that time. So we'll see how we get on. But we'll drink this, and then we'll go and check out dinner in the dining room. I've noticed there's one thing missing. There's no elevator. Is it? We're at the front, and this is right at the back. So can we go through the music hall? Yes, this is open. Funny enough. Wow, this is messing with my senses, the lights in here. This is a pretty cool venue though. Oh, you can go upstairs, because I did this earlier. Wow, look at this. We were advised you could just turn up to the dining room and there wouldn't be a queue, but wow. This is the queue. So that's what, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, you're better off booking a time slot rather than just coming in.
Can you look for it to Erin and they will give you a check? Okay. One day.
Thing is, and I've seen this tonight already, people that have an allocated time still actually have to queue. Probably not for as long.
Finally, it's quite nice in here, babe, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very nice surroundings.
Yeah, it's chaos, isn't it?
It might be chaos, but it's organised chaos. It's one good thing. They sort you out quickly. We didn't have to wait too long.
Yeah, they seem to have a system, don't they? But it's just that when you are waiting, it's a little chaotic.
We've got to give it to the staff though. As soon as we sat down, there was a waiter here taking our order. And they asked us if we had like reservations for a show or something else, and so they would work quicker. It was pretty good. So yeah, it was only like a 5-10 minute wait. It wasn't too bad. Well, because they knew we had show reservations, they've actually given us all the food at once. So cabbage starter, cabbage main, the lobster tail, my chicken, and also the dessert, the creme brulee. Oh my god, the cappuccino cake.
Nice.
Oh wow. Price it out like this.
amazing. The food wasn't that great. I think the chicken that I had, to be fair, it tasted almost raw. You know when you get a bit of chicken and you taste it and it's chewy, but it's not fatty, but it's chewy like it's undercooked. Yeah, so that was weird. The craziest thing is that when we left there to go to the show, the queue was even longer. I mean, like, it was stretching down towards the Royal Promenade. So, and that was at 8:30, so we thought we came at a busy time, but yeah, 8:30 was even busier. Again, that was just walk-ins.
So on the bed, you've already got details for tomorrow's cruise, the weather forecast, what's going to be happening, and also we've got Sweet Class Immunity Vanity headbands.
For some reason, we've got some Royal Caribbean headbands. Not quite sure why. Hey.
One thing I really needed was some slippers, because you usually get some slippers when you're in a hotel room. No slippers, but we get a pair of really slippers.
Hey, well, you could use this as a sweatband when you go jogging tomorrow. According to the itinerary on the
I've been
bed,
alright.
it looks like it's a little bit cloudy. Gutted. I know. Let's get that one. Anyway, we'll see you in the morning. Night. Okay, so we have got ice skating booked for this morning. Are you excited, Gabby?
I'm always excited to try something new.
You've done ice skating before.
Yeah, but not in the Caribbean.
You always like to think that you'll look so graceful on the ice, but in reality...
Ice skating is pissy, dude. You're either good at skating or you're not.
Did you say it's too slippy?
But I'm good at rollerblading. So if you can balance on rollerblades, you can balance on ice skates. It's like the same principle. As long as you can stand up and balance, you're fine. Yeah, okay, you're balancing on a blade, but it still keeps you stable, whereas obviously you're balancing on wheels like this thing. But still, it's the same principle.
Normally you go so fast when you go into the wall, and it kills you.
Just it's a lot slipperier. But obviously you're still standing on a single blade, aren't you?
Now you go with...
Would you imagine that just being one wheel if it's rolling along the ice?
Jackie's like gone past on ice. How did I get past the first round? They screwed from day one, wouldn't I? I feel like someone's going to pull me down. Someone's going to lose their balance like I am and pull me down with them.
The kids that are on these frames are taking everybody else's legs out as they go past because they're so wide. It is the most weirdest feeling though, because the ship is moving around a lot today, and it's even weirder.
The ship's moving around and they're fucking ice skating on a cruise ship.
And what's great about that experience is that it's free. It doesn't cost any
Oh wow, that's
extra,
cool.
Which is on a cruise ship like this where a lot of things are, especially food, extras, it's nice to get something that's included. Completely out of breath. I think the session lasts for about an hour. We didn't last that long. We're going to go and get a coffee. Come on.
Yeah, I've been alright, mate.
Cakes and sandwiches. All of these are complimentary. So the cookies, some salads.
But yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Coffee's up. What a view. So yeah, you can get your like the Starbucks coffee up there wherever you want. That is extra, as I said, but literally just
Been on live for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
to go and get unlimited coffee. So
It's now 6 a.m. 10 past 6.
you might as well. Wow, these are totally stained, aren't they? The furniture.
Yesterday.
I know. And what's great is they swivel. So I'm doing a bit of swiveling. Very nice.
I was just sitting here thinking this is so strange because I looked to my right and looked up and I could see Central Park.
My dog just chilling.
It's so weird, you can actually, the park is floating.
Huh. See Central Park, look. It's floating. Oh, it's disappeared now. Look at that beautiful view. You're on a cruise. Hello, Phillipsburg, St. Martin's. It's a massive ship though. Of 7,500 people.
And it's raining. Hopefully this will change a little bit later. And we just pulled upside another cruise ship, which isn't spoiling the view too much because we can see it just through there. Anyway, we're going to go and check out breakfast in the club lounge. Let's go. Relaxed surroundings.
Yeah, I like the breakfast in here. It's good. And just the weight room as well. You do feel like now it's walking.
Yeah, so this is a la carte. So you've got a choice of cereals, eggs any way you like, omelettes, there's pancakes, salmon, juices, coffee. Thank you.
See, I wasn't really sure what this was going to come out, so I thought I'd get some scrambled egg on the side. Now I just thought completely French toast.
Get us out, please.
It's a massive ship. How many decks? 1, 2, 3.
You know, when we boarded this, we didn't really see it, to be honest. Like we
10 decks. Fucking hell, that ship's massive.
Just the sheer size of this ship. Anyway, let's find a beach.
11 decks actually.
Happy that it's cloudy because
That's ridiculous.
So
11 decks on a cruise ship, and it holds 7,500 people, and the Titanic held around 1,500.
Could hop on one of these, look. Welcome to Grumpy's. Beer as cold as the ex-wife's heart.
Brilliant.
Do a bit of shopping, Gabby. I pooped today. Fresh coconuts being sold. You have to love some of the names of these bars.
Big bastard.
Well, there's this bar here, right, and there's the cocktail that says, and it says we've all been
Fucked by a
there,
bastard.
sandwiched between these bars, just right by the beach. There's a church.
Oh wow.
Look at that. So the ship is docked here till about 5 o'clock. When we checked the forecast yesterday, we knew the weather wasn't going to be that great, so we didn't actually book any excursions. But the island is quite famous for the airport that's here because the planes that land over people's heads and people get blown into the sea when they take off. It also has one of the longest zip lines in the world here, which looks incredible. But, you know, with Casper, I couldn't really do that. And like the weather was not going to be that great. So we thought we'll come down to the beach, grab a beer, and enjoy the view. So for lunch, we're going to go Mexican at El Loco Fresh. Check out the salsa station. Guacamole. Quesadillas, burritos. What did you go for?
Well, tacos and plain crab and tortilla, so I could make my own. Because usually a taco at home would come like, it comes folded over, wouldn't it, a taco at home, and you fill it inside there. But here they come like tomato chips. So I couldn't do it like that. So I thought I'd try to do what I do at home with the flour. Yeah, I know I've gone on a bit, eh?
Gabby's going for the ice cream.
Wave goodbye to everyone on that cruise ship.
Wow. That's a huge cruise ship. Look at the fucking size of it, look. You'll see in a second, look.
Gabby's going for the ice cream.
Look at the size of this cruise ship. Holds 7,500 people. You ready?
Goodbye to everyone on that cruise ship.
Fuck, mate.
So we leave.
That's like 4 or 5 times bigger than the Titanic.
The sun didn't come out.
That's insane.
Not once really.
Right. Oh wow, beautiful. St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands.
And we've got the sunshine. So the ship has 7 pools and 9 whirlpools.
Well, 9 whirlpools and 7
Let's go check
pools.
some of them out.
Fuck.
Yeah, let me show you.
And it's got a water slide as well. 7 pools and 9 whirlpools.
I love the fact they've got a swim-up pool bar here, and I love the area to sunbathe, get your feet wet. It's really nice. There's loads of sunbeds here. And everywhere you look, there's like a hot tub somewhere, which is really nice.
Nice.
But we need to talk about these just for a second. So when you're on board a cruise ship, you think to yourself, hey, it'd be really nice to have a cabana, your own private space. And, you know, they're not much. They're a couple of seats under a bit of undercover. That's it. I saw these come up at around about $700 to $1,000 to rent one of these.
Wow.
Absolutely crazy. So one of the main pools here, like for families and stuff like that, is over there. And the best way to get to it is down this slide, which goes down to the lower deck.
Oh, he's going to go down it like a big
You don't really
kid.
slide down it though. You kind of have to shuffle down it. You really notice the difference compared to a sea day. It's so busy, it's crazy. So this is why it's perfect to have a look around the ship on the outside decks when most people are off ship.
I've been alright, mate.
But these hammocks are nice.
Yeah, they're cool.
So this is the largest pool at sea by surface area. Or it was. I don't know whether that still stands, but it's a nice pool with hot tubs. This is called Thrill Island. This is where all the water slides are. And there are quite a few, which of course we do need to go and check out.
5 water slides.
We'll head down there in a moment, but first let's go and check out the adult-only pool where hopefully we'll be able to spend a little bit of time.
There's CJ there, and they do like sunset drinks there as well. And there's an amazing view of the back of the boat when you're standing in the pool.
Yeah. I was just saying how crazy this is on a sea day where you can't move. Where we were in the pool and literally it was very uncomfortable rubbing backs with pretty much everyone. It was a bit cringe.
It's kind of the same with the adult pool and in the child-friendly pool, isn't it? It's like I think I've already said it, I'm not sure, but I had someone's lock of hair just land in my hand.
Nice.
So they've got a flow rider on board. In fact, a lot of Royal Caribbeans.
It's got a wave pool, that's sick.
I would love to have a go at this.
So you can
but
practice surfing.
Literally, I have back issues and it would screw me up forever going on one of these, but I so want to do it. Look at that. What's great though, this is included in the price.
That's cool.
I wonder if Gabby will have a go. Gabby, you can have a go.
I have a go if you're happy with sending me home with my arm and my legs in casts.
The water goes about 30, 40 miles an hour.
That's so cool.
So the idea was, me and Gabby would go on the slides while there's less people on board. Only some of them are open though, so we'll go on the ones that are open for now, shall we?
There's only one open the whole cruise. Huh.
Okay, let's go.
That's so cool. The POV camera.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing, the colours are great. These little sunbed areas where you can go and tuck yourself away. So while it's quiet, let's show you the hideaway, which is just for adults only. A couple of hot tubs up here, which at the back of the ship they have the best views, sunbathing up here.
Oh wow.
And then you've got the adults infinity pool just there to look.
This cruise ship is massive, man. He said it takes 2 days just to walk around the whole thing and get your bearings.
just quickly want to talk about this because this is so funny. So you see all those people lined up there up against the glass. Me and Gabby tried to have a look out of there yesterday, I think it was, and people stick like glue to those areas, and you just literally can't get a look in. In fact, someone was putting their arms out so no one else would nick their husband's spot as they probably went to the toilet. You see these all over the boat. You think they're real people. You see that what looks like a girl taking photos. Well, we were standing in there. It was like that woman's spending ages trying to take a photo. Realised she's just like a mannequin. But they have them all over the boat in the most weirdest of places.
That is weird as fuck. Surely that'll make people make. Maybe if you're pissed and you think there's a child on the side taking a photo, when it's just a fucking mannequin. That'll scare you shitless if you're pissed.
So this is Surfside. This is at the back of the ship. This is actually a really great area to bring Casper because there's gentler rides here. There's a carousel. There's also some great places to go.
It's good though.
Eat, like burgers, hot dogs. There's an arcade. Let's go check out the arcade quickly. It's so nice, but also so weird. There's like no one else around because they're all offshore.
I know.
But
it is nice because when everyone's on board, so many people, you sometimes just feel like you're constantly in people's way and stuff like that. So it is nice to actually have this breather.
Little gift shop up there. You can also walk to Central Park from here as well. So it's great. You can be by the beach and then you can be in the park, all within like a few steps.
Sprinkles.
Gabby's favourite place, the ice cream hut.
That's
I
cool.
think actually this is they're just cocktails. When you've got a 4-year-old like us, the only water slides they can do is that one behind you and the smallest one over there. But the problem we've got is that Casper is still not quite potty trained, and they will not let you go in the pool with pull-ups, swimming nappies. So that means, unfortunately, that poor old Casper, he doesn't get a chance to even go in the pools, does he? That's one thing with jokes is, but I have to say, the downside to that is the pools keep being shut because kids are going to the toilet. Yeah.
The Americans say go potty. Why not, when kids are in the process of being potty trained, just let them have that swimming nappy for a little bit of reassurance. It's better than the alternative,
I mean,
right?
obviously they've got their reasons, but like I say, the problem that keeps happening though is kids keep going for number ones and number twos in the pools, and they keep being shut. If they allowed them to have maybe those, maybe they've had some bad experiences with them. I don't know. There's probably
Even worse though. What I will say is, if you've got a baby or a toddler who's completely just not potty trained at all, and they do have to rely on a nappy, they do not get to experience a pool at all.
Yeah.
Just that little splash area where they can dip their feet in, which I think is a bit of a shame because when you're on a holiday, you know, babies love to get in a swimming pool too. It's all part of it, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's a very small area, but like I say, as long as they're potty trained.
It's like taking a vacation, so it's too small.
There's somebody else that. So they've got the running track downstairs. They've also got a separate sports area. This is right at the top.
As an American, the tipping is embarrassing. It's got so out of hand and just a scam, so the corporations don't pay their employees properly.
Wow, this is huge.
Wow.
I didn't expect to see it this big on board the ship. Are you up for pickleball? Everybody loves pickleball at the minute. Let's give it a go. The sport has taken over. First time playing pickleball. Let's go. Gabby's never heard of it. Do you have to let it bounce first? We're not sure of the rules whether you have to let it bounce first or not, but we're giving it a go. I
go, sorry. So each time we leave a different port, they do a ship ahoy party or an event or show, which they're doing right now, which is pretty cool.
It says, being trapped on a ship with over 7,000 people for over 14 grand. No thanks.
It's so nice to be up here. It's so busy down there, isn't it?
Yeah, I just like the fact that you can actually breathe and get sunbed quite easy up here, whereas downstairs it is like sunbed. Yeah, a lady said to me yesterday when we were leaving, she asked if my sunbed was now available, because she said that she's been literally eyeballing people waiting to see if they're going to leave their sunbeds, because she just couldn't get one for her and her family at all. So yeah, she's really grateful that I said, oh, well, my husband and my son are leaving too. She was like, oh, it's great because my kids don't have a sunbed either. And I was like, it's mad, isn't it? You spend so much money on a cruise and you can't get a sunbed. It's mad.
Unless you reserve one of those cabanas for like $700. Here we go. Hey, good thanks. This looks higher than it is. Bad times to say I'm actually scared of heights. I'm gonna fall off this. Oh my god, it's really windy up here. So you get to go twice for the money, which is quite good. I think it costs around about $37. But you could quite easily fall through. I feel like we could fall through one of these because it's quite windy. Well, tonight we're in the Coastal Kitchen for dinner. It's a bit confusing because they've got appetizers on trays, classic appetizers, and more on trays at the bottom. I do love the vibe in here. You know, it adds something a little bit different to
Morning.
just having it in the buffet or in the dining room. Thank you.
You got Instagram or WhatsApp?
Thank you. It's weird. It's like the quality of food in here is better than what we had in the dining room. It's weird, isn't it?
And do you know what as well? I mean, I just really love the servers in this whole restaurant. They're just like the people behind the bar, the people here in the restaurant. They're just so kind, aren't they?
And you get to know them the last few days, you know, when they know your drinks that you want to have. And it's great because obviously if we were in the dining room, I don't know whether we could get wine. I think we have to pay extra for that. Yeah, and like the soft drinks, you can't get that unless you've got the drinks package. You can only get water or fruit juice. But here, any alcohol we want.
It's like Casper, when he comes in, he has his milk on an evening. They go, milk for Casper. But he doesn't have to say anything and they know he's come for his milk. It's so sweet the way they really personally make that.
No, I just wanted to chat to you more.
So really,
If you don't want to, that's fine.
I don't know, look after you, you know.
Just because I'm not always on YouTube. I better be nice to chat to you when I'm not on YouTube.
I've gone for like a shrimp cocktail.
I'm trying to skip a meal each day. So if I have breakfast, I'll skip lunch and then have dinner. Yeah, you can put a lot of weight on a cruise.
Today, I am buying a $100,000 watch mystery box. First, we started out at $25,000, then $50,000, and now $100,000, which wouldn't be possible without me selling.
Yeah, how do you contact your friends when you're not on YouTube?
Watcher Wrist in Atlanta, who specializes in high-end watches. First, we are going to attempt to trade some of the watches we weren't able to sell in previous videos. In order
Obviously,
to
you call them or text them.
$100,000 for a video. There's a few watches
Like I would.
that we didn't sell that we want to put towards it. First is going to be this Mad 1 Yinka Lori. This one's pretty wild. It's in the like $5,000 to $7,000 range. Pretty interesting watch.
I'm not going to answer my question. I said, like I said, it'd be cool to
These
talk to
two
you
Argentinian YouTubers are
when I'm not on
facing 5
YouTube.
years in prison after they were arrested at the World Cup match in Miami for attempting to bypass security with expired credentials. The levels of stupidity here is honestly baffling. It probably didn't help they're actually vlogging
Yeah, if you don't want it,
during
that's
these games for members-only videos, which I guess included them trying to access
it.
multiple off-limits areas in the previous match. That's only 2 of the total of 16 people who were arrested in the Colombia-Portugal game in Miami on Sunday. Also, honestly, I'm not really too surprised this happened in Miami of all places, because I don't know how many times we've covered an influencer being arrested in Miami just this year. It's no secret to anyone that every 4 years, a couple of nations host the FIFA World Cup, and there are swarm of fans from all over the world. And obviously, this year, North America is hosting, which has been insanely fun to be a part of, since you can actually feel the spirit of not only American soccer fans, but also soccer fans around the world, football fans around the world. Sometimes I forget that we're the only people who call it soccer here. But of course, all of this excitement obviously attracts tons of tourists as well as influencers who can capitalize on the hype for content. And I guess 2 of these influencers who seem to really be hoping to capitalize off of this are 2 YouTubers from Argentina, who go by Benny Marmo and Pato Prada. Benny is only 20 years old and Pato is 26, and together, the 2 of them combined have about 750,000 YouTube subscribers, so they're definitely not nobodies. And they seem to collaborate a lot in their videos, and they became popular for their challenge content, where they regularly attempt to do things like eat outrageous amounts of food or live on $1 a day. So I'm really not surprised they decided, the challenge for today's video is, let's sneak into a FIFA World Cup game. What could go wrong? Well, apparently a lot, because I don't think they realize how much of a security risk it is if random people can get through the security checkpoint. But also,
Yeah, because a terrorist attack could
trying to get access to off-limit areas like, infield or box suites, that seems to be like new stuff for them. But for some reason, they allegedly decided that they were going to try and use their old tickets to access this Colombia-Portugal game in Hard Rock Stadium. Because when in Miami, I guess. And I'm going off of a few different news sources, with some of them being translated from Spanish to English, but they at least all agree that these 2 YouTubers snuck past several layers of security using expired passes, according to cops. And I'm going to assume that they were passes from the Uruguay game a few days before, when they vlogged themselves attending with no issues. So they themselves said in the video that they were going to try to attend as many games as they possibly could.
Yeah, like how do you contact your friends when you're not on YouTube? Obviously you message them or text them.
If we have the chance to go to another game, let's play somewhere else. We're gonna go to. We're gonna play somewhere else. So stay tuned and don't forget to join members.
But obviously, with tickets starting at a couple $1,000s just weeks out from the game, it's easy to understand it's expensive to go to these games. It is definitely a massive privilege to be able to go. I
The World Cup, £2,000 ticket.
Ticket to go to the Norway versus France game in Boston a few days ago. And I had the pleasure of seeing all of Norway's main players benched, and got to see them fight it out against some of the best players in the world. So that was a little bit of an underwhelming game. But again, I was extremely blessed to get a free ticket. So I was just happy to be there, even though it would have been ideal to see Norway put up a little bit of a better fight against France. But I also understand the argument, because they were like, hey, we made it into the knockout round. This game doesn't matter too much. Why risk injuring our key players? Fair. Regardless, thank you to Joseph from the Urban Legend for actually bringing me along to that game. But I digress. When I also said that they, viewed the game with no issues, I mean, they got into the stadium after their cameraman was denied entry, and then proceeded to see how far, I guess, they can push their access.
We had a problem at the door, and unfortunately, they didn't let the cameraman in. We'll try to fix it for the next matches, but hey, we're here. In the first one, Uruguay against Saudi Arabia.
Apparently, they entered through media doors that I'm not really sure how they had passes to go through, and they attempted to access field areas and kitchens, but were kicked out of both, according to them. By the end of everything, they found themselves seated in a box, except they were actually whispering very quietly and calmly, leading me to believe that they were also not exactly supposed to be there. Either way, though, it was the next game at Hard Rock Stadium where they ended up being arrested for interfering in the sporting event, which carries a sentence of up to 5 years in prison. And like I mentioned, it's been reported that they attempted to bypass security using expired credentials. So when they were questioned by cops, Marmol reportedly told cops claims that he was an influencer trying to stream the game. I don't know if that's the strategy I would go for, but hey, to each their own. I feel like that would only make things infinitely worse, especially considering how expensive it is to actually bid and obtain a license to actually show this game. So I don't think they want random YouTubers up on the stand live streaming the game. But also at the same time, Parada says that he was hired by a media company to review the event and has credentials, but they were from a previous event, according to his arrest report, which I guess is, another spectacular excuse. Both YouTubers were arrested on charges of interfering with sporting or entertainment, which are apparently charges that Florida's been cracking down on after the 2024 Copa America final, which saw 27 people arrested and 55 people ejected from the event. So it's safe to say they're definitely not looking the other way when it comes to Benny and Pato here, since apparently a Miami-Dade judge found probable cause for both and ordered them to be held on a $2,500 bond. And they were actually being held as of Sunday afternoon, but according to a lawyer on Twitter who apparently reached out to the boys to offer advice, they have since posted bail and are now arresting and analyzing the next steps, which apparently they seem to expect to include being exonerated of the charges and then being given compensation for the damages suffered. So they are claiming a wrongful arrest, but again, this is just based off of translated tweets from a lawyer that says they spoke to them. And he's also being named as their manager in articles, but I mean, his own tweet also clarifies that this isn't the case. So there's a little bit of mixed messaging here, to put it lightly, but both YouTubers entered non-guilty pleas and requested jury trials. So it seems like as of right now, they both really want to fight this. So again, it seems surprising they're actually going to go this route, but maybe they actually think that they have footage that will help their case.
We are about to tell the worst anecdote we have ever experienced in our lives, and I am not exaggerating. And also, when we got out of this ordeal, we found out that they are telling thousands and thousands of lies. So to tell the anecdote, and while we are telling it, we gotta tell the story. And in addition, we have to tell the story. We have to tell the story. And while we are telling it, we have to tell the story. Because it was never said for again. Everything was said. Everything was said. No, but it really was something incredible. I still can't believe what we lived through. And keep thinking about it, listen. And it angers me having no photos of it all, but oh well. Going to tell any school informs the I swear to God that everything we are going to tell will be verbatim without it. We'll be omitting any single detail.
Either way, I'm inclined to believe the vlog footage of them hoping to sneak into the restricted areas will definitely not help them. What do I know though? I guess the other alternative though is them accepting the charges and potentially spending years in American prison. That's really not an ideal outcome either. So they did kind of get themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. And also, after being released, they also reduced the chances of being able to re-enter the U.S. after this as well. So again, yeah, they put themselves in a really not ideal situation here. But they're definitely not alone though, because out of the 61,000 people who went to the game, 16 people in total were arrested and 17 people were ejected from the event. And I guess they just happen to be the most popular people who are arrested that night, it seems. So right now, we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen with their court cases, since there's really no date set right now, and it's still very early in the trial process. But either way, it seems